Despite possessing mastery over all the sage techniques within the realm of Naruto, I still found myself ridiculed by the denizens of Konoha as a mere waste. Alongside Naruto, I was branded as one of the losers, and during the graduation exam, I was unable to perform even the simplest of techniques, the body flicker technique. This unfortunate reality stemmed from my unexpected awakening of a unique ability after traversing into the world of Narutoan ability that permitted the use of only sage techniques, any ninjutsu or taijutsu beyond that remained utterly beyond my reach. Though I had acquired every sage technique that existed in the ninja world, elation eluded me, for I was the weakest of the weak, even inferior to Naruto. I possessed not a shred of chakra within me, and lacked even the foundational requirement to enter any of the three great sage modes that I had resigned myself to the belief that I would remain trapped in the ninja academy, forever unable to graduate. However, fate took a turn when my friend Naruto, in his escapade, pilfered the Book of Seals and fled like a tea that moment. I was startled by a mechanical voice that echoed in my ears, triggering a quest to retrieve the Book of Seals. The reward promised to augment my chakra tenfold, in addition to a hidden task to defeat Mizuki, which would grant me access to the location of the sage of the corpse forest. This revelation ignited a spark of excitement within me. It was as if a pillow had been provided just as I was overcome by fatigue. I had been grappling with how to access the three great sage locations for training, but defeating Mizuki would not be a simple endeavor, especially since I could not retaliate with ninjutsu. Thus, I turned my thoughts to strategy as night fell. I stealthily trailed behind Naruto into the forest. Observing him as he unrolled a scroll to practice various ninjutsu, I prepared my own plan. I retrieved a handful of silver needles and a small vial of potent anesthetic from my pocket, soaking the needles in the solution that my intent was not to harm my dear friend. So I opted for the smaller needles that would inflict minimal injury. With a mask similar to Kakashi's to conceal my identity, I awaited my opportunity. When I saw Naruto, fatigued from his repeated attempts, seated on the ground, I knew the moment had arrived. I seized the silver needles in my hands and hurled them towards him with all my might. Although Naruto sensed the attack and swiftly rose to evade many of the needles, two still struck true, embedding themselves in his shoulder and waist. The powerful anesthetic caused him to stagger. Nearly collapsing, but as he turned to question the masked figure that had appeared, he soon succumbed to the encroaching heaviness of his eyelids, losing consciousness before he could take more than a few steps. Immediately, I grasped the Book of Seals from his possession and began to examine its contents. Within were forbidden techniques coveted by ninja villages across the lands, yet I felt no thrill. Instead, I was beset by worry regarding my next steps. Firstly, my singular ability to wield only sage techniques rendered the practice of these ninjutsu impossible. Secondly, the actions I had taken today would undoubtedly be monitored by the third Hokage's crystal ball. He would not tolerate my assault on the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails nor my trespass into the realm of forbidden sealing techniques. That it appeared that my defection from Konoha was an inevitability. This is the tenfold reward from the system. Since Master Chakra has accomplished the task, I naturally lost interest in the Book of Seals. Consequently, I tucked the tome into Naruto's embrace and withdrew the silver needles, concealing myself in a nearby tree. Soon, Iruka arrived in a flurry, ensuring that Naruto was merely unconscious before releasing a sigh of relief. However, his brow furrowed deeply in concern. Who had cast this treacherous hand? What was this person's true intention? There were no visible wounds, nor had the Book of Seals been taken. Just as Iruka was about to rouse Naruto, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air. The speed was too swift for Iruka to react. He instinctively shielded Naruto with his back. Several shuriken embedded themselves deeply in his rear. Struggling, Iruka turned his head, only to find that the assailant was none other than his friend, Mizuki. Instantly, his gaze filled with calm understanding, as Mizuki shed his fod of goodwill and aimed directly for Iruka's heart with a lethal throw. Although Iruka evaded the fatal blow, he was still grazed by a shuriken on his left foot, tumbling to the ground once more. However, this time, he roused Naruto from his slumber. "Iruka-sensei, why are you bleeding? And what about that masked man?" At that moment, seeing Naruto awake, Mizuki seized the opportunity to inform him of the Nine Tails news, delivering a profound blow to Naruto's psyche. Seizing the moment of Naruto's distraction, Mizuki hurled a second shuriken. Observing the two shuriken now launched, I decided to act without hesitation, mixing the remainder of my silver needles with the shuriken and targeting Mizuki, throwing them all at. Once to my surprise, he seemed to be prepared. With a powerful push of his legs, Mizuki deftly evaded all attacks. Upon hearing Iruka mention that Naruto had been knocked out, I had surmised that there was another presence here. You seem rather young for someone of your stature. Who might you be? Mizuki remarked, a glint of amusement in his eyes as he reached for a kunai in his pocket. Noticing his movement, I swiftly threw a shuriken to interrupt and charged towards Mizuki. As Mizuki glanced at the incoming shuriken, he prepared to sidestep, but in the next instant, he noticed that it was bound with an explosive tag. Hastily, he retreated, but when the shuriken struck the ground, it did not detonate. Mizuki then realized that it was merely a false explosive tag, and I had seized the opportunity to close the distance. How dare you deceive me with a fake? Mizuki fumed. However, I refrained from responding, as my voice would easily be recognized by Iruka and Naruto. As Mizuki drew his kunai, preparing to engage, I gradually began to find myself at a disadvantage after several exchanges, sustaining numerous injuries. Meanwhile, Naruto, standing beside Iruka, refrained from intervening, having recognized that the masked youth before him was the very one who had ambushed him earlier. Just as Mizuki gripped his kunai, preparing to deliver a final blow, his head suddenly began to spin, and as I gazed at the swaying figure of Mizuki before me, he unfastened his garment. It became apparent that several slender silver needles were embedded within the fabric. It turned out that I had to fix the remaining few needles outward onto my clothing, intending that during our close combat, Mizuki would be pricked by these silver needles. Although this enraged him, he remained remarkably resolute, swiftly thrusting a kunai into his thigh to invoke pain and maintain his alertness. Aware of my tenacity, he now sought to escape with the sealing technique in hand. However, just as Mizuki threatened Naruto with Iruka's life, demanding he relinquish the sealing technique, I summoned all my strength and hurled a shuriken towards him. His movements had become sluggish, the narcotic rendering even the slightest motion a monumental effort. Yet my kunai was evidently slower, merely grazing his feet. Upon seeing this, Mizuki chuckled derisively, but his expression abruptly froze the next moment as he beheld the explosive tag affixed to the shuriken's tail. The sound of combustion confirmed its authenticity, and with a resounding explosion, Mizuki was engulfed in the blast. The power of the explosive tag rivaled that of advanced fire-style ninjutsu, and it had cost me nearly all my savings. Nevertheless, I had succeeded. Dragging my wounded body, I cast one last glance toward Naruto and the village of Konohagakure before retreating into the depths of the forest. And my gaze seemed to awaken something in Naruto. He was about to voice an objection when Iruka grasped his arm, urging him not to pursue. It's best not to chase, he advised. That masked boy employs treacherous methods. Let us await reinforcements here. Soon, others from Konoha arrived, having gleaned the full story from Iruka. Upon seeing that the sealing book remained intact, their expressions brightened considerably. However, as they prepared to report back to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen dismissed the assembly, leaving only Iruka behind. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, he spoke meaningfully. The masked assailant who ambushed Naruto and defeated Mizuki is your student Wind. What? That cannot be, Iruka exclaimed. That child isn't capable of such actions. I cannot fathom his motives. It is highly probable that he is a spy sent from another village, deliberately approaching Naruto, the host of the Nine Tails, to extract intelligence. But the truth of this matter is too cruel for Naruto to bear, especially since this boy is his only friend. We must not inform him. Let us classify Wind as missing. After Iruka reluctantly acquiesced and departed in despair, the third Hokage sighed silently. Yet the next moment he turned to the sudden appearance of an Umbu ninja and instructed, send someone to retrieve Wind. If he resists, we may need to deal with him discreetly. Exercise caution regarding individuals from other villages. Meanwhile, I, having completed my mission and uncovered the secrets and location of the Forest of Corpses, continued my frantic flight, fully aware that the entirety of the land of Fire Point 1 could say that it lies within the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village. Even a mere second longer spent here could prove perilous. More importantly, the wounds I bear require urgent attention. Should I fail to receive treatment soon, I risk succumbing to severe blood loss and shock. Consequently, I swiftly sought out a local medical facility. Upon revealing the deep, exposed bone of my arm, the elderly physician prepared to administer anesthesia. However, at that very moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my ears. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task triggered. Evade the pursuit of the Umbu. You must endure for 1 day while being chased by 3 Umbu members. Reward. Instant transportation of the host to the forest of corpses in the land of rice, along with a random lottery draw. Failure to complete the task will result in immediate annihilation. The M.Y. expression shifted dramatically. Given the speed of the Umbu's pursuit, they would likely arrive within 2 hours. How could I possibly last a day against 3 elite ninjas from the Hidden Leaf? Yet, in the face of his slim chance for survival, I promptly halted the old man's preparations for anesthesia. After all, receiving anesthesia might severely impair my ability to act. The old man, though puzzled, wasted no time upon hearing my claim of an allergy to anesthesia and proceeded to stitch me up without hesitation. The entire process was completed in less than half an hour, nearly causing me to faint from the pain. Once I retracted my arm, I let out a long sigh of relief. However, just as I prepared to leave, the old man abruptly blocked my path. "You haven't paid yet," he said. "That will be 30 million. What? Why is it so expensive?" Having exhausted all my savings in defeating Mizuki earlier, I quickly resorted to a dramatic display of lamentation over my tragic circumstances. Eventually, the old man relented, allowing me to leave after I wrote him an IOU. As I stepped out of the medical facility, I headed north. Yet, after walking several hundred meters, an idea struck me. I buried something in a narrow alleyway before retracing my steps. Meanwhile, the 3 Umbu members had tracked me to the medicinal pill I had used for my wounds and learned from the old man the direction in which I had departed. However, after scouring every shop in the north, they found no trace of me. Frustrated, one of the Umbu cursed, "Damn it, did that old man deceive us?" Yet, another Umbu member shook his head. "Not necessarily. Perhaps this boy has hidden himself well. After all, we have his belongings from the Hidden Leaf. He'll summon a tracker hound to assist." With that, he bit his finger, performed a seal, and slammed it onto the ground. A burst of white mist enveloped the area, revealing a brown hound. The creature sniffed the clothes I had previously worn, barked twice, and then began darting through the streets, followed closely by the 2 Umbu members. Soon, they arrived at a narrow alley where the hound uncovered a blood-stained garment in a corner. The 2 Umbu members exchanged exasperated glances, feeling a headache coming on. It appears he initially headed north, but he's likely not there now. He left behind the clothing as a diversion. Why this time? 6 hours had elapsed. As long as he had not left the city, he must be hiding somewhere. "Let's split up to search," one suggested. "Bring the hound along. We shall search each area thoroughly." I refused to believe he could sprout wings and take flight. However, as the crowd dispersed to search, they could not help but curse under their breath. "That scoundrel. We've searched alongside everyone for ages, and all we found are socks and scraps of cloth. Is he wandering about in the nude?" At that moment, a shadowy ninja queried Sato, "Do you think he might have already exited the city?" Yet, before he could finish, Sato swiftly dismissed the notion. "Impossible. There are reconnaissance ninjas stationed outside. He would never escape right under their noses. Then where am I?" In truth, I remained in the northern region. How much longer until the system arrives? 24 hours. I feel as though I am suffocating. Host, just endure for another 8 hours. Damn the humiliation of today. I shall repay it 100-fold in the future. Indeed, I first scattered many of my personal belongings in the 4 cardinal directions before returning north and concealing myself in a restroom. After all, the noses of the hounds are quite keen, necessitating a stronger scent to mask my presence. As long as I can endure for another 8 hours, I could teleport away directly. Meanwhile, the 2 shadow ninjas began to piece together the clues, suspecting I was using the restroom's pungent odor to evade the hound's search. By now, 23 hours had elapsed, and one of the shadow ninjas approached the restroom where I hid. Just as he prepared to enter and investigate, a stick suddenly appeared at the doorway, aiming to ambush him. Troop 9 swiftly drew his blade, blocking the attack and retreating into combat mode. "I've finally found you. Come back with us to see the 3rd Hokage, or I shall execute you on the spot." Upon hearing this, I stepped out from the moonlight, brandishing a water pipe I had dismantled from the restroom as my weapon. Returning would lead to certain death. I might as well face execution here. However, just as the shadow ninja felt assured of victory, I bellowed, "Why aren't you moving?" The sudden outburst startled Troop 9, and he recalled the intelligence that indicated I might be a spy from another village, potentially signaling enemy reinforcements. He quickly turned to look, but found nothing. Seizing the momentary distraction, I turned and fled. Realizing he had been deceived, Troop 9 immediately flung his weapon, but I narrowly evaded it. What a cunning fellow. Yet, I paid him no mind, frantically running while internally berating the dog system. "I'm about to collapse." "How much longer?" The system replied, unhurriedly, 15 minutes. I sprinted furiously, but just as I neared the northern gate of the town, I suddenly shouted, "Help! Ninjas from other nations have infiltrated the land of fire. Someone, please!" Upon hearing this, the town's guards descended into chaos. They turned to see a disheveled youth, emanating a faint odor, rushing towards them. Indeed, a ninja followed closely behind. However, with dusk casting shadows, visibility was poor. I dashed forward and clung to one of the soldier's legs, tears and snot streaming down my face as I began to play the victim. He is a ninja from the Wind Country. Disguised as a member of the Konoha, I was discovered with an intent to eliminate me. My comrades had already perished, and I lied without a hint of shame. A series of fluent statements convinced the soldier to believe me partially. Without hesitation, he shielded me with his body. When Team 9 arrived, they halted upon witnessing the guard soldiers protecting me. That I am a member of Konoha's engaged in a clandestine mission. Step aside at once. However, what he did not anticipate was a single query from the guard soldier that left Team 9 momentarily speechless. What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claim? Seizing the opportunity while Team 9 was obstructed, I continued my flight beyond the city. Alarmed, Team 9 charged towards the guard soldiers, who, upon seeing them take action, genuinely believed they were ninjas from a rival nation and intervened. Yet, how could they contend with the elite members of Team 9? Within a few exchanges, all the guards were subdued. This moment, I had already escaped the city and glanced back at the confrontation, assured that they could not pursue me in the immediate term, a victorious smile gracing my lips. However, just as I wished to inquire how many minutes remained, I received no response. Suddenly, I felt several gusts of wind approach. It was a clay dragon formed by chakra, striking me. Though it was merely earth, I felt as though I'd been struck by an iron ball, sent flying. The attack was executed by the last ninja, who had been lying in wait outside the city. Quite capable, but now, perish. With that, he drew his blade and swung it towards me. Yet, as I closed my eyes in despair, awaiting death, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission and received a reward. You are being transported to the Bone Forest." In the instant that the blade was about to descend upon my head, a summoning-like seal appeared beneath me, and with a thunderous sound, I vanished in a cloud of white smoke. Witnessing his blade strike the ground, the ninja's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not seen me form any seals, yet I had slipped away right under his nose. What transpired? Had I been rescued by another? Subsequently, 3 returned to Konoha and relayed this situation to the 3rd Hokage. Upon hearing the report, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. He had not anticipated my escape from 3 elite shinobi. Nonetheless, this confirmed my status as a spy from another nation, prompting him to declare that from now on, I would be treated as an immediate threat upon my appearance. Meanwhile, atop a mountain composed of countless bones, a figure plummeted from the sky. Indeed, it was I, having narrowly escaped death. After such an extensive flight and lacking sustenance, I was utterly exhausted and soon collapsed, unconscious. Unbeknownst to me, 3 hours into my unconsciousness, a large fish adorned with blue stripes curiously emerged from the ground beside me. After a span of 2 to 3 hours, a blue-striped slug unexpectedly emerged from the ground, slowly inching its way towards Feng Yao, scrutinizing him closely. How did this human come to be here? He appears gravely injured. I certainly hope he does not perish here, for that would invite more unwanted visitors. As it spoke, the slug moved its body to crawl onto Feng Yao, emanating a gentle energy that infused into him. The fatigue and injuries plaguing Feng Yao began to mend swiftly, and he slipped into a long dream, one in which he became the most powerful in the ninja world, found his way to Earth, and returned to Huaxia to live joyously with his parents. Well, did I faint? Feng Yao awoke from his slumber, tears still glistening in the corners of his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings, astonished to find that his wounds and weariness had vanished without a trace, though he was now beset by a tremendous side effect. Indeed, he was ravenous. During his frantic escape, he had neglected his hunger. Now, having slept and healed, his stomach rumbled like thunder, reminding him that it was time to eat. Yes, the host fainted for 8 hours, and a slug healed your wounds. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao looked around but saw no sign of the slug. Nevertheless, he couldn't dwell on that now. Satisfying his hunger took precedence. Rising from the ground, he ventured deeper into the woods, indiscriminately grabbing whatever edible foliage he encountered, lettuce, lily bulbs, and more, shoving them into his mouth without concern for cleanliness. This human is truly something. Saved him, and yet he steals my food. At this moment, Feng Yao remained blissfully unaware that he had unwittingly garnered a poor review from the slug sage, as he continued to feast heartily while searching for the sage's traces. System, having completed my task, I should have another chance at a lottery, right? What might I draw? As he chewed on his food, he pondered, inwardly questioning the system. Frankly, given the system's limitations on ninjutsu, it likely wouldn't grant him any jutsu. After all, the system could directly impart mastery over them. The lottery system could bestow upon the host abilities or items from other realms, perhaps a formidable ultimate technique or, conversely, a mere toothbrush. The emotionless voice of the system conveyed this information to Feng Yao, causing him to choke slightly on his food. He had always been unlucky with lotteries, consistently landing on the lowest tier when playing games in Huaxia. In the world of Naruto, he had drawn ninjutsu that were utterly unusable, and the tasks assigned by the system were often bizarre and involved formidable challenges. Feng Yao had grown fearful of the lottery. I feel like I don't even need to draw. You'll probably just give me a toothbrush. Feng Yao said, somewhat exasperated. Very well. Then the host shall receive a toothbrush. Wait. No, I was joking. Draw, I must draw. Feng Yao's mood shifted as quickly as the turning of a page. Though uncertain of what he might receive, one must always hold on to dreams. Otherwise, what distinguishes them from a salted fish? All right. Commencing the reward draw for the host from the myriad realms. Feng Yao swallowed nervously, and within 2 minutes, the voice of the system resonated once again. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Navy's 6 styles. Would you like to learn them? The Navy? If I learn them, will I be able to use them? After experiencing the system's unreliable nature, Feng Yao was now apprehensive. The 6 styles, guns, gale step, shave, paper drawing, moonwalk, and iron block, are collectively known in the world of One Piece as a form of physical technique that transcends the limits of human capability. Rest assured, host. This system is restricted to ninjutsu and physical techniques within the Naruto world. The physical technique obtained through the lottery is applicable here, so you may utilize it. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao let out a long sigh of relief and waved his hand decisively. Learn? Why not? A torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, causing a slight headache. However, shortly after, Feng Yao realized he had mastered the Navy's 6 styles and could wield them with ease. This unreliable system. Why didn't you give this to me sooner? Did I really have to suffer such a beating? If the host cannot even handle previous circumstances, then the host can only be considered an ordinary individual. Even with assistance from this system, an ordinary person cannot become the destined child of fate who transcends this world. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao fell silent. Indeed, his current strength was insignificant compared to the later protagonists who wielded immense power. If he did not grow quickly, he could only watch their backs. With a burst of energy, Feng Yao activated the moonwalk, rapidly increasing his speed. This technique allowed him to enhance his movement speed and alter his trajectory while descending through the air. Utilizing it, Feng Yao searched for the location of the wet bone forest on the mountainside. After running for approximately half an hour, he discovered a bamboo grove. No, it was more accurately a forest of bones. Surrounding him were not only a few scattered bamboo stalks, but also massive bones rising from the ground, along with numerous animal carcasses. On a large bone tablet, the words "wet bone forest" were inscribed. The bones here were pristine white, exuding an eerie cleanliness, which sent a shiver down Feng Yao's spine. He ventured inside, but there were no signs of the slug that had healed him. Curiously, he inquired, System, did you not see where the slug that healed me is gone? It has integrated into the ground, specific location unknown. Silently cursing the system's irresponsibility, Feng Yao had no choice but to devise his own plan. Slug Elder, I am Feng Yao, a ninja from Konoha. I know you saved me. Could you please show yourself so that I may personally express my gratitude? His voice echoed through the forest, yet no one responded. Feng Yao could only sit down, continuing to study the Navy's 6 styles while he waited. After a long time, a voice resonated from all directions. Now that you are unharmed, you should leave quickly. This is not a place for you. Do not speak carelessly upon your exit. What the heck? System, you said I had a chance here. And now they want me to leave? How reliable are you? Really? The host remains composed, understanding that opportunities must be seized through one's own efforts. The medical tome is bestowed upon you. It is up to you to strive for its knowledge. Suddenly, something heavy appeared in Feng Yao's embrace. Upon inspection, it revealed itself to be the compendium of Eastern medicine. This left Feng Yao utterly perplexed. What could this mean? The slug sage excels in medical ninjutsu and healing arts. And this compendium represents the culmination of thousands of years of wisdom from Huaxia, presenting an allure that is unimaginable to those versed in medicine. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao grasped the situation. The slug sage had never made an appearance in Naruto, and his understanding of it was minimal. Yet, among the three great summoning beasts, the slug indeed specializes in healing. Great slug, I am aware of your mastery in the healing arts. I possess a medical book, a crystallization of knowledge from a powerful nation spanning millennia, and I wish to propose a transaction with you. As these words left his lips, the ground before him began to writhe, eventually giving rise to a slug of adult size. A medical tome passed down for thousands of years? I do not believe any nation in the world boasts such a legacy. With the creature now before him, Feng Yao smiled faintly. Its emergence signified hope as he extended the book forward. The great slug immediately recognized its significance. The slug, using its soft, sticky body, accepted the book and began to peruse its pages with an initially cautious demeanor, which soon transformed into growing enthusiasm and excitement. Is it truly possible to achieve this level without relying on medical ninjutsu? This is astonishing. Are such herbs found in this world? Noticing that the slug sage seemed captivated by the compendium of Eastern medicine, Feng Yao cleared his throat and, with a measured pace, reclaimed the book from the slug's grasp, putting forth a slight struggle. May I have another look? Great slug, this book was intended for you, but I have a modest request. I wish to learn the sage art of the wet-bone forest and become a sage. Feng Yao waved the book enticingly before the slug while slyly voicing his demand. The slug paused momentarily upon hearing this. Feng Yao frowned. What is the matter? Is that not permissible? Then this book can only. It's not that it cannot be done. Rather, learning sage techniques is perilous, and your chakra is evidently insufficient. You may be directly assimilated by nature itself. At this revelation, Feng Yao felt as if he had turned to stone. Indeed, while he had enhanced his chakra through the system's assistance, he still possessed less than half of Naruto's chakra and was currently unable to withstand the onslaught of natural energy. Just as he found himself in a dilemma, a notification chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a time-limited reward task, granting you an advanced reward, triple chakra. Task requirement: Master Sage Mode within 1 week. The message continued. As one capable of contending with the protagonist, how could you be underestimated by a mere slug? Go and astonish the sages. Such a fortunate turn of events. Are you still the system I know, or have you undergone a transformation? To question the host is to question this system. Please complete the task promptly. After Feng Yao's chakra surged dramatically within him, he swiftly met the minimum requirements for training in Sage Mode. The slug opposite him was astonished, curious about the sudden escalation of his chakra. Encountering their questioning gaze, he cleared his throat and said, Actually, I was just concealing my true strength. This is the authentic amount of my chakra, and I believe it should suffice for training in Sage Mode. Indeed, that is the case. However, I must caution you that practicing Sage Mode is exceedingly perilous. Are you truly certain you wish to proceed? Yes, I am certain. I appreciate your assistance, esteemed Lord Slug. With that, he presented the book, which the slug accepted readily, guiding Feng Yao into the wet-bone forest. As they walked, the slug inquired, Since you aspire to learn Sage Mode, do you understand what sage techniques are? Listening to the slug's question, Feng Yao responded fluently. Sage techniques involve absorbing natural energy and creating sage chakra in a specific ratio, significantly enhancing one's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, correct? Precisely. For beginners wishing to experience the natural energy of my wet-bone forest, the best approach is to maintain absolute silence in a particular environment, cease all movement, and harmonize with nature. I shall take you to the sanctuary of my wet-bone forest, where natural energy is most abundant. After walking for approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they arrived at a circular structure constructed from various bones, which appeared somewhat foreboding from the outside. This is a bone house fashioned from the remains of powerful summoning beasts that I have defeated. Inside, all external disturbances are eliminated. Neither light nor sound can penetrate, allowing you to fully immerse yourself in the experience of natural energy. Thank you, esteemed Lord Slug. May I try now? Feng Yao could hardly contain his eagerness, driven by his desire to master Sage Mode and the limited time he had. Upon receiving the slug's consent, he stepped inside the house. Upon closing the door, Feng Yao was immediately enveloped in an overwhelming silence. In this pitch-black, enclosed space, he could almost distinctly feel the flow of his blood and the rhythm of his heartbeat. Even the faintest sound of his breath reverberated infinitely. He settled down, his palms already beginning to sweat. The oppressive quietude became an immense psychological torment, and he endeavored to attune himself to the energy. However, within minutes, he was rendered restless by the relentless pounding of his heart and the sound of his breathing. He even contemplated the drastic act of extracting his heart or silencing his throat to quell the noise. Just as Feng Yao teetered on the brink of despair, the door swung open, allowing light to pour in. Ha, ha, ha. Lord Slug. At that moment, Feng Yao's eyes were bloodshot, his appearance akin to one just pulled from water. You should step outside for now. Such matters cannot be accomplished in a single attempt. The slug assisted Feng Yao in emerging from the confines of the room. To be candid, Feng Yao's temperament, honed through rigorous training, was commendable. His mental fortitude was undoubtedly exceptional. His previous encounters demonstrated his ability to remain composed under pressure. Yet, within this chamber, he succumbed to despair in a mere instant, a feat that would likely overwhelm those of lesser resolve. Beyond the intricate design of the room itself, it was imbued with an aura that incited anxiety and unrest. Only by maintaining inner tranquility and mental stability in such an environment could one hope to sense the natural energies of the wet-bone forest. This encapsulates the cultivation method of the immortal mode within the wet-bone forest. Once outside, Feng Yao slumped down and inquired of the nearby slug sage. How long was I inside? While within the chamber, Feng Yao could not discern the passage of time, feeling utterly disoriented. Approximately 10 minutes, the slug sage replied. This is quite impressive, even exceeding my expectations. It appears you possess more talent than I initially surmised. Just 10 minutes? I felt as if a century had passed. How long must one endure to truly perceive the natural energies? My estimation is that you must remain conscious within the chamber for an entire day. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao sprang to his feet and charged back into the room without a second glance. A day? I only have a week. I've barely managed 10 minutes. If I don't push myself, I might not survive. The slug sage observed as Feng Yao dashed back into the room, and after another 10 minutes, he retrieved him once more. How was it? Did you last long? Feng Yao emerged looking as disheveled as before. I lasted approximately 10 more seconds. Thus, after a brief respite, Feng Yao plunged back inside, repeating the cycle. Keep it up. You've already managed 20 minutes. The slug sage encouraged, munching on a leaf while gazing at Feng Yao, whose eyes were bloodshot with fatigue. You're nearing an hour now. Have you practiced the immortal mode before? Are you perhaps a spirit beast? How could you endure 3 hours in the bone chamber after just 2 days? The slug sage remarked while pulling Feng Yao out, his astonishment evident. This far exceeded the slug sage's expectations. As dusk fell, Feng Yao was utterly drained. His training over the past 2 days had been extensive, with only an hour of sleep each night, resulting in pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? You won't die from poor cultivation. This level of effort might truly lead to your demise, the slug sage said, offering a leafy snack. Feng Yao silently reflected. Neglecting cultivation could indeed lead to death. Given his current pace, completing his training within a week seemed impossible. Damn it, system. I knew you had ulterior motives, always scheming against me. You suddenly enhance my chakra. I don't care. Extend the time. The host seems to be talking in their sleep. The system's tasks are always absolute, if the host cannot accomplish them. I must adhere to the rules. I understand. Is it merely obliteration? Could you not offer something more novel? Thus, Feng Yao finds himself once again seeking the assistance of the slug sage. Great slug, my time is limited. Is there a shortcut that could expedite my cultivation? The slug furrowed its brow upon hearing this. To be honest, it initially intended for Feng Yao to face the challenge and retreat. However, witnessing Feng Yao's remarkable talent and relentless effort, it now genuinely wishes to impart the wet bone forest techniques to him. Do not pursue shortcuts. The dangers are exceedingly great. If you take the easy path, the risks you face will increase tenfold. With your talent, you could master the sage mode in less than a month. Why rush? The slug earnestly advised. Feng Yao could only smile bitterly, fully aware that the sage's intentions were for his benefit, yet he had pressing concerns. Great slug, I beseech you. I must accelerate my cultivation. I cannot adequately express the gravity of my situation. It is a matter of life and death. Is it truly that dire? Well, please, wait a moment. After pondering for a while, the slug seemed to reach a decision. Suddenly, the entire wet bone forest, or rather the entire mountain, began to tremble violently, with countless stones and earth cascading down. A colossal slug, magnified countless times, emerged from the mountainside. More accurately, the entire mountain was built upon this slug, which was the true form of the slug sage. What had been summoned by Tsunade and Sakura were merely fragments of the slug sage's essence. At this moment, Feng Yao truly felt the sage's power. The natural energy exuded with every gesture could lift mountains. Feng Yao, come here, to my head. The slug sage's presence evoked an irresistible sensation, and Feng Yao obediently approached. The slug sage then expelled a viscous substance onto the ground, which did not appear to be corrosive. This is the slime from within me. Unlike ordinary slime, it is part of what absorbs and condenses natural abilities. Once you apply it to your body, you can sense and gather natural energy, thereby attempting to control it. Slime. Is it? Thank you, great slug. To be honest, Feng Yao felt a twinge of hesitation regarding the slime. But for the sake of his mission and to unlock Sage Mode, he was willing to take the plunge. After collecting the slime, he hurried back to the bone house. But this time the slug sage sent a clone to accompany him, to prevent Feng Yao from being assimilated by the natural energy. The clone would absorb the excess energy, if necessary. Upon his first attempt to apply the slime, Feng Yao sensed a powerful external energy surrounding him, which, under guidance, began to integrate into his being. He quickly activated his spiritual and physical energies in an effort to merge with this external natural energy. However, the initial wave dispersed him, overwhelming him with a flood of natural energy. His eyes shrank to mere slits, two fleshy orbs protruded from his head, and his body seemed to diminish slightly. Beside him, a slug leapt onto his form, writhing as it absorbed the natural energy within Feng Yao. Gradually, Feng Yao returned to his normal state, touching the skin that the slug sage had reddened, when a thought suddenly struck him. Slug sage, allow me to absorb some natural energy first. Then you can extract part of it. Don't absorb it all. Let me attempt to merge the remaining energy. Ah, that method is indeed viable. Let us give it a try. The sage replied. The pair, one human and one slug, remained in that dark chamber for 3 days and nights, scarcely taking breaks to eat or rest. I feel I am on the brink of success. The previous fusion of natural energy was almost complete. Indeed, I never anticipated you would master it in such a short time. If only the one who made a pact with me possessed your talent, the slug remarked. Oh, what happened to her? During her first entry into the bone house, she was quite agitated and erupted in fury within a minute, even smashing my bone house in her haste to escape. The slug sage was undoubtedly referring to Tsunade, though a medical ninja. Tsunade was an uncompromising woman of strength and had a fiery temperament. Remaining in such a tranquil environment was undoubtedly a great torment for her. It was no wonder she could not cultivate the sage mode of the wet bone forest. On the 6th day of his training within the bone house, a subtle yet powerful aura emanated from within, and with a resounding bang, the door burst open. A figure appeared, swinging a fist that shattered the massive bones standing in the distance. A boy with snow-white hair and faint blue eyes, his irises a vibrant cherry red, stood atop the boulder. It was Feng Yao, now in sage mode. In this form, Feng Yao's appearance transformed significantly. His eyes, eyelids, and even his hair turned white. Upon entering sage mode, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, a force he needed to release. Satisfied with the display before him, he beamed with pride. Ah, what have you done? Could you not simply open the door properly? My bone house. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao's previously imposing demeanor crumbled in an instant. Cough, cough. Slug sage, please do not be angry. I will repair it. I was merely too excited, he stammered. Upon hearing his apology, the slug sage's expression softened considerably. Though it was not genuine anger, it was a source of joy to see Feng Yao mastering the sage mode of the wet bone forest. Seated on the ground, Feng Yao patiently attuned himself to the capabilities endowed by his sage mode. In this state, his mental acuity was remarkably heightened, allowing him to remain composed even amidst complexity or extreme circumstances. Moreover, the sage state enhanced his physical vitality, agility, and defense, while also enabling him to extend his sensory range, allowing him to perceive the essence of the slug sage beneath him, an ability he had previously lacked. The most crucial aspect lies in the process of harnessing natural energy. The sage mode of Myobokuzen requires practitioners to remain still for a duration to gather this energy, whereas the sage mode of Sure Bone Forest necessitates a more prolonged period for accumulation. According to the slug sage, proficiency will eventually shorten this duration. However, it compensates with its extended duration. Myobokuzen S sage mode lasts approximately 5 minutes, while Naruto, utilizing shadow clones to gather chakra, manages a decent endurance. Yet his own Sage mode can persist for at least 20 minutes. In this regard, the combat endurance of the Surebone Forest Sage mode is undoubtedly superior. Moreover, I have finally begun to grasp the formidable nature of the system. When I employ chakra, it undergoes a transformation in accordance with the Sage techniques I intend to use. I have now mastered and can utilize all the Sage techniques that have appeared in the Naruto series. I position my hands to form the necessary hand seals. Sage Art, Yin Release, Lightning Style. This technique is one of the Yin-Yang release arts within Naruto, and under the enhancement of Sage Chakra, it wields terrifying power. With my hands, I unleashed black lightning to strike my foes. The dark lightning shattered the few remaining colossal bones in the vicinity, prompting even the slug sage behind me to silently marvel at the might of this technique. Feeling unsatisfied after testing one technique, I yearned to experiment with another Sage Art. Sage Art, White Surge Technique. I inflated my abdomen, and from my mouth, I conjured an illusory dragon. The dragon's claws clutched a luminous orb, which erupted with a brilliant light. This technique can deprive others of their 5 senses through vibrations, impairing their auditory and visual faculties. However, immediately after casting it, I realized that I had inadvertently blinded myself with my own Sage Art. Fortunately, it was merely a minor injury to my cornea, and the slug sage could assist in healing. As I dispelled Sage mode and obediently sat down for treatment, I found myself cursing internally. Damn it! This system is indeed a cheap trick, causing friendly fire with my own techniques. This issue stems from my own folly, unrelated to the system. Such techniques require the user to possess certain conditions, and the system merely facilitates the use of all Sage techniques without alleviating their side effects. Rendered speechless, I recognized that I had indeed become overly elated. When the character Orochimaru utilized this technique, he obscured the blinding light with a snake's cornea. Yet, I possess no such cornea of a snake. Why didn't you warn me earlier? I assumed the host would realize. My apologies. I overestimated your intelligence. The system's infuriating tone only exacerbated my frustration. Nevertheless, I took solace in the fact that I had succeeded, gaining a means of survival and strength within this ninja world. Chapter 6. 2 Tasks. Subduing Zabuza for a while, Feng Yao enjoyed a rather pleasant time in the Wetbone Forest, where he would often express his grievances about the system while continuing to familiarize himself with the application of Sage mode. He also relished the opportunity to listen to Sage Slug's profound insights on the Eastern Medical Compendium. A bond of friendship developed between them, and initially, the Sage Slug intended to establish a blood contract with Feng Yao. However, Feng Yao tactfully declined, as having a troublesome system meant that even if he were to enter into a contract, he still could not utilize any summoning techniques. Host, I just heard you disparaging this system, the voice interjected. Cough, how could that be? I was merely praising you, he replied. After a brief silence, a sense of foreboding washed over Feng Yao. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new task, Revenge on Konoha. Time limit, 6 months. Task requirement. As a rogue ninja from Konoha, you must exact revenge within the stipulated time. Rewards will be based on the extent of damage inflicted upon Konoha. Slogan. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Become the Avenger. Young one, are you out of your mind? Public vendetta? This task seems like it was concocted just for me. Attacking Konoha? Do you take me for pain? I refused to comply. This time, Feng Yao stood his ground, determined to confront this wretched system head-on. After all, he was now a sage, and a man of honor could not languish in subservience. Congratulations, host. You have triggered another task. Build a faction. Task requirement. A powerful transcender must not only possess personal strength but also gather subordinates. Please recruit 3 elite shinobi of Jonin rank or higher to serve you. Time limit, 6 months. Task reward, Youth Elixir. Slogan, commence your own legendary tale in this mighty world, young one. Oh, dear system, must you be so harsh? Is it not enough that I must complete these tasks? Please complete the tasks promptly or face immediate obliteration. The system's voice returned to its usual merciless tone, leaving Feng Yao feeling utterly speechless, burdened with the frustration of having to recruit Jonin-level shinobi. Did the system expect him to scour every ninja village for talents? Listen, system. While I can somewhat comprehend this task, the reward is utterly lackluster. To gather 3 Jonin and all I receive is a mere youth elixir? Host. As a future leader of a faction, your appearance matters. If you are deemed unattractive, others will mock you. Thus, the youth elixir is essential. I sense an insult in your words, yet I have no proof. As the two engaged in their back and forth, Sage Slug approached with a meal for Feng Yao. An audacious idea suddenly struck him, and he walked over, lifting the petite Sage Slug into his arms. Sage Slug, I would like to ask you for a favor. What is it? Have you injured yourself while practicing sage techniques? Let us set that aside for now. I wish to establish my own faction and would like to invite you to be the first member. Feng Yao spoke with a serious tone, asserting that the slug sage undoubtedly surpassed the strength of a Nin, having lived for over 1,000 years, possessing not only formidable power but also extensive experience. To join your faction? Would it not suffice to establish a blood contract with me directly? This way, I could assist you whenever you might need it. Well, this is somewhat complex. I am unable to sign a contract. Moreover, my intention in inviting you to my faction is merely to have your name associated with it, without any obligations. I see, you truly are the most peculiar ninja I have encountered. If it is merely this, then I agree. Yes. Securing the first Nin seemed not overly challenging. However, the next two Nin would require careful persuasion, and the matter of avenging Konoha would need to be deliberated further, as Feng Yao did not wish to act too ruthlessly, his parents residing in Konoha. System. What is the acceptable damage level for this first task? At least 10%. This figure was tolerable. Considering he had been pursued by those three Umbu operatives for an entire day, a minor act of revenge seemed justifiable. Feng Yao pondered the time he had spent in the world of Hokage and suddenly recalled a location that might enable him to recruit the other two Nin-level ninjas. However, it was still quite distant, necessitating swift action. The following day, Feng Yao bid farewell to the slug sage, with whom he had shared more than a week, and set forth in sage mode, moving swiftly with the aid of moonwalk. During his journey, he traversed the land of rice. This small nation bordered Konoha and initially had no ninjas, but later, Orochimaru bribed the land's daimyo to establish the Sound Ninja Village, which became his base of operations. Feng Yao had contemplated whether he could recruit Orochimaru as an ally, but upon further reflection, he dismissed the idea. Orochimaru was far too perilous a figure. At present, he commanded not only the Sound Five but also wielded the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei and was a ninja comparable to a Kage. If Feng Yao were to foolishly approach him with an offer of servitude, he would likely end up as a specimen in Orochimaru's collection. Days later, Feng Yao found himself on a narrow path, quietly concealing himself. This was the essential route to the Land of Waves. His objective on this occasion was to locate the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi from the Hidden Mist Village, a figure undeniably at the Nin level. Alongside him was Haku, who not only possessed the ability to perform hand seals single-handedly, but was also a wielder of a bloodline limit. Zabuza had once claimed that even he might struggle against Haku. Feng Yao assessed that he had arrived a bit too early at this moment. Kakashi's team had yet to encounter Zabuza. Thus, he opted to rest in the trees for a while. The mission at hand was to eliminate the bridge builder Tazuna, who was rumored to have hired Konoha's ninjas for protection. What kind of ninja could a destitute nation like that afford? The two ninjas who spoke bore the forehead protectors that symbolized the Hidden Mist Village, their faces obscured by masks, giving them a sinister appearance. This must be the first wave of assassins targeting Kakashi's team, known as the Ghost Brothers. They arrived at the ambush site ahead of schedule, preparing to lie in wait. Gentlemen, might I request your assistance? What manner of person are you? Upon hearing a voice nearby, the two ninjas from the village hidden in the mist quickly assumed a combat stance, one of them hurling a kunai towards the source of the sound. However, it was evidently ineffective, as Feng Yao evaded the attack with a swift moon step, landing directly before them. The Ghost Brothers, skilled in synchronized assassination, found joy rather than alarm in Feng Yao's close proximity. They unfurled the chain weapons on their arms, intending to eliminate him immediately. Yet, Feng Yao remained unperturbed, softly uttering two words, iron block. This technique, part of the 6 styles, allows one to fortify their body with strength, rendering it as unyielding as steel. The chains posed no threat to him. Activating iron block, he seized the chains surrounding him and forcefully yanked, destabilizing the two assassins, who attempted to break free. However, Feng Yao was not so easily thwarted. He swiftly tossed each of them aside, sending them crashing into a nearby tree. He approached them slowly, saying, "Do not be agitated. I merely seek to ask you something." Water release, mist shadow technique. The Ghost Brothers, realizing they were outmatched, immediately resorted to the mist shadow technique to retreat. Yet, as the thick fog enveloped them, it seemed to have no effect on Feng Yao, who charged into the mist and dispatched the two brothers with precise kicks. Having cultivated his sage mode in the Wetbone Forest, Feng Yao's sensory abilities had significantly enhanced. Even without activating sage mode, he could pinpoint the Ghost Brothers' locations within the fog. He seized one of the mist ninjas by the collar. I require information from you. Provide it, and you may live. You are the ninja from Konoha tasked with protecting Tazuna, aren't you? I never imagined Tazuna could afford a ninja of your caliber, but I shall divulge nothing. The mist ninja struggled, casting a venomous glare at Feng Yao. Very well, then you shall meet your demise. With that, Feng Yao executed a gale foot technique, slicing one of the brothers in half. Gale foot, also one of the 6 styles, does not inflict damage through physical strikes but instead employs high-speed kicks to create vacuum blades that assault the enemy. This marked Feng Yao's first kill. A moment of profound gravity, yet he was no longer the trembling weakling who once wielded a kunai. To confront such desperate men, he had to be ruthless, instilling fear in them. Please, do not kill me. I will tell you what you wish to know. The remaining brother, witnessing the gruesome fate of his companion, was struck with terror, eager to divulge all. Had you acted sooner, this could have been avoided. I wish to know the whereabouts of Zabuza Momochi. You serve under him. Do you not? Yes. He is located a few kilometers north of here, along the central road. I can guide you there. Just spare my life. Feng Yao gazed toward the north, pondering. North, you say? No need to lead me, for I do not trust you. Without waiting for a response, he swiftly delivered a fierce kick that cleaved through his opponent's chest, sending the unfortunate soul on his final journey. Though the man's eyes betrayed a semblance of panic, he frequently glanced at the lifeless body of his comrade, and subtle movements could be sensed behind him. You lack integrity, he murmured, blood spilling from his lips, and within mere seconds, he took his last breath. Feng Yao approached and turned the body over. The figure behind him clutched an explosive tag, evidently intending to take Feng Yao down with him when his attention waned. However, Feng Yao acted decisively upon hearing the commotion, leaving his adversary no time to activate it. How does the host feel about his first kill? The world of ninjas is indeed brutal. Once an enemy is identified, one must fight with the resolve of certain death. Yet, I find myself in the same predicament now. It is preferable for the host to think this way. If you continue to show mercy and hesitate to strike, you will be unable to fulfill the subsequent tasks assigned by this system. You dare to complain? Each task has been a pitiful endeavor. Can't you be more professional? After cleaning up the scene and confiscating the gear of the 2 men, he hastily disposed of their bodies before setting off to find Zabuza. Meanwhile, Kakashi's team was making their way toward this location, but the Ghost Brothers had already been eliminated, ensuring that Naruto and his companions would not encounter them. Feng Yao arrived at a wooden cabin resembling a spinning top, Zabuza's hideout. The information provided by the Ghost Brother proved accurate. Dealing with Zabuza required a far more strategic approach than with the Ghost Brother. Thus, Feng Yao activated Sage Mode a short distance from the cabin, his white hair and blue eye shadow reappearing. In this heightened state, his sensory perception intensified, allowing him to discern the precise number of individuals within the house. He stealthily climbed onto the rooftop, eavesdropping on the conversation inside. Mr. Zabuza, it appears that we must exercise caution regarding our client. Kato is known to frequently hire rogue ninjas, only to eliminate them afterward, a voice remarked. Humph, does he not know who I am? I am the illustrious Mist Demon, Zabuza Momochi. If he dares to play tricks on me, I shall simply snap his neck, Zabuza retorted, engaged in dialogue with Haku. Their current client was none other than the exceedingly wealthy Kato, but unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with Kakashi's team. Zabuza's assassination mission had once again failed. As rogue ninjas, they were perpetually adrift, and Feng Yao intended to recruit these 2 for his own purposes. Just as he prepared to enter, a sudden chill enveloped him from behind, and a colossal sword, towering twice his height, landed precisely where he had been crouched. Quite perceptive, I see. No wonder the Ghost Brothers fell to you. Who are you? How do you know? Humph. It seems I have been outmaneuvered by those 2 fools. Those who venture out to execute missions must also consider the possibility of being captured. The Ghost Brothers did not deceive you. However, there were indeed surveillance tools along the way. Had I not been forewarned, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to detect your presence. As I gazed upon the veiled figure of Zabuza Momochi, my heart swelled with satisfaction at the prospect of having him as a subordinate. The figure within the room was merely a water clone intended to deceive me. While the true Zabuza sought to employ a silent assassination technique to eliminate me in one fell swoop, alas, he met with failure. I arrived here not with malice, but with sincerity. My name is Feng Yao, and I extend a genuine invitation for you to join my faction. Haha. Judging by your appearance, you seem but a fledgling. Yet you wish for the esteemed Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, to serve you. Zabuza, upon hearing Feng Yao's words, was enraged to the point of laughter, raising his executioner's blade to strike at Feng Yao. However, in his sage mode, Feng Yao's strength had multiplied exponentially, enabling him to effortlessly catch the blade with a single hand. He simultaneously executed the finger pistol technique, which, when utilized in sage mode, significantly amplified its potency. Gathering his entire strength into his index finger, he released a strike with the swiftness of lightning, easily shattering the blade. Upon witnessing his formidable executioner's blade, which had achieved countless victories, fail to withstand a mere finger jab, Zabuza was taken aback by the power of this technique and began to retreat. Utilizing the hidden mist technique, Zabuza's fog was far superior to that of his fellow ninjas, quickly enveloping the area in a dense shroud. Yet, Zabuza did not intend to flee. Rather, he sought an opportunity within the mist. However, Feng Yao had no intention of prolonging this encounter, as his sage mode had a limited duration. Employing the sage art, transmigration of the inorganic, Feng Yao activated a jutsu that bestowed life upon inanimate objects, controlling them at will. The stones beneath began to twist and morph, rapidly piercing through the mist. A potent scent of blood permeated the air. Zabuza. At that moment, Haku's eyes ignited with a fierce murderous intent, charging towards Feng Yao and hurling silver needles aimed at vital points. Yet, Feng Yao evaded each attack with the moonwalk technique, as Haku seemed to lose all reason and engaged Feng Yao in close combat, neglecting even his bloodline limit. The outcome was inevitable. Feng Yao fortified his defenses with an iron block, enduring Haku's strike before swiftly locking his grip around Haku's neck. I shall not kill him. But should you continue to act recklessly, I cannot guarantee his safety. As the mist gradually dissipated, Zabuza found his hands and left foot ensnared by stone pillars born of the transmigration technique, rendering him immobile. Yet, his eyes burned with an even greater desire for vengeance. You have lost, Zabuza. Contemplate my earlier proposition carefully. Humph. Then just kill me. I shall never submit to your will. Oh, are you quite certain? As he spoke, Feng Yao tightened his grip, causing Haku to struggle for breath. You wouldn't dare use Haku to threaten me, for he is merely a tool in my possession. Should I perish, he becomes worthless. Do you truly believe I would acquiesce to your demands for him? Forgive me, Zabuza. Sir, considering the unwavering loyalty of your subordinate, do you not think it prudent to reconsider? He just recklessly charged towards me to save your life, disregarding his own safety. Does that not strike you as excessively cruel? Feng Yao is acutely aware of the bond between Bai and Zai Bujan. Although Zai Bujan appears cold-hearted, he is not devoid of emotion. He has shed tears for Bai. Coupled with my own eloquence akin to Naruto's, I thought this matter was settled. Ninjas, in essence, are mere tools. What I value is his lineage, not the individual himself. Should you wish to kill him, then proceed. Hold on, your reaction is not as expected. My approach should have been flawless, yet Zai Bujan shows no response. How did Naruto manage this? Feng Yao internally berated himself. Host, you are merely an ordinary person. Without the halo of a protagonist, your words are meaningless. Feng Yao locked eyes with Zai Bujan for a prolonged moment before finally relenting and releasing Bai, simultaneously lifting the restrictions of the inorganic reincarnation. Cough, cough, Zai Bujan. Sir, the moment Bai was freed from his bindings, he rushed to Zai Bujan's side to support him, while Zai Bujan fixed a piercing gaze upon Feng Yao. What does this mean? Do you really believe that sparing my life would make me your subordinate? That is a naive assumption. My only intention would be to find a way to kill you. I am aware of this, yet you cannot kill me. How about we strike a deal? Given the current circumstances, Feng Yao understood that fully subduing Zai Bujan was temporarily unattainable, thus he could only take a step back. What sort of deal? Pray, enlighten me. I know you are a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, having assassinated the 4th Mizukage due to discontent with the village's tyranny. I can assist you in avenging yourself and help you return to your homeland. You have seen my strength. I am capable of fulfilling this promise. Upon hearing this, Zai Bujan fell silent. After his assassination attempt failed, he fled the village and became a rogue ninja, yearning to return for many years. The prospect of reclaiming that nation is enticing. This young boy, despite his bravado, possesses formidable power, at least beyond my own means to conquer. What are your terms? Quite simple. Serve as my subordinate for a year. During this time, you will enjoy ample freedom, provided you assist me when needed. After 1 year, we shall part ways without further entanglements. Zai Buzhan fell into contemplation. The terms were evidently lenient. A year of service could grant him the opportunity to return to the Mist Village, a bargain too advantageous to dismiss. Very well, I accept your offer. It is settled then. Rest assured, you shall find great fortune in the choice you have made today. However, Zai Buzhan chose to ignore him, instead returning to the house supported by Bai. Feng Yao followed them inside, where several rogue ninjas from the mist, loyal to Zai Buzhan, were present. Congratulations, host, for accomplishing the task, to establish your own faction. Reward, 1 beauty elixir. Would you like to use it now? Utilize it, and allow me to witness its remarkable capabilities. Should the results prove unsatisfactory, I shall provide a negative review. The system does not accommodate any evaluations or criticisms. Upon initiating use, Feng Yao felt as though the very bones and muscles of his face had acquired a newfound vitality, constantly shifting in position. Unconsciously, he covered his face. The ninjas nearby were equally bewildered, unsure of what transpired. However, at the moment Feng Yao lowered his hand from his visage, a fleeting moment of blankness enveloped their minds. Accompanied by a singular thought, such extraordinary beauty exists in this world. Feng Yao's features appeared as though sculpted by the most exquisite artisan. His facial contours more intricate than the finest screws. There was an innate, effortless elegance about him. Had such a visage belonged to a woman, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for nations. Particularly striking were his deep azure eyes, which evoked a sense of warmth and familiarity among those present. What has happened to your face? It is markedly different, one remarked. Even Zabuza took a few deep breaths, astonished by the transformation, and found an unexpected sense of kinship while gazing into Feng Yao's eyes. Yet, Zabuza, not one to be easily ruffled, quickly regained his composure. What is wrong with my face? Has it changed so drastically? Feng Yao felt uneasy under the astonished and admiring gazes of those around him, all men, looking at him with a desire that was more discomforting than battling Zabuza. Zabuza tossed him a mirror. Take a look for yourself. Initially, Feng Yao thought the onlookers were merely a bunch of starved deviants, overly excited by a man's appearance. However, upon gazing into the mirror, he too was taken aback. His reflection was worlds apart from his previous self. It surpassed the capabilities of any cosmetic surgery by 1,000-fold, for such transformations could never evoke such an effortless charm. Even he felt a surge of impulse upon viewing this new face. Goodness, system, your elixir is astonishing. You truly missed an opportunity by not selecting a plastic surgeon as your host. This system guarantees nothing less than excellence. After a brief silence, Feng Yao returned the mirror and requested a mask from Bai, not wishing to be subjected to the lingering gazes of these men. Once adorned with the mask, the intensity of their stares diminished significantly. It seems you harbor quite a few secrets. My interest in our arrangement continues to grow, Zabuza remarked darkly. Having never witnessed such a rapid and profound transformation in anyone's appearance, especially one that was not an illusion, the greater Feng Yao's strength, the more beneficial he would be to the future assault on the Mist Village, though such power also warranted caution. Feng Yao cleared his throat. This is merely a trifle. Do not place too much emphasis on it. Zabuza cast a glance at his trusted subordinates and issued his command. From this day forth, this individual shall be our new leader. Whatever orders he gives, you are to fulfill without question. Feng Yao nodded at the crowd in acknowledgement. At that moment, an enraged voice suddenly echoed from outside, directed at Zabuza Momochi. You useless fool, I paid a hefty sum to enlist your services. Yet your two inept subordinates have failed to engage anyone, and now someone has dealt with them. They've already reached the bridge. How do you intend to explain this? Upon hearing this, Zabuza cast a glance towards the corner, where a certain individual nervously touched their nose, silently acknowledging, sending those two was an exercise in futility. It would have been better if I handled it myself. Zabuza swung his executioner's blade and warned, Kato, spare me your idle chatter. Next time, I shall take matters into my own hands, so do not trouble yourself. Kato, feeling the blade looming less than half a meter away, swallowed nervously. Originally, the blade should have reached Kato, but a portion of it had been interrupted by Fuyo. However, the executioner's blade possesses the ability to absorb the blood of others, utilizing the iron within to regenerate its edge, so there was no need for concern. Then I shall entrust this to you. Do not let any further mistakes occur. It seems there are formidable ninjas on the other side, and I see that you are injured. Will that pose a problem? Though slightly intimidated by Zabuza, Kato nonetheless voiced his concerns, not out of fear for Zabuza, but for the potential failure of the mission. Humph, you need not worry. Just prepare to collect their corpses. Zabuza replied ominously, before instructing Haku to expel several individuals. Upon Haku's return, noticing Zabuza's injuries, he expressed his worries. Mr. Zabuza, your wounds render you unfit for assassination duties. I believe it is unnecessary for you to act now. An assassin must strike with absolute certainty. Failure to do so would alert the target. And it is clear that you are not in peak condition. Do not fret. They are merely a few leaf ninjas. Come with me, Haku. Unbeknownst to Zabuza, the leaf ninja in question was none other than Kakashi Hatake, renowned as the copy ninja. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have been more cautious. However, Fuyo had no intention of informing him, preferring that Zabuza be thoroughly overwhelmed before he intervened, allowing him to seize the opportunity to enhance his own standing. As he pondered this, Zabuza suddenly turned to him. Leader, I must complete the task for my employer. Do you have any further instructions? Go ahead. I shall remain nearby for a while. I just heard you mention that they are leaf ninjas. You are a pillar of our organization and one of my most valued subordinates. Be exceedingly careful. Though he spoke with concern, Fuyo was well aware that Zabuza would likely be severely beaten this time. He planned to stealthily follow him. If his hard-won subordinate were to be eliminated, it would be a significant loss. Host, your concern is utterly hypocritical and nauseating. This system is on the verge of retching. Humph. Uncultured fool. This is called the art of subordination. Perhaps you should read more. It is evident that Feng Yao's leadership skills require refinement, as both Zaibujan and Bai regarded him with expressions of profound disdain. Next time, it would be prudent to refrain from uttering such repugnant words. Mr. Zaibujan, it appears we have made an erroneous choice, they remarked before departing, leaving Feng Yao alone, bewildered in the midst of the wind. Chapter 7. A reunion with Naruto. The might of sage arts on the other side. Kakashi's team swiftly reached the land of waves, unimpeded by the Ghost Brothers. Their mission was to safeguard the bridge builder, Tazuna, until the completion of the bridge, a task that should have been rated B or higher. However, Kadu, fearing that the completed bridge would threaten his financial interests, resorted to hiring formidable rogue ninjas like Zabuza to assassinate Tazuna. Unfortunately, the impoverished land of waves could hardly muster sufficient funds, forcing them to submit a C-rank request. Fortunately, it was Kakashi's team that arrived. Had it been an ordinary Chunin squad, the mission might have ended in failure. The scene shifted to Zabuza, who had now caught up with Kakashi's team. Observing his target and the nearby leaf ninjas, he concealed himself alongside Haku. As a professional assassin, he meticulously gathered ample intelligence before making a move. At that moment, Naruto suddenly furrowed his brow, seizing a kunai and flinging it toward the nearby underbrush. Over there, the sudden attack startled those around him, even causing Zabuza, who was hiding in the shadows, to think he had been revealed. In reality, Naruto's action was simply a display of bravado. However, inadvertently, Zabuza's presence was slightly exposed, and the perceptive Kakashi sensed that they were not alone. He exchanged glances with Naruto and Sasuke. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Sasuke slowly reached for his kunai, while Naruto remained oblivious to Kakashi's signal. Discovered, huh? Truly impressive, Kakashi. My apologies. Recognizing that further concealment was futile, Zabuza hurled his executioner's blade horizontally, targeting Tazuna. Not in peak condition, he wished to avoid a prolonged engagement with Kakashi, opting instead for a swift resolution before departing. Quick duck! As he spoke, he crouched to evade the executioner's blade, while Naruto and Tazuna were tackled to the ground by Sakura. Sasuke's reaction mirrored Kakashi's, executing a backward leap to evade the attack. With his initial strike thwarted, Zabuza pressed on, commanding Haku to join the fray. Haku, find an opportunity to kill Tazuna. I'll handle these leaf ninjas. Water style, hidden mist technique. Under the influence of Zabuza's jutsu, visibility rapidly diminished, plunging the situation into dire straits. Kakashi, having discerned the executioner's blade, realized that the rogue ninja before him was none other than Zabuza Momochi of the Mist. Yet, he had no time to ponder why a C-rank mission warranted such a formidable adversary. He needed to devise a strategy while simultaneously issuing combat orders to Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, position yourselves back-to-back and refrain from moving recklessly. This ninja is formidable. Protect Tazuna and remain wary of his companion. I will handle the rest. With that, Kakashi placed his right hand over his forehead protector, unveiling the Sharingan concealed beneath. The three tomo within his eye spun incessantly. Ah, the Sharingan truly inspires envy. The natural response that followed Zabuza was Feng Yao, whose presence significantly altered the dynamics of the confrontation between Kakashi and Zabuza. Firstly, Zabuza, already wounded, was far from his prime, making victory over Kakashi an increasingly daunting task. Moreover, this time, Haku had entered the battlefield early and had yet to meet Naruto. The system could indeed empower the host to master and wield the ocular techniques of the Sharingan, but it required the host to procure the corresponding eyes themselves. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao was momentarily taken aback, inwardly lamenting that the system was as treacherous as ever in the world of Naruto. The formidable Sharingan was possessed by various terrifying individuals, such as Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. Though he had mastered Sage Mode, he still stood little chance against such foes. There was no need to rush. After all, 6 months had yet to pass, and who knew what pitfalls this deceptive system would present. Meanwhile, the battle between Team Kakashi and Zabuza had escalated into a heated clash. Zabuza, already injured, found it increasingly difficult to withstand Kakashi, who had activated his Sharingan, and was swiftly defeated by a copied jutsu. On the other side, Haku, witnessing Zabuza's injuries, employed the ice release secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals, launching an assault on Naruto and Sasuke with Saban needles. However, this time, the outcome was markedly different. Sasuke evaded the attack with ease, while Naruto, having lost the training with the Ghost Brothers, found himself incapacitated and severely wounded, sensing the threat to his life, which triggered the nine tails within him to surge forth. Although he was merely in a tailless beast state, he was a force that Haku could not contend with, swiftly shattering Haku's technique. At that moment, Sasuke sensed Naruto's overwhelming nine tails aura, feeling a mixture of shock, jealousy, and desire. He craved power, and the once underestimated underdog had an astonishing strength dwelling within. Naruto, fueled by the unstable emotions of the nine tails, yearned to eliminate the one who had caused him harm, lowering his body and charging at Haku in an animalistic manner, intent on delivering a decisive blow. As Kakashi prepared to intervene in Naruto's rampaging state, a pale hand grasped Naruto's wrist. It belonged to a masked youth who chuckled softly, stating, "These two are my companions. May I request that you all cease hostilities for the moment?" Naruto, dismissing the words, let out a frustrated grunt, expressing his intent through action as he seized Feng Yao's left arm with his free hand, exerting tremendous force with his feet to the ground, attempting to hurl his opponent away. The ground beneath him yielded to Naruto's strength, creating 2 deep impressions, yet Feng Yao remained unyielding. Prior to their encounter, he had activated Sage Mode, rendering him impervious to Naruto's current tailless state. Realizing that Naruto was not receptive to his words, Feng Yao felt a sense of resignation. Placing a hand atop Naruto's head, he utilized his formidable mental power to compel Naruto back to lucidity. In that moment, Naruto was not entirely out of control. He was merely being guided by the emotions of the nine tails. Under Feng Yao's mental influence, he gradually regained his composure, and the tailed beast transformation subsided. Kakashi gazed in astonishment at the boy who appeared to be of a similar age to Naruto, though obscured by a mask. It was evident that he was merely a lad of 12 or 13. To his surprise, this young boy managed to subdue the power of the nine tails without relying on sealing techniques. Such strength in the youth of today was truly remarkable, and it seemed he was affiliated with Zabuza. Kakashi felt an increasing sense of difficulty regarding the situation and inwardly cursed the individual who commissioned this task. While this assignment could be deemed A rank, the client had deceitfully misreported it as C rank to save costs. However, now was not the time for contemplation. He dashed forward, his left hand wielding a kunai aimed at the boy's arm, while his other hand sought to pull Naruto back. Feng Yao, noticing Kakashi's approach, did not attempt to hinder him and simply tossed Naruto towards him. Naruto yelped in pain but was unharmed. Zabuza, lying on the ground, recognized Feng Yao. Although he was aware that Feng Yao had likely been trailing him, he chose not to comment. Had he delayed his attack by even a moment, Haku would have perished. "Apologies, leader, for allowing you to witness me in such a disheveled state," he remarked, observing the numerous wounds adorning his body. Feng Yao chuckled lightly. "Not at all. You shall recover swiftly, Zabuza." He began forming hand seals for the technique known as Life's Dew. This unique sage art, taught by the slug sage and swiftly mastered with the aid of the system, summoned an ethereal white butterfly. A droplet of life's dew fell from his mouth, and Zabuza's injuries healed at a visibly rapid pace, quickly restoring him to full health. Following suit, Feng Yao administered another drop to Haku, ensuring his restoration as well. The release of this sage technique required a specific time interval, usable only once every half-month, with a maximum of 3 drops per session. Nonetheless, its efficacy was extraordinary, capable of instantaneously healing any physical wounds. Zabuza could not help but marvel at the wonders of this technique. He moved aside to stand alongside Haku by Feng Yao's side. "Leader, it appears I have underestimated you." "Thank you for saving Haku," Zabuza expressed. Haku lowered his head in gratitude as well. Though his appreciation was directed towards Feng Yao for saving Zabuza, he had long ceased to value his own life. With his chakra dwindling, Kakashi found himself in a quandary. The enemy's 2 combatants had regained their strength, now bolstered by an unknown boy's potential. On his side, he had a Naruto who could act unpredictably, a somewhat reliable Sasuke, a Sakura lacking in capability, and himself, with his chakra reserves running low. The odds appeared overwhelmingly against them. At that moment, Zabuza discerned Kakashi's inner turmoil and snorted coldly. He drew his decapitating sword once more, preparing to perform hand seals for another assault. "Wait, Zabuza, you have already lost. As an assassin facing your first failure, you have, in essence, forfeited your opportunity. The mission has failed," Feng Yao stated, turning to address Zabuza. Zabuza's eyes widened slightly in surprise. After a moment's hesitation, he began to counsel once more. "Leader, if we let them go this time, we are bound to suffer retaliation from Konoha. My suggestion is to eliminate them. Failing the mission would also diminish our reputation in assassination. With you here, this Kakashi will not be our match." Just as I was contemplating a swift departure, I nearly turned around to slap Zabuza, thinking, "If you wish to perish, I shall not hinder you." To annihilate the protagonist group, what a thought. Setting aside Sakura, Naruto has recently activated only a fraction of the Nine Tails' power, should he be pushed to his limits. Unleashing the full might of the Nine Tails would not be a trivial matter to handle. As for Sasuke, though currently not formidable, he is backed by Uchiha Itachi, a man revered as a demigod. Should he learn of the demise of his dear friend, he would undoubtedly pursue with relentless fury. Orochimaru covets Sasuke's body. Yet look at what Itachi has done to him. Kakashi, too, is a man who could contend with Kaguya on equal footing. Moreover, he harbors no grievances with the protagonist group, so why invite trouble upon ourselves? Just as I was preparing to chastise Zabuza, Naruto interjected, recognizing me despite my mask. "Feng Yao, is that you? Even with a mask, I cannot mistake your voice. Why have you left the village? Why have you not informed me at all?" Upon hearing Naruto recognize him, Feng Yao instinctively furrowed his brow, but refrained from retorting immediately. Instead, he slowly removed his mask and smiled at Naruto. "I believe you may have mistaken me for someone else. Do take a look. Am I the person you seek?" As Feng Yao unveiled his face, he captivated everyone present, leaving Kakashi's team momentarily spellbound. Even Zabuza, who had seen Feng Yao's visage before, found himself inexplicably drawn in. Sakura mused aloud. "This man is so strikingly handsome, and he carries an air of warmth." Kakashi observed Sakura's infatuation but chose to remain silent. Indeed, the man's appearance was mesmerizing, and even he felt entranced. Initially, Kakashi had harbored doubts about Naruto's assertion. Feng Yao's information was recorded in the Umbu's dossier, and he had glimpsed this foreign spy infiltrating Konoha, though he was not well acquainted with him. However, if Naruto was so certain, the probability was nearly 80%, given their lifelong familiarity. Yet, when Feng Yao revealed his face, Kakashi's uncertainty dissipated. He had seen Feng Yao's photograph, which depicted an utterly ordinary face, so mundane it could easily be forgotten, entirely unlike the striking individual before him. Naruto, too, was taken aback. The voice and physique matched his recollection of Feng Yao perfectly, yet the face bore no resemblance to his dear friend. Before Naruto could react, Feng Yao donned his mask once more, causing the gazes of those around to finally return to their previous focus. Kakashi stood resolutely in place. Having attained the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 12 and having completed nearly 1,000 missions, he was acutely aware that the difficulty of this task exceeded the capabilities of his team. However, as a ninja, fulfilling missions was his duty, and he resolved to step forward and negotiate. The strength of his opponents was indeed formidable, yet they too had a mission at hand, and it was unlikely they wished to engage in a life-or-death struggle. The technique capable of healing injuries could not be used indefinitely. Thus, he proposed a wager. This proposition piqued the interest of Feng Yao, who was pondering how to allow Kakashi and his team to leave without incident. After all, his subordinates were proud individuals, and being overly demanding from the outset would likely make future management challenging. As for the wager, he could easily feign defeat, regardless of the stakes involved. Oh, pray, elaborate on your proposed wager, Feng Yao inquired. Kakashi felt a sense of relief upon receiving the other's agreement. Had they refused, he would have had to fight for his life, and the future hopes of Konoha behind him might have been extinguished once more. From his bag, Kakashi produced 2 bells. Here are 2 bells. You and I shall each take one. Within a stipulated time, whoever secures the other's bell will be declared the victor. Should we win, you will refrain from acting against Dazuna until the mission concludes. Conversely, if we lose, Dazuna will be at your mercy. Feng Yao regarded the bells with a peculiar expression. This was the very method Kakashi had employed to assess Naruto and his comrades, and he was surprised that Kakashi would resort to such a wager. Yet, knowing Kakashi's character, he understood that even in defeat, Kakashi would not relinquish Dazuna easily. However, Feng Yao was indifferent to Dazuna's fate. Whether he lived or perished was of no concern to him. Agreed, but I insist that all 4 of you face me simultaneously. A single individual cannot hope to best me, Feng Yao stipulated. At this point, I stepped forward, intent on speaking, but Feng Yao halted him. You 2 have already been defeated. There is no need for you to engage further. I shall avenge you. Stand back and observe. Zabuza smiled inwardly, finding this newly appointed leader quite satisfactory. Even as a formidable demon, following him did not seem like a step down. He then guided Bai to a safe distance. Kakashi's team felt a surge of hope, for against one significantly improved their odds, especially as this was an opportunity to showcase their training. There was, however, one exception, Naruto, who pointed an accusatory finger at Feng Yao, shouting, "You masked guy, don't be so arrogant. You look like just another kid my age. Do you really think I want to take you down?" A sudden, eerie silence enveloped the arena for a few moments, before Sakura, from behind, delivered a punch to Naruto, exclaiming, "You idiot. We've finally gained some advantage. What if you provoke them, and they all come at us? Do you even think?" Sasuke and Kakashi shook their heads in exasperation. Kakashi tossed a bell to Feng Yao, while whispering something to Naruto and the others, preparing for the imminent confrontation. As Feng Yao finished ringing the bell upon his person, Kakashi had already completed his hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. The ground began to ripple, and 2 towering walls of earth, each rising to a height of 2 meters, appeared on either side and behind Feng Yao. This technique provided formidable defensive capabilities from the front, though it left a vulnerability at the rear. However, it was merely employed to restrict Feng Yao's mobility. The first to charge forward was Naruto, who, while advancing, began forming hand seals. The multiple shadow clone technique instantly conjured nearly 1,000 clones, effectively blocking the soul path ahead. Feng Yao could not help but marvel at Naruto's immense chakra. His sage mode was nearing its end, and he needed to conclude the battle swiftly, maintaining the appearance of a struggle. He spread his legs and pushed off the ground. Moonstep. His entire being leaped into the air, escaping the range of Kakashi's technique and the oncoming Naruto. Seizing the moment, Sasuke launched nearly 20 shuriken, knowing that evasion was nearly impossible while airborne. Observing the enemy in the sky, Naruto instructed 2 of his shadow clones to form a human pyramid, propelling themselves upward in a continuous motion. Nevertheless, Feng Yao's moonstep allowed him to alter his trajectory mid-air, deftly evading the incoming shuriken. As for Naruto, he dispatched clones with a swift kick, reducing them to smoke. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly pulled his hands back in the void and shouted to Naruto, "Now, grab my shuriken." Feng Yao noticed several of Naruto's clones had taken advantage of his distraction and soared above him, clutching the shuriken that Sasuke had just thrown. The shuriken was connected by a sturdy thread, and Naruto used the tail end of the thread to ensnare Feng Yao. With a cold scoff, Feng Yao thought, "Do you truly believe such a trivial tactic can best me?" With a surge of strength, he broke free from the entangling threads, but this act consumed precious time. Upon landing, he was met by Kakashi's next technique, summoning. Earth release, pursuing Feng technique. Several ninja hounds burst forth from the earth, varying in size, each biting down on his limbs to restrain him, just as Naruto approached to seize the bell from him. It seems that remaining stationary truly invites your effortless resolution. Feng Yao mused inwardly. Thus, he activated Iron Block, flinging off the hounds that had latched onto his arms. The moment he escaped their grasp, He unleashed one of his few most potent sage techniques. Sage art would release true thousand hands. As the ground trembled, an imposing Buddha statue emerged from the earth. Adorned with countless arms, its size significantly smaller than the one summoned by the first Hokage. It was roughly the size of a nine-tailed fox. Whereas the statue summoned by the god of ninjas, Hashirama, dwarfed the nine tails by more than tenfold, capable of grasping it with a single hand. Yet, this spectacle left those around in utter astonishment, especially Sasuke, whose desire to grow stronger intensified, while Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? How could he possibly wield the secret art of wood release? It seems he is fully intent on our annihilation. The thought of remaining idle is enough to send chills down my spine. Reflecting on how I once foolishly contemplated eliminating him, I fear that once this ninjutsu is unleashed, I may be reduced to nothingness. Standing atop the Buddha's head, Feng Yao smiled faintly and declared, "Now, I shall commence my counterattack." As he spoke, the multitude of colossal hands behind the Buddha statue began to thrash wildly, aimed directly at Kakashi's team. Kakashi shouted, "Quick, disperse. Do not confront them head-on." In a flurry, Naruto's myriad shadow clones transformed into clouds of vapor, while Kakashi and his comrades struggled to maintain their footing against the overwhelming onslaught of countless arms. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, they evaded the strikes, as Feng Yao deliberately restrained the hands from making direct contact. The devastation to the terrain continued unabated for a full half-minute before it finally subsided. What lay before them was a desolate landscape, riddled with craters of various sizes. And Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura lay scattered upon the ground, seemingly alive but incapacitated. As Feng Yao gently descended, preparing to retrieve the bell, Kakashi managed to lift his head slightly and offered a strained smile, a powerful ninjutsu indeed. But alas, you have lost. Just then, the ninja dog that had bitten Feng Yao transformed into Naruto, who had seized the bell from Feng Yao's waist. The earlier shadow clones and shurikens had merely been a ruse, designed to allow Naruto to blend in with the ninja dog and approach him unnoticed. After a moment of silence, Feng Yao quietly acknowledged, "That was quite the impressive synergy. I concede. I will ensure Zabuza ceases his pursuit of you." Hearing this, Kakashi finally exhaled in relief, while Naruto hurried to check on Sasuke and Sakura, reassured to find them relatively unscathed. Having exited Sage Mode, Feng Yao approached Zabuza and Haku. He had sensed something unusual about one of the ninja dogs when Kakashi had employed them, and recalling Naruto's penchant for concealing himself within shadow clones. He was nearly certain it was Naruto. However, he chose not to expose the truth, wishing to avoid conflict with the protagonists, thus allowing this oversight to pass. Were it not for Zabuza's presence, he would have gladly conceded defeat without the display of his true prowess. Yet, considering the need to maintain his authority before his subordinates, he reluctantly performed a show of strength. Upon reaching Zabuza, he cleared his throat and stated, "Ahem, it appears I was careless. Let us consider this mission a failure. I shall assist you with dealing with Kado. I trust you have no objections." Given Zabuza's recent display of sage techniques, he dared not voice any dissent. After all, in the ninja world, strength reigns supreme. With no objections, he acknowledged, "Your efforts are appreciated, and I shall handle the matter of Kado." Pleased with Zabuza's compliance, Feng Yao nodded approvingly. Training subordinates is akin to nurturing pets. One must employ strategy and finesse. Being too slow can lead to disobedience, while being too hasty can result in a loss of spirit. Just as Feng Yao felt content and prepared to depart with the two others, Naruto once again leaped forth to assert his presence. "Those fellows over there, just you wait. One day, I shall defeat you head-on and become the strongest fire in the village." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Kakashi had already covered Naruto's mouth. With a playful chuckle, Kakashi reassured, "Don't mind him. This guy has a penchant for babbling nonsense." Feng Yao had grown accustomed to Naruto's antics, yet found it remarkable that an ordinary person could attract such animosity. Perhaps it was indeed the formidable aura of a protagonist. "I shall await your challenge," he declared before departing alongside Zabuza. Only then did Kakashi's team exhale a collective sigh of relief, followed by a playful thump to Naruto's head. "You fool. Do you realize how perilous that was? That masked brat possesses unfathomable strength. Even in my peak condition, I would not dare to engage him." Rubbing his sore head, Naruto's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet he stubbornly retorted, "But he looks to be about our age." Sasuke fell into silence, and Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at him, speaking to no one in particular. This world is filled with individuals far stronger than I, yet smaller than you. However, your potential is equally boundless. With diligent training, you will one day realize your dreams. With that, he sank to the ground, succumbing to fatigue, having forcibly activated his Sharingan. The chakra within him had been severely depleted during the recent battle, leaving him utterly exhausted. Though this mission was undeniably perilous, it brought about significant transformations for Sasuke, Naruto, and even Sakura. Particularly for Sasuke, his resolve to grow stronger and seek vengeance had intensified profoundly. Chapter 8. The misfortunate Zabuza following Feng Yao back to the base. Zabuza's mindset had undergone a significant transformation. Initially, despite being defeated by Feng Yao, he harbored a sense of defiance, perplexed at how his opponent could effortlessly pinpoint his location amidst the mist. However, after witnessing the confrontation between Kakashi's team and Feng Yao, he was compelled to concede. Such prowess would undoubtedly lead to his downfall, even if he managed to evade the mist technique. Upon returning to the humble wooden cabin that served as his refuge, Zabuza silently relinquished his position in the center of the room. His subordinates were taken aback by this sudden shift. How could such an ambitious man submit so quickly? With a faint smile, Feng Yao unceremoniously took the central seat, flanked by Zabuza and Haku. He waved his hand dismissively, sending Zabuza's subordinates away. With their numbers diminished, the treehouse felt eerily vacant. Feng Yao turned his gaze to Zabuza and, with a hint of amusement in his tone, inquired, "What do you think of your subordinates, Zabuza?" Taken aback by the question, Zabuza, a man of acumen, understood that Feng Yao found their abilities lacking. He slightly bowed, acknowledging that compared to his own strength, theirs was indeed negligible. Nevertheless, they served their purpose. Some tasks required scapegoats, did they not? Feng Yao couldn't help but scoff at the notion of needing weaker individuals as pawns, as it merely underscored his own inadequacy. Observing the Akatsuki, which consisted of merely a handful of members, he noted their ability to capture tailed beasts and devastate Konoha. Since he had established an organization, he felt an obligation to ensure that it was composed of capable individuals. He would not accept the inept. Only those of Chunin rank or above would be considered for membership. In a firm tone, he stated, "Our organization must consist of elites. There is no need for the weak to linger. While your subordinates may suffice for now, every new member must undergo rigorous scrutiny." Zabuza pondered for a moment, seemingly enlightened. "I see now. It appears the leader intends to forge a terrifying team composed solely of elite jonin. You are indeed an ambitious man." Feng Yao was momentarily taken aback by this interpretation. He had merely intended to refine the organization, never envisioning it as a formidable team of elite jonin. He hadn't even settled on a name for the group. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed once more. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Establish a terrifying organization composed entirely of elite jonin within 2 years, with a minimum of 15 members. Reward: 1 opportunity for a lottery draw for a divine-grade weapon. Failure to complete the mission will result in annihilation. Motto: you are no longer a naive youth. Let the name of the organization resonate through the heavens." Initially engaged in conversation with Zabuza, Feng Yao's expression abruptly hardened, disregarding the potential rewards as he erupted in frustration. "Are you out of your mind? What does this organization have to do with Zabuza? Do you not realize that the strongest organization in Naruto, the Akatsuki, comprises only 10 members? 15 elite jonin? Even if I were to recruit every member of the Akatsuki, it wouldn't be sufficient. The objective of this system is to cultivate the host into the mightiest man akin to the Hokage, a journey fraught with anguish. So prepare yourself mentally to accomplish the task at hand." Upon hearing the system's indifferent attitude, Feng Yao's teeth clenched in frustration, and a glint of hostility flickered in his gaze directed at Zabuza. The perplexed Zabuza wondered if he had inadvertently said something amiss, as the leader's look towards him seemed rather uncharacteristic. Had his flattery fallen flat? The innocence reflected in Zabuza's eyes only served to intensify Feng Yao's pent-up fury. Yet just then, salvation arrived. The door of the wooden cabin was forcefully kicked open, and several battered ninjas were unceremoniously tossed inside. These were Zabuza's subordinates. The perpetrator of this act was Kato, who sauntered into the room, sunglasses perched on his nose, and viciously stomped on one ninja's face. Spitting disdainfully, he remarked, "You truly are worthless, Zabuza. Twice now, and you still can't manage to eliminate a mere bridge builder. While I never intended to part with my money, since you've botched this, allow me to demonstrate the consequences of crossing Kato." Zabuza's expression darkened as he noted that Kato had brought a substantial entourage of gangsters and ordinary ninjas. He had long suspected Kato's nefarious nature. Yet the swiftness of his betrayal was shocking. Just as he prepared to retaliate, Feng Yao interposed, revealing a somewhat amused countenance beneath his mask. "Let me handle this." "You step aside." Kato, momentarily puzzled by the masked youth's audacity, was unaware that Feng Yao had been present long before his subordinates arrived at the bridge. Seeing the youth charge forward alone, Kato sneered, and with a flick of his plump hand, he signaled his gangsters and Ronin to advance. These individuals were merely adept in basic swordsmanship, and Kato intended to wear Zabuza down through sheer numbers. Feng Yao activated his hardened fists, delivering a powerful blow that caved in the chest of the nearest gangster, showcasing the immense strength behind his strike. This display, however, ignited the ferocity of those surrounding him. With a collective roar for courage, they surged towards Feng Yao, yet each was sent crashing back with a single punch. The remaining gangsters in the room visibly dwindling as they attempted to assail Feng Yao while muttering incoherently. "You and your terror organization. You elite Jainin. Why don't you ascend to the heavens? Hand over a decent weapon. I've endured your nonsense for far too long." Amidst the crowd's astonished expressions, Feng Yao carved his way to Kato, his mask and attire stained with blood, resembling a reaper of souls. The remaining gangsters and ninjas hesitated, intimidated by the sight before them, while the world's financial magnate trembled, stumbling to the ground. "What are you doing? Come protect me at once. I'll triple your pay, hurry." Yet those nearby remained unmoved. Just as Feng Yao contemplated delivering a fatal blow to Kato, a thought crossed his mind. Establishing an organization requires substantial resources, including financial backing, tools, a suitable location, equipment, and personnel recruitment, all of which are indispensable. With this in mind, he leaned forward and playfully patted Kato's plump face, inquiring with a devilish tone, "Oh glutton, what do you believe your life is worth?" Upon hearing such a question from Feng Yao, a flicker of hope glimmered in Kato's eyes. To him, any problem that could be resolved with money was not a problem at all. He hastily pleaded for mercy, stating, "As long as you spare my life, I am willing to offer any sum you desire." Feng Yao, observing Kato's newfound compliance, smiled and placed an arm around his shoulder, imparting a solemn lesson. "Money can be regained, but once life is lost, nothing remains. I require half of your assets. Surely, that isn't too burdensome?" At the mention of such a figure, Kato trembled, expressing his discomfort. "That amount is rather significant. Might I be allowed a moment to gather my thoughts?" Unexpectedly, Feng Yao's demeanor shifted, and he pointed to Zabuza, who stood behind him. Pretending to be furious, he declared, "There is no time for such delays. I am still being reasonable. Should the individual behind me intervene, you would likely find yourself in peril. Prepare the money within a day, or I shall eliminate you without hesitation." Kato, recognizing the seriousness of Feng Yao's words, gritted his teeth as if making a firm resolution. "Very well, rest assured. I will deliver the full amount to you within a day." Satisfied, Feng Yao nodded and allowed the surviving mafia members to escort him away in a disheartened manner. It became clear to Feng Yao that declaring an imminent execution so nonchalantly to others was indeed a hallmark of his peculiar system, which often threatened his own demise. He expressed his disdain to the system within his mind. "Do you, the host, feel that the tasks are insufficient?" "Cough, cough, that's enough, enough. You certainly are formidable," came the response. At that moment, Zabuza stepped forward and whispered into Feng Yao's ear, "Kato is exceedingly cunning. He may not easily acquiesce to our demands. What if we return with ninjas?" Feng Yao regarded Zabuza, then settled back into his chair, chuckling softly. "I am aware, but here we cannot access his wealth. It would be wiser to release him and interrogate him about the location of his riches. I entrust this task to you, and remember, no matter what, he must not be allowed to survive. Such individuals are vengeful and troublesome." Feng Yao was not one to indulge in unnecessary bloodshed. He only resorted to killing when absolutely necessary or to achieve a particular objective, never simply for the sake of eliminating someone based on their appearance. Upon hearing this, Zabuza sheathed his executioner's sword and smiled ominously. Rest assured, he shall not escape. Chapter 9. The Establishment of the Immortal Organization in the Pitch-Black Night Sky. The moon hung high like a silver disk, casting a sparse, watery light. Feng Yao treaded upon the lush green grass, having just buried the multitude of corpses that once lay scattered about, while contemplating the future development and planning of the organization. Typically, an organization would comprise several divisions. each with dedicated personnel responsible for reconnaissance, assault, healing, logistics, and defense. Yet, on his side, there were merely 4 members, himself included, with the sage slug yet to arrive. The task at hand seemed an interminable endeavor. With a sigh, Feng Yao continued his stride back to the wooden cabin, resuming his production of chakra for training and practice. He had managed to reduce the time required to enter Sage mode to approximately 6 minutes, yet in actual combat, this duration remained excessively long, necessitating further reduction. As night fell on the following day, Zabuza returned to the base, carrying the severed head of Kato and a bulging sack of money. His body bore several elongated, deep wounds, indicative of a fierce battle. He placed Kato and the sack before Feng Yao, declaring that he had dealt with the leader. The cash amounted to roughly 50 million taels, while the remainder consisted of various shops and real estate. Standing there, panting heavily, Zabuza expressed a sense of exhilaration. Money, after all, is something that no one would ever deem excessive. Zabuza had previously promised to assist Kato in his demise, primarily to acquire sufficient funds to recruit soldiers and return to the hidden mist village. Now, this man before him could help realize his aspirations. Feng Yao's expression remained composed, his deep blue eyes shimmering with a cold brilliance. This is merely the initial capital for the organization. There will be much more to come. Let us begin devising our next plan. Zabuza clenched his fists, realizing that the leader's indifference towards 50 million taels was a level of magnanimity he feared he could not emulate. Although Feng Yao appeared tranquil on the surface, his heart brimmed with elation. A profound sense of superiority and pride enveloped him. He even mused to the system. It took me 12 years to accumulate a mere 1,200 taels, and now I've multiplied that by 50,000, all while acquiring 2 commendable subordinates. This is what life is about. You are remarkably naive, the system interjected. 50 million taels is hardly sufficient. The establishment of an intelligence organization requires funds for operational expenses, the location of the organization, the consumption of various ninja tools. And you cannot expect your subordinates to work for free. Are you planning to be a heartless employer? All of this requires money. Observing Feng Yao's momentary detachment, the system wasted no time in dousing his enthusiasm with cold reality. Upon hearing these words, Feng Yao chuckled awkwardly, swiftly readjusting his mindset. He summoned Zabuza and Haku to his side. Our scale remains modest, and our immediate task is to recruit personnel. Haku, I need you to venture within the 5 great nations to locate rogue ninjas or exiled ninjas of J-nin rank, while also identifying a suitable location for the organization to settle. You shall take 1/5 of this money. Upon receiving Feng Yao's orders, Zabuza was slightly taken aback. He had initially believed that the organization he had joined was already taking shape, but now it seemed as though it had yet to truly begin. He cautiously inquired, Chief, may I ask what our organization is called and how many members we currently have? Feng Yao cleared his throat softly, brushing off non-existent dirt from his attire as he stepped outside. The name of our organization is yet to be determined, but our numbers have now reached 3, he replied. By the way, feel free to contemplate a fitting name for our group. Zai Bujan felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, his leader was once a commander. Even Bai couldn't help but chuckle lightly. At this moment, Feng Yao felt a touch of humiliation, realizing he could not allow his subordinates to perceive him in such a manner. Turning around with a serious demeanor, he proclaimed, We aim to establish the most formidable organization in history. Among the individuals I have encountered, few are worthy of my invitation, and you too barely meet the criteria. As the saying goes, better to have none than to have many of poor quality. I hope you will maintain this mindset moving forward. Hearing these words sent Zai Bujan's thoughts into a whirlwind. Indeed, better to have none than many of poor quality. Had his subordinates been more like Bai, would his coup have failed? I have learned well, Chief, he said, bowing deeply. At that moment, Bai suggested, since we are to establish the strongest organization in history, why not call it the strongest organization ever? Feng Yao broke into a cold sweat at Bai's seemingly serious suggestion. What kind of ridiculous name was that? Would he have to face opponents who would say, Oh, so you are the Feng Yao of the strongest organization ever? That would be utterly mortifying. Fortunately, Zai Bujan quickly reprimanded Bai. Humph, that name is far too frivolous. I propose we simply call it Xiangzu, a name that is straightforward and clear. Observing Zai Bujan's somewhat proud demeanor, Feng Yao rubbed his forehead, beginning to understand the source of Bai's talent for naming. Feeling a bit weary, he said, Let's not dwell on names any longer. I have decided, our organization shall be called Xian. After all, The first skill I mastered after acquiring the system was Xian arts. And the immortal is indeed one of the most powerful beings in this world. The name Xian is most fitting. Zai Buzhan and by exchanged glances, both agreeing that this name was quite good. Thus, on this summer night, the Xian organization, destined to make the 5 great nations tremble in the future, was established within that humble wooden cabin. Time flew by swiftly, as if merely a fleeting moment, and soon it was mid-March. During this period, Feng Yao had compressed the charging time for his immortal mode to 3 minutes, while accompanying Zai Buzhan on numerous assassination missions. Today's target lay within the Fire Nation. An A-rank bounty named Yuchai Hideyoshi, a man with dark skin and a large katana on his back, appearing to be in his 20s. He wore a forehead protector from the land of clouds and was a rogue ninja. They awaited his arrival in a desolate area, ready to strike. The opponent appeared utterly oblivious. Without a moment's hesitation, Zai Buzhan swung his decapitating blade towards the adversary's neck. The blade, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, struck with the speed of lightning, and just as he thought he had succeeded, the opponent suddenly vanished from sight. Observing Zai Buzhan's momentary daze, Feng Yao promptly interjected. Looking up, he saw the opponent leaping into the air, diving down towards Zai Buzhan without forming any seals. At the same time, the adversary called out, "Lightning speed sharp kill," as blue chakra enveloped his hands, his fingernails transforming into a dark purple hue that appeared razor-sharp, capable of effortlessly slicing through flesh. Although Zai Buzhan managed to block the initial strike, he was still grazed by the other hand's claws, leaving a shallow cut on his arm. Body technique. Feng Yao observed the opponent's skill, realizing that the ability to create chakra without hand seals and enhance physical agility and speed was a remarkable technique. It was not surprising that the individual hailed from the hidden cloud village. Initially, Zai Buzhan's attacks had been somewhat effective due to the use of the mist technique. However, as time progressed, Zai Buzhan's speed and strength began to wane. Shioji's mastery of body techniques was not only exceptional, but also imbued with potent toxins, gradually overwhelming Zai Buzhan. Seizing the opportunity, Shioji suddenly thrust a claw forward, forcing Zai Buzhan to retreat. Swiftly forming hand seals, he uttered, "Storm release, illusory radiance." Suddenly, several lightning spheres the size of human heads appeared around them, radiating brilliant light that obscured vision. In response, Zai Buzhan plunged his decapitating blade into the ground and formed hand seals, invoking water release, water dragon bullet technique. The nearby pond began to churn violently, and a water dragon, over 2 meters in length, roared as it surged towards the opponent. The violent explosion and blinding light created a deafening roar that made it nearly impossible to see. Not only did the opponent's ninjutsu obscure vision, but it also detonated. As visibility gradually returned, Zai Buzhan found his clothing torn and his body coursing with electricity, clearly at a disadvantage. Well then, Zai Buzhan, it's rare to encounter someone so intriguing. Let me take over. Seeing Feng Yao willing to conclude the encounter, Zai Buzhan did not resist, emitting a cold snort towards Shioji before stepping back. Impressive body techniques, and you even possess the storm release bloodline limit. Consider my sincere invitation to join my organization. Based on the ninjutsu he had just demonstrated, this individual's strength undoubtedly reached the level of a jonin, and he had not even exerted his full power. Zai Buzhan was in dire need of such formidable combatants, not only to establish his own sect, but also because time was running short for his revenge against Konoha. Action was imperative. Shioji cast a disdainful glance at Feng Yao, scoffing at his words. He could discern nothing particularly special about the masked youth before him. Scratching his head, he inquired, "What if I refuse your proposal?" Feng Yao did not rush to respond. Instead, he slowly removed his mask. Upon seeing Feng Yao's visage, the opponent was momentarily taken aback, yet good looks alone would not sway him to join any organization. "Then I shall present you with an offer you cannot refuse." Upon hearing this, Hideyoshi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "How intriguing. It has been quite some time since I encountered someone like you. What is the name of your organization?" Feng Yao donned his mask once more, turned towards the direction of the hidden leaf village, and uttered a single word, "Sage." Chapter 10. Pre-war. The sun hung high in the sky, its warmth palpable in the gentle breeze. A trio of figures made their way along the path to Konoha, their heads adorned with wide-brimmed hats to shield them from the sun's rays. Each member of the group wore a ring, inscribed with faint characters, a reflection of the hierarchical system inspired by the Akatsuki. The inscriptions on their rings read heaven, and derived from the first stanza of the 1,000-character classic. Have you all understood the task at hand? If any of you wish to flee, feel free to express it. After all, our objective this time is none other than one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha, Feng Yao stated, his tone devoid of emotion, leaving one to wonder whether he was testing their resolve or speaking earnestly. At this juncture, although Konoha was relatively weakened, the Uchiha clan annihilated, and the third Hokage's power waning, it still boasted formidable figures such as Jiraiya, Hinata, Sarutobi, Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi. The notion that 3 individuals could accomplish such a daunting task was indeed ambitious. I never anticipated that the organization's inaugural mission would involve an assault on the village of Konoha, Zabuza remarked with a dark smile, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Beside him, Hideyoshi exhibited a spark of excitement. He was fervently enthusiastic about thrilling and perilous endeavors. When he had initially approached Feng Yao, he had declared that should the Sage organization's undertakings prove to be mundane, he would unhesitatingly withdraw. At this moment, it seemed that even if he were dismissed, he would be unwilling to depart. Feng Yao, acutely aware of the dynamics at play, realized that while he had managed to maintain a semblance of control over the two, securing their unwavering loyalty remained a daunting challenge. He suspected that should they perceive him as vulnerable, they would be the first to flee. Leading a team was no trivial matter. It required not only formidable strength but also exceptional leadership skills. The loyalty of these two, based on my estimates, is below 50%. This will inevitably reduce the success rate of your revenge against Konoha by 20%. You are still not adequately prepared. The system's merciless taunt echoed in Feng Yao's mind, prompting him to roll his eyes. Whom do you think I should blame for this? It is your fault for granting me only half a year. Otherwise, would I need to be in such a rush? When Orochimaru attacks Konoha, wouldn't it be more advantageous for me to seize the opportunity then? You wretched system, Feng Yao lamented, though the system had already ceased its engagement with him. Upon reaching a town, the trio resolved to take a moment of respite. This very town was where Feng Yao had once sought refuge. He still owed someone 1,020 ryo in medical fees. Consequently, he entrusted some of his possessions to Zabuza, instructing him to rest at the inn while he took care of matters. Taking 5,000 ryo in silver notes, he proceeded to an old, dilapidated medical clinic, seeking the elderly physician who had treated him. The clinic appeared even more run-down than before. Spiderwebs adorned the entrance, and as he pushed open the door, a cloud of dust enveloped him. The scattered wooden debris in the unkempt interior suggested that no one had resided here for quite some time. Is anyone here? I have come to settle my medical bill. Unyielding, Feng Yao called out twice, but upon receiving no response, he stepped outside. He approached a young vendor nearby and inquired, "Excuse me, may I ask if there was an elderly gentleman who operated a medical clinic here? Has he moved away?" Initially, the vendor, assuming Feng Yao was a potential customer, frowned slightly upon realizing that he was merely seeking information. Irritated, he replied, "I don't know. I haven't seen him in ages. Are you buying something or not?" Feng Yao, undeterred by the vendor's demeanor, produced a 100-tael silver note and handed it over while asking, "When was the last time you saw him?" The vendor's eyes gleamed at the sight of the silver note as he eagerly snatched it and tucked it into his pocket, quickly adopting a sycophantic expression. "Thank you, sir. The last time I saw him was probably 2 or 3 months ago. Some peculiar individuals wearing strange masks came by, and after that, he was never seen again." At the mention of the masked figures, a cold glimmer flashed in Feng Yao's eyes, causing the vendor to shudder, realizing he was in the presence of someone formidable. Those masked individuals were undoubtedly from the Umbu of Konoha, sent by the third Hokage to hunt him down. And it was shocking that even a doctor had not been spared. Feng Yao patted the vendor's shoulder and said, "Thank you. Let us consider this conversation as if it never happened." With that, he re-entered the medical clinic, neatly stacked a pile of silver notes on the table, and bowed deeply. "I am eternally grateful for the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me, old sir. Regardless of who took your life, I swear I will bring their head back here." After speaking, he turned and departed, his expression dark and inscrutable. He had always been clear about his debts and enmities. This elderly man had saved his life, and now he had perished because of him, which provided yet another motive for him to strike against Konoha. "You're finally back. So, when are we going to make our move?" Shioi exclaimed as he approached, only to be pushed away by Feng Yao, who was not in the mood for frivolity. Given the current situation with Konoha, a direct assault was out of the question. He needed to find a way to weaken Konoha's overall strength while also investigating who was responsible for the old doctor's demise. Feng Yao contemplated. The elite forces within Konoha needed to be diverted. Facing them head-on would be exceedingly disadvantageous, as it would be difficult to contend with four hands when he had so few allies. Gathering intelligence was also crucial, since he had vowed to avenge the old man. He had to fulfill that promise. However, extracting information from a ninja would not be as simple as prying open Kato's lips. He needed to infiltrate Konoha's intelligence and mission hubs. To dismantle Konoha, he would need to employ large-scale sage techniques. Yet excessive use of such techniques would rapidly deplete his sage chakra, shortening their duration. If Konoha pursued him afterward, escape would prove challenging. In truth, the combat prowess of Konoha's elite shinobi has considerably diminished, with a portion dispatched on critical missions, a fact unbeknownst to Feng Yao. He could only prepare for the worst. Turning his gaze towards Zabuza and Haishur, summoning them to his side to undertake a task. His intention was to devise a method to audaciously draw away the elite shinobi from the Hidden Leaf Village. What might this method be? Quite simply, it was monetary incentive. Any mission classified A rank or higher within Konoha could only be executed by elite shinobi. An A rank mission typically commanded a fee of around 500,000 ryo, and he intended to inundate Konoha with a plethora of such high-ranking missions. This would entail a significant expenditure, yet it was a sacrifice deemed worthwhile. He produced 10 million ryo and entrusted it to Haishur and Zabuza, instructing them to seek individuals in Konoha to file these missions. Given their status as rogue ninjas, they were easily recognizable. Feng Yao reiterated his instructions to them to extract as many shinobi as possible without alerting suspicion, and to stagger their mission submissions over various time frames. As he spoke, Zabuza observed Feng Yao discreetly. The leader was not only formidable in strength, but also possessed a remarkable clarity of thought. Despite his youth, he exhibited an impressive calmness in orchestrating plans. Even when confronted with a behemoth like Konoha, a truly remarkable feat. Haishur, too, pondered deeply, contemplating the nature of Feng Yao and his connection to Konoha. Although he had joined the Sennin, he remained largely uninformed about the organization, and the first task bestowed upon him was an audacious plan to assault Konoha. After a moment of silence, Haishur could discern no clues, and he gathered half of the money from the table before departing. Zabuza, likewise, did not linger and promptly set out to execute the mission. Over the course of the week, Konoha saw a surge in A rank and higher missions. Some were rejected due to insufficient personnel or unclear investigations, while others were successfully filed, leading to numerous elite ninjas leaving Konoha to undertake missions. In the cloak of night, the trio sprinted forward. Feng Yao glanced at the time, determined to infiltrate Konoha while the majority lay in slumber, striking when least expected. He turned to his companions. Upon my entry, I shall lead the assault, unleashing a wide-ranging attack to divert the attention of most of Konoha's forces. One of you shall provide support, while the other infiltrates Konoha's intelligence department to discover the identity of the executioner assigned to a medical mission. The two exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison. During this critical juncture, they were akin to grasshoppers bound by the same thread, necessitating mutual cooperation. Thus, the plan to assault Konoha commenced. Chapter 11. The Assault on Konoha. Identity revealed in the heart of the vast forest, Feng Yao advanced with utmost caution. Moonlight filtered through the towering trees, casting a mosaic of fragmented shadows upon the ground. The only sounds that graced his ears were the distant calls of birds and the gentle murmurs of flowing water. The closer they drew to the inner sanctum of Konoha, the more perilous their journey became. Both Feng Yao and Zai Bujan treaded lightly, having already encountered no fewer than 3 patrol teams, even in the depths of night. Their roles were clear. Feng Yao and Zai Bujan were tasked with the offensive and reconnaissance, while the external support was provided by Yuchai Shioji. Feng Yao harbored no desire to engage in conflict at this juncture. His objective lay at Hokage Rock, for it was there that his jutsu could be wielded from a position of superiority, ensuring an advantageous stance for both assault and retreat. However, this did not imply a lack of danger. The moment he initiated an attack, it would surely provoke a counteroffensive from the entirety of Konoha's ninja forces. Even the Hokage could be alerted, and beyond fulfilling the system's mission, Feng Yao had personal vendettas to address. He sought to eliminate the 2 Umbu ninjas, Tanaka and Twanji, who had once pursued him outside the village, as well as the mastermind behind the assassination of the old physician. Yet, circumstances would dictate his actions. There was no time to seek vengeance now. If the situation grew dire, survival must take precedence over revenge, lest he sacrifice his life in pursuit of retribution. The village's security conducted patrols every half hour. Though stringent, opportunities did exist. He planned to strike at Hokage Rock following the conclusion of the next patrol. At that time, Zai Bujan would heed his signal to launch an attack on the Konoha Intelligence Department and retrieve the information he sought. Should that prove unfeasible, survival would be paramount, and he should rendezvous with Shoji for extraction. Zai Bujan, upon hearing this, was taken aback. In the world of ninjas, missions often eclipsed the value of life itself. Yet Feng Yao had just advised him to prioritize survival. This sentiment stirred something within the man whose blood had long turned cold. Rest assured, leader, I will acquire the intelligence. Please, exercise caution as well. With that, he vanished into the nocturnal shadows, confident that his years of honing assassination skills would ensure his safety within Konoha. With this thought in mind, Feng Yao continued toward Hokage Rock, navigating with the meticulousness born of 12 years spent in this very village. An hour later, Feng Yao arrived safely at Hokage Rock, standing at the pinnacle of the stone statue, gazing down upon the entirety of Konoha. The cool night breeze caressed his mask, and he found this to be the most opportune moment to act. As he prepared to form his hand seals, two figures materialized before him in an instant. One pressed a kunai against his throat from behind, while the other grasped his hand, the very hand that was poised to seal. Apologies, one voice drawled lazily. Though I am unaware of your intentions, I cannot allow you to wreak havoc in Konoha. The other voice, resolute and firm, continued, so, this is the brat rumored to have glimpsed the sealing scroll and obtained intel on the Nine Tails. Hiding behind a mask, are we? The two esteemed jonin who have arrived are Hitaki Kakashi and Sarutobi Isuma. Originally, they were set to embark on a mission with their respective teams. However, the third Hokage abruptly informed them that members of the Umbu had reported suspicious activity in the surrounding towns, indicating that a rogue ninja was inquiring about the whereabouts of a physician. It is suspected that FY has returned to the Land of Fire, accompanied by two formidable ninjas. According to the protocol outlined in the Umbu's operational manual, a ninja of FY's caliber typically would not warrant their intervention. Yet, it was soon revealed that the village had been inundated with an unusual number of A-rank missions in recent days. While an increase in missions is generally beneficial, the timing coinciding with FY's return, along with his entourage of skilled ninjas, prompted the third Hokage to sense an insidious plot. After a moment's contemplation, he realized this was a strategic siphoning of the village's combat capabilities, a move tantamount to a terroristic act against Konoha. Consequently, he instructed several teams, which were meant to be deployed, to remain temporarily and arranged for a select jonin to undertake the special A-rank mission of safeguarding Konoha. At that moment, FY's eyes widened in determination as he prepared to act, but Kakashi tightened his grip on the kunai, as if to imply that any further movement from FY would cost him dearly. Meanwhile, on the periphery of the Hidden Leaf Village, 3 leaf ninjas encircled the awaiting Yoshiba Hideyoshi. You must be one of the ninjas attacking Konoha. Will you return with us willingly, or shall we force you to comply? The moonlight glinted off the weary visage of Tsuki no Kaze, who, despite his fatigue, exhibited a fierce glint in his eyes, indicating he would be the first to strike should the enemy refuse. The remaining 2, Yamashiro Aoi and Nara Rado, formed a duo capable of unleashing an unparalleled assault. Oh my, are you jonin from Konoha, or perhaps special jonin? Such a grand entrance is quite overwhelming for me. Yoshiba laughed boisterously, showing no sign of trepidation amidst the numbers arrayed against him. Ignoring the disparity in forces, he unsheathed his katana and charged at them. Wind release, illusory radiance. A blinding light flickered throughout the area. Is this lunatic mad? Yamashiro Aoi cursed, drawing his kunai to engage in combat. The resounding explosions and the clashing of blades signified that Hideyoshi had engaged Tsuki no Kaze's team. The scene shifted to Zabuza, who had arrived at the Konoha intelligence unit, located near the main headquarters, guarded by Marino Ibiki and several ordinary chunin. A tremendous explosion reverberated in Zabuza's ears, startling even Ibiki and his companions, who were unaware of the unfolding chaos. Zabuza understood this was the signal. Indeed, the confrontation had commenced on Hideyoshi's end. Nevertheless, it mattered little as long as someone diverted the village's attention. With such thoughts in mind, Zabuza made a swift motion with his wrist, and in an instant, The blade of his executioner's sword pierced through the neck of Sunanai Bahiki, leaving a gaping wound. Blood gushed from Bahiki's throat as he clutched it, ultimately collapsing onto the cold ground. The two remaining nin were similarly dispatched before they could even utter a warning. This prompted Zabuza to furrow his brow and mutter to himself, "This seems a bit too easy. Even the formidable Konoha shouldn't be this weak." Just as he was about to inspect the bodies, the scene before him abruptly transformed. From the corpses of the three Konoha ninjas, numerous trees sprouted, and a figure emerged from the foliage, revealing none other than the freshly promoted Jonin, Yuhi Kurenai. "Since you've discovered me, your reaction is commendable. I was hoping to wait a bit longer before making my move." Her composed and resolute voice reached Zabuza's ears as Kurenai, adept in various ninjutsu, had ensnared him the moment he swung his blade. Zabuza's expression turned grave as he noted the situation, his eyes darting rapidly as he contemplated a way out. "It seems we have been detected long ago. Are they planning to capture us all at once? But I am not so easily vanquished." On Hokage Rock, Kakashi and Fyu remained locked in a standoff. Upon hearing the explosions and blinding flashes from outside the village, Kakashi casually remarked, "The third Hokage has long since ordered us to monitor you. Your companions have undoubtedly engaged with us by now, but regrettably for them, they cannot prevail. And neither can you." Fyu felt the cold chill against his throat and narrowed his eyes, yet remained silent. Asuma, facing him, found the calmness of his opponent rather perplexing. Any ordinary ninja would surely be filled with trepidation in such a situation, yet this individual displayed remarkable composure, exhibiting a certain audacity. "Kakashi, it has indeed been a while since our last encounter. I wonder how you have fared since the Land of Waves." Fyu turned to glance at Kakashi, who recognized the voice. It belonged to the enigmatic ninja who had rescued Zabuza in the Land of Waves. Fyu and this mysterious figure were, astonishingly, one and the same. He immediately shouted a warning to Asuma. "Asuma, be cautious. This person is far from the simple adversary described in the mission. He is extraordinarily formidable. Do not underestimate him." With that, he unveiled his forehead protector, activating his Sharingan, fixated intently on Fyu. Last time, he had won by sheer chance through a bet, but he knew his true strength paled in comparison to that of his opponent. However, being within Konoha, he believed he and Asuma could hold off their foe until the Hokage arrived for reinforcements. Hearing Kakashi's words, Asuma naturally dared not be reckless. He too drew out his unique weapon, the Fuma Shuriken, but after Fyu's warning, he remained as still as a monk in meditation, showing no reaction. Just as Asuma was engulfed in confusion, Kakashi, with his Sharingan, discerned something amiss. He abruptly shoved Asuma aside and bellowed, "Take cover quickly. This individual is stalling for time. He is adorned with explosive tags all over his body." Chapter 12. The destruction of Hokage Rock. Amidst the pitch-black night sky, a violent explosion erupted, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud above Hokage Rock. The statues of past Hokages bore the brunt of this impact, sustaining numerous fractures. Although Kakashi and Asuma managed to evade the explosion in time, they were still near its epicenter. Kakashi's right arm was a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled, with varying degrees of charred skin adorning his body. His mask had been blown away, revealing a handsome and composed visage, though it was marred by an expression of grave concern. Asuma fared somewhat better, having been pushed aside by Kakashi just in time. He only sustained minor injuries to his arm. Just as he was about to check on Kakashi, a figure hastened to stand before him. It was Fyu in Sage Mode. The recent explosion had merely obliterated a clone created through his mastery of the Wet Bone Forest's advanced techniques, specifically the Sage Art, Infinite Multiplication. During his time in the Wet Bone Forest, he had learned only these two Sage techniques, inheriting the healing and splitting abilities of the Slug Sage. This particular technique allowed him to replicate his own cells, producing a clone with roughly 1/10 of his power. The advantage of cellular replication was its permanence, but its drawback was the lengthy condensation time required, 10 minutes to create a single clone. Under normal circumstances, Fyu would have refrained from employing this technique, as the duration of his Sage Mode was limited. Spending 10 minutes to summon such a low-tier combatant seemed unwise. Yet, as he approached Hokage Rock, his suspicions grew. Despite his efforts to mobilize the forces of Konoha, he had yet to encounter a single Jonin. Such a scenario was improbable, even for a weakened Konoha. Out of caution, he reluctantly decided to expend some time, delaying his plan by half an hour. He sent the clone to scout Hokage Rock and affix explosive tags, while he himself concealed nearby to restore his sage chakra. Indeed, there were Jonin lying in ambush for him, as he commanded the clone to buy him time. He replenished his chakra. Once Kakashi discovered him, he decisively ordered the clone to self-destruct, inflicting severe damage upon Kakashi. Kakashi, I truly do not wish to kill you, but I cannot allow you to thwart my plans. You ought to lose consciousness for a while, he declared, delivering a swift chop that rendered Kakashi unconscious. In his current state, Kakashi was powerless to resist, collapsing to the ground. Asuma, witnessing Fy's assault on Kakashi, clenched his fists around his Getsu and charged forward, channeling chakra into the blades and manifesting two beams of luminous blue chakra swords. This technique, known as Chakra Blade, True One character, was one of Asuma's favored jutsu, capable of condensing wind chakra into his twin swords, effortlessly shattering boulders. However, Fy, observing Asuma's advance, did not retreat but instead activated Iron Block. Using both hands to catch the incoming swords, Asuma towered over Fy, casting a shadow over his masked visage. Yet, despite Asuma's formidable strength, his swords could not penetrate. It was as if they were ensnared in a quagmire, utterly immovable. Fire style, ash accumulation burn. Asuma unleashed the flying swallow technique and swiftly retreated. With a series of hand seals, he exhaled a plume of black, scalding ash towards the front. Upon hitting the ground, he ignited it with a flint stone, resulting in a fierce explosion. Did I succeed? Asuma muttered to himself, gazing into the swirling black smoke. Not quite, came a voice from behind him. Feng Yao had just evaded the range of the ninjutsu, using the moon step technique, and launched a surprise attack with a gale foot strike from behind. The sharp air wave tore a gaping wound across Asuma's back, causing him to lurch forward, blood spewing from his mouth as he struggled to rise. However, Feng Yao swiftly delivered a blade hand strike, knocking him unconscious. Finally resolved, Feng Yao sighed. Now, I must hasten to execute my plan. His intention was to shatter the Hokage Rock, causing it to collapse into the hidden leaf village, inflicting significant damage while conserving his sage chakra. The host is too soft-hearted. Why not unleash a wide-ranging sage technique in more densely populated areas? Why go through all this trouble? Is it to spare a few lives? Enough with your chatter. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be here in the leaf. If I were to truly kill that many people, it would be a matter of no return. Though, what I'm doing now is quite similar, Feng Yao retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. He had previously stated that killing was merely a necessary means. His objective was to cause destruction without unnecessary bloodshed. However, he was resolute about avenging the death of the old medic. With that, he began forming hand seals. The statues of the previous Hokages were remarkably sturdy. The explosive tags had only created a few cracks. It was essential to conserve sage chakra for more significant tasks. Sage art, inorganic rebirth. Feng Yao thrust his hands into the ground, imbuing the statue with vitality and restructuring its interior. This created a critical node. Attacking this point would shatter the entire Hokage Rock. Rising from the ground, Feng Yao kicked forcefully at the earth. With a resounding crack, a massive fissure appeared in the Hokage Rock, spreading like a spider's web until the entire structure was marred with intricate patterns. A thunderous roar echoed, signifying the collapse of the statues that represented the spirit of the Leaf Village. What is happening? Why is the Hokage Rock suddenly collapsing? Was there an ambush? Who dares to do such a thing? Capture him. He must face our wrath. The villagers of the Hidden Leaf watched in shock and fury, chaos erupting around them. There were cries of birds, loud roars, voices of anger, and sounds of fear. Feng Yao stood silently atop the Hokage Rock, observing. He had fulfilled the requirements of his mission. As long as he left the Hidden Leaf, this operation would be deemed a success. Just as he was about to depart, an aging figure materialized before him, clad in a black, form-fitting combat uniform, adorned with a ninja hood and sporting a small beard upon his chin. The figure bore silver armor on his shoulders connected to his back, which was inscribed with the character for fire. Two vertical tool pouches were strapped to his back, cinched at the waist with a purple silk ribbon. His forearms and calves were protected by mesh arm guards, while his right arm bore layered green armor. His piercing gaze fixated intently on Feng Yao. Is this what you desire, Feng Yao? Revenge against the village? Is this your own ambition? Or does it reflect the will of your nation? The third Hokage demanded sternly. He had underestimated his opponent. After all, when Feng Yao had left, he was merely an ordinary genin. In less than 6 months, he had remarkably evolved, inflicting substantial damage upon the village. Upon hearing the third's mention of other nations, Feng Yao paused momentarily, but quickly deduced that he was being mistaken for a spy from another country. This misapprehension could work to his advantage, allowing him to sow confusion. He feigned profundity as he responded, "Lord Hokage, there is no need to attempt to extract information from me. Your Umbu are so formidable that they could uncover my return to the land of fire. Discovering my identity should pose no challenge." The third Hokage frowned at this retort. The caution in Feng Yao's words indicated his unwillingness to divulge any intelligence, leaving the Hokage with no choice but to defeat him first and then hand him over to the Yamanaka clan for interrogation. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The third Hokage flung a shuriken forward, which then multiplied into thousands of shurikens that surged towards Feng Yao from all directions. The sight of the countless shurikens sent a shiver down Feng Yao's spine. Indeed, the historical Hokages were formidable. A single shuriken could spawn such elaborate maneuvers. If ensnared by them, he would find himself in a dire situation, particularly since he was in Konoha. Delaying his retreat could lead to complications should other Genin arrive. With these thoughts racing through his mind, he swiftly formed hand seals to counter the onslaught. Sage Art. Wind Release Sandstorm. This wind-based jutsu harnessed Sage Chakra to conjure a massive sandstorm, obscuring the enemy's vision. Feng Yao made the decision to flee almost instantaneously upon confronting the third Hokage. There was no shame in retreating. If one could not overpower the opponent or secure victory, then escape was the prudent course. After experiencing numerous challenges, Feng Yao had become increasingly cautious. Even with a trump card in hand, he would avoid combat if the odds were not in his favor. No one relished a battle devoid of certainty and victory. Amplifying the probability of success through various means and maintaining control of the situation was his forte. Only in the direst of circumstances would he choose to fight to the death. Chapter 13. Confrontation with the third Hokage on the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village. The clamor of battle had subsided. The remnants of a fierce confrontation lay scattered about, various ninja tools impaled in trees, shattered trunks, and deep craters in the ground bore witness to the ferocity of the recent struggle. A large tree bore the weight of a figure, the unfortunate Ando Rado, who had been pinned to it by a katana thrust through his arm. He bore the marks of lightning-inflicted burns across his body. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he glared at Yuki Shuji, feeling the sting of their humiliating defeat. The opponent's bloodline limit not only obscured vision but also carried a paralyzing effect, making it difficult for him to discern the enemy's location. Moreover, the adversary wielded a peculiar body technique, his claws imbued with poison and his speed astonishingly swift. Not far from him lay the unconscious Tsukikage Kaze and the injured Yamashiro Aoi, who had lost a hand. Both bore varying degrees of wounds, with Kaze particularly affected. His eyes had been seized by the enemy, and if the toxin were to infiltrate his brain without timely treatment, salvation would be beyond reach. Yuki Shuji glanced at the resentful Ando Rado and, with a swift strike of his hand, rendered him unconscious. He withdrew his katana, calculating silently in his mind. Time was slipping away, and he needed to hasten to assist their leader. The combination of the Navy's 6 styles and enhanced ninjutsu truly astonished him. Otherwise, contending with these 3 elite jounin from Konoha would have posed a significant challenge. Prior to this encounter, Kaze had entrusted his knowledge of the Navy's 6 styles to Zabuza and Shuji, the latter mastering it much more swiftly due to his prior training in ninjutsu. Although the 6 styles were not native to the world of Hokage, they fundamentally represented a form of physical discipline and application. After consulting the system, Kaze discovered that others could also train in this technique, which led him to impart his knowledge to the 2, under the condition that they would not share it with anyone outside the Sage organization. Meanwhile, Zabuza bore numerous wounds of varying severity, blood soaking through his garments. Unlike Yuki Shuji, he found himself in a dire situation, ensnared by an illusion and forced to resort to self-inflicted pain to rouse himself from its grasp. The lifeless body of Akane lay sprawled before a nearby desk, her fate sealed. These injuries were not solely inflicted by Akane. Zabuza himself had contributed to them. Fortunately, he had managed to escape the illusion in time and, leveraging his physical prowess, had gained the upper hand. As he rifled through various mission scrolls, he suddenly spotted Kaze's name and paused, swiftly snatching it and tucking it into his clothing, preparing to depart. The commotion was too pronounced. Time was of the essence. And should the ferocious tiger of Konoha truly awaken to the situation, it would spell disaster. At that moment, Kaze emerged from the swirling dust, several shuriken embedded in his form. Host, Do you truly intend to flee? Defeating the third Hokage would also be considered a task reward. After all, the downfall of a village's Hokage would deal a significant psychological blow to Konoha, as Kaze was about to take advantage of the third Hokage's entrapment to escape. He heard the system's enticing words echoing in his mind. Such nonsense. This isn't Konoha. You tell me how to escape after defeating the third Hokage. Surviving is the prerequisite for all endeavors. Just as I must complete my mission, for failure could lead to my demise. I refuse to sacrifice my life for trivial rewards. It seems you have no choice, do you? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a colossal monkey suddenly struck Feng Yao back with a powerful paw, the immense force causing him to stumble several steps, even in sage mode. Upon closer inspection, it was the summoning beast of the third Hokage, Enma. Possessing an indestructible physique and the ability to transform into the Rui Jingu Bang, serving as the Hokage's formidable ally. Feng Yao inwardly cursed the system for its ill-timed predictions. Trouble had indeed arrived. At this moment, the third Hokage seized the opportunity to exit the range of Feng Yao's wind-style sandstorm and appeared before him in an instant. Continuing to persuade, "You have nowhere to escape, Feng Yao. Surrender now." Enma transformed into the Rui Jingu Bang. Having fought alongside Sarutobi before, the two were well acquainted. Enma soared into the air, twisting into a solid black staff adorned with golden patterns at both ends. The third Hokage grasped the Rui Jingu Bang. Its colossal size was disproportionate to his slender frame. He crouched slightly and swung the staff forward, forming hand seals as he proclaimed, "Diamond Prison." The staff in the air split into dozens of replicas at incredible speed, encircling Feng Yao and forming a cubic cage that ensnared him. This technique was a fusion of offense and defense, capable of trapping foes while simultaneously providing protection, dependent solely on the user's skill. In the world of shinobi, this technique had once withstood the first Hokage's would release. Feng Yao glanced at the cage before him and scoffed. It was clear that defeating the third Hokage was the only way for him to escape. Sage Art, Wind Release, Light Fong. Feng Yao formed hand seals, unleashing a laser beam akin to a water column that effortlessly sliced through the surrounding cage. This was a technique of the Six Paths level, certainly beyond the capabilities of a mere summoning beast to thwart. Enma sensed the imminent danger halfway through and hastily reverted to his original form. But it was still a moment too late, resulting in the loss of an arm. Fortunately, he acted swiftly. Otherwise, it would have been more than just an arm. Old friend, retreat. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bomb. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Seeing Enma injured caused the third Hokage great distress. He commanded Enma to withdraw and continued to confront Feng Yao. The two distinct elemental techniques synergized, significantly amplifying their power. Truly, the third Hokage, renowned for his scholarly prowess, effortlessly combined these jutsu. Had he been at his peak in youth, I might have truly been overwhelmed today. As the oncoming ninjutsu held towards him, Feng Yao no longer held back. His sage mode had less than 6 minutes remaining, and he needed to resolve the battle in one decisive strike. He clasped his hands together. Sage Art would release True Thousand Hands. Upon a rocky terrain, a towering and majestic wooden Buddha was summoned, its size significantly larger than the previous incarnation. The fiery dragon projectile struck the colossal figure but yielded little effect, merely dislodging a handful of its arms. This is impossible. How could you possess the secret arts of the first Hokage? Unfortunately for the third Hokage, he was met with hundreds of arms, each blow as heavy as a mountain. Earth-style, Earth Flow Wall. At the moment when he was overwhelmed by the arms, the third Hokage managed to deploy his Earth technique for defense. This time, Wind Yao did not hold back, launching a full-scale assault. Countless arms battered the already crumbling Hokage rock, and thick clouds of dust lingered above, refusing to dissipate. The third Hokage knelt on the ground, spitting blood. This technique of sage arts ultimately failed to provide complete protection, a testament to the frailty of age, as he could no longer fight with the vigor of his youth. Wind Yao, too, found himself unsteady, soon retreating from sage mode, gasping for breath. Although this sage technique was formidable, it drained his chakra significantly, leading to a drastic reduction in the duration of his sage mode. The two warriors exchanged glances. Both were now at their limits, struggling to move, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. Indeed, in the territory of Konoha, the Umbu arrived first at Hokage Rock. The third Hokage let out a silent sigh of relief. While a glint of madness flickered in Wind Yao's eyes, desperate measures were now necessary. Curse you, system. It's your fault for jinxing me. If I ever find you, I will sew your mouth shut. Windu muttered angrily to himself, forcing himself to rise. The leader was truly in a dire state, but it was understandable, considering he faced the most powerful third Hokage in history. Hey, such thrilling events ought to include me. Watching from the outside is utterly dull. In an instant, two figures appeared by Feng Yao's side, each supporting him. The Umbu personnel across the way grew wary, swiftly drawing their weapons. Let us leave. The mission is complete. And there is no need to linger. It would be troublesome if other Jonin from Konoha arrived. Hearing this, Shuji frowned. He had intended to engage the enemy further. However, following such a leader would undoubtedly lead to more thrilling escapades, so he acquiesced to Feng Yao's command. Zabuza tossed a smoke bomb, and together with Shuji, they departed with Feng Yao. Third Hokage, how are you? An Umbu member rushed to the side of the third Hokage upon observing the departure of their foes. Cough, cough. I'm not dying yet. Assess the casualties in the village. Do not rush to pursue the enemy. They are formidable. Have all Jonin who are on missions return promptly. Cough, cough. The third Hokage struggled to speak, yet he steadfastly fulfilled his duties as Hokage. Understood, Hokage-sama. Chapter 14. The carefree wisdom of the heart. Within the illuminated hall of the Hokage headquarters, the flickering crimson flames of the candles cast elongated shadows of the third Hokage, whose frail figure appeared to stretch across the room. Kneeling before him were several members of the Umbu, one of whom broke the heavy silence. Lord Hokage. The losses in Konoha have been devastating. Not only has the Hokage Rock been completely destroyed, but nearly 100 individuals in the vicinity have sustained injuries. Particularly alarming is the condition of the Jonin, Moonlight Breeze, who has lost vision in his right eye and remains in critical condition. Additionally, Aoyama from the mountain village has had his left arm severed. Even with treatment, his strength will likely diminish considerably. As for Jonin Red and Asuma, they have only suffered minor injuries and are now out of danger, but Kakashi is gravely wounded and unconscious. Furthermore, should news of this incident spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of Konoha and perhaps even invite aggression from other nations. The Umbu members' face momentarily reflected a flicker of hesitation, as if grappling with whether to disclose further troubling information. Finally, gathering his resolve, he continued, "There have also been murmurs of discontent regarding your leadership within the village, and the two senior advisors have voiced their criticisms." A shadow of sorrow crossed the Umbu member's countenance, for the third Hokage had tirelessly fought for the village, continuing his duties even while still recovering from his own injuries, while the two senior advisors remained conspicuously silent. "Very well, you may leave," the third Hokage said wearily, waving his hand dismissively. "Once all the Jonin have gathered, summon them here. I have matters to discuss with them." Meanwhile, Feng Yao and his companions had swiftly departed from the Land of Fire, now distanced from the defensive perimeter of the Hidden Leaf Village. "Congratulations, host, on the completion of the mission. Revenge against Konoha achieved, with 20 destruction inflicted upon the village. Additionally, you have defeated the third Hokage, delivering a significant psychological blow to Konoha, and have thus received a special reward." The carefree wisdom of the heart, as Feng Yao lay atop Zabuza's body. He once again heard the voice of the system resonate in his mind, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. The carefree wisdom of the heart? Previously, I had received an enhancement potion from the system that significantly improved my stamina and mental acuity. Unlike that potion, this transformation promises a complete alteration of the host's physical constitution, enabling the perfect utilization of various techniques and amplifying the potency of sage arts. For instance, when the host employs the white radiance technique, he will no longer be hindered by blinding light or air vibrations. Furthermore, when utilizing other sage techniques, the host's abilities will align more closely with those of the original practitioner. There are additional benefits that this system will not enumerate here. The host will naturally come to know them in due course. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao felt a stir of emotion. If this were indeed the case, it would provide substantial assistance. A portion of his sage arts had previously remained inaccessible, not for lack of effort, but due to the risk of self-harm, and additionally, the inability to unleash their full potential. The same chakra used in sage arts would yield greater power and lesser consumption in the hands of others, such as when you employ the technique of inorganic rebirth, bolstered by the legacy of the Dragon Cave and the sage mode that came with it. The protagonist finds himself seamlessly integrating with the system, allowing his physique to harmoniously align with every mystical technique, igniting a thrill within him. "Please prepare yourself," he instructs. as a refreshing energy begins to permeate his very being, invigorating every limb. Lying on the ground, Zaibujan cannot help but gasp, startled to the point of nearly tumbling from his perch in the trees. Could it be that his leader harbors some peculiar tendencies? Suddenly, a brilliant blue radiance bursts forth from Feng Yao, prompting Zaibujan to quickly set him aside, expressing concern. "Leader, what is happening to you?" Feng Yao shakes his head, exhilarated by the pure energy coursing through him. "It's nothing, just step back a bit, I'll be fine shortly." He swiftly settles into a meditative position to absorb the energy, and the brilliance around him intensifies, cocooning him in a luminous chrysalis. Zaibujan and Shoji exchange glances, increasingly intrigued by their leader's enigmatic nature. Within the chrysalis, countless dark specks are expelled from Feng Yao, dissolving into nothingness as his physique undergoes a subtle transformation. He senses a newfound unity with the world, each cell within him markedly different from before, akin to the distinction between a child and an adult, now capable of adapting to the side effects of his current techniques. Notably, his intellect has sharpened, his mental acuity not only heightened but also purer. Common illusions would likely struggle to affect him. His memories have also grown clearer, thoughts flowing with unprecedented clarity, even recalling experiences from his 2 decades on Earth in his previous life. After what feels like an eternity, the chrysalis gradually dissipates, revealing skin that appears even more porcelain-like than before, with bones seemingly glowing like jade beneath the surface. His body now embodies true purity and tranquility. He has even grown taller. As he gazes slowly towards Zaibujan and Shoji, his eyes shimmer with an intense brilliance. When Zaibujan meets his gaze, it feels as if all of his secrets, his techniques, weaknesses, and psyche have been laid bare, a sensation reminiscent of facing the Sharingan, yet somehow more terrifying. Shoji inhales deeply, acutely aware of the transformation in Feng Yao's aura. Though Feng Yao was formidable before, he lacked that innate charisma of a leader. Now, Shoji finds himself inexplicably compelled to submit. Moreover, being near Feng Yao seems to calm their previously restless spirits, enveloping them in a soothing warmth akin to basking in gentle sunlight, dispelling the cold malice and ferocity within. "Leader, your transformation is astonishing," Shoji stammers. Rising to his feet, Feng Yao recognizes the monumental changes within him. Both his chakra levels and recovery speed have markedly improved, and his comprehension of the mystical techniques he previously employed has deepened significantly. The host's current physique is akin to that of an exceptionally rare prodigy in the world of Naruto. His aura possesses the remarkable ability to calm those around him, dispelling negative emotions and fostering an instinctive sense of reliance, thus enabling swifter mastery of ninjutsu. This quality positions the host as a competent leader. Feng Yao, realizing this truth, understood why Zabuza and his companion gazed at him with such fervent longing. He cleared his throat to bring them back to their senses. "Apologies, leader. By the way, here is the intelligence I gathered from Konoha. What is our next course of action?" Zabuza quickly diverted the conversation, and Feng Yao pondered briefly, conjuring dozens of distinct strategies in mere moments. He was astonished by his own cognitive prowess, confident that multitasking posed no challenge for him. Upon receiving the intelligence scroll, he opened it to find, with a cold snort, that the mission was indeed assigned to the Umbu ninja group that had once pursued him. While he harbored a desire to eliminate them, he recognized that Umbu members were often dispatched on missions and not always present in the village. Thus, he could not return to Konoha solely for the sake of one member of the group. After some contemplation, he arrived at a decision. "Let us proceed to the land of water. Zabuza, I will fulfill the promise I made to you." Upon hearing this, Zabuza was momentarily taken aback before immediately kneeling on one knee. "Thank you, leader. Rest assured, even if I seize the hidden mist village, I shall remain a member of the Senju, at your service. I trust you, Zabuza. Order Haku to accompany us to the land of water. We shall require his strength." Feng Yao replied, assisting Zabuza to his feet. "Of course, leader. Allow me to carry you on my back for the journey." "That is unnecessary. Zabuza must be fatigued." "I will shoulder the burden," he insisted. "I am not weary. You are too courteous, Shuji." "I shall do it," they exclaimed, each eager to assist. They discovered that the closer they were to Feng Yao, the more invigorated they felt, enhancing their ninjutsu trainings. Making the task of carrying one another a competition, they both embraced. "Ahem, it's fine. My chakra has nearly recovered. I can walk on my own." If 2 beautiful women were vying for his attention, Feng Yao might have reluctantly accepted, but two imposing men competing for his favor was another matter. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Konoha Ninja Village. Seated at the center was the third Hokage, flanked by two individuals, Mito Gate Kurenai, the esteemed advisor, and T-Rune Koharu. These two were responsible for liaising with the Land of Fire and, under certain circumstances, could offer counsel to the Hokage, even influencing his decisions. The elite shinobi of Konoha sensed an undercurrent of unease. Surrounding them were not only the elite shinobi, but also members of the Umbu and Root, including the leader of Root, Danzo Shimura, whose face was partially bandaged, and whose one visible eye glimmered with suspicion and calculation, casting a shadow of gloom over the gathering. The incident involving the destruction of the Hokage Rock has garnered considerable attention from the daimyo of the Fire Nation, who has expressed profound dissatisfaction with the actions taken by Konoha. This situation not only impacts Konoha but also tarnishes the reputation of the Fire Nation. Indeed, following this event, the strength of the Hidden Leaf Village has diminished to a significant extent, leaving it vulnerable to potential bold moves from neighboring countries. During an emergency meeting convened yesterday in the Fire Nation, we pondered whether the third Hokage could continue to fulfill his duties effectively. The two senior advisors exchanged words, each blaming the third Hokage for the current predicament. Listening to their discourse, Mike Guy, unable to contain his anger, retorted, "If it were not for the Hokage's unwavering efforts to impede the situation, Konoha would have suffered even greater losses. Where would you have been then?" The two advisors were momentarily rendered speechless by his outburst, and it was the third Hokage who ultimately intervened to alleviate the tension. Well, the Hokage Rock incident is a result of my negligence. I underestimated the adversary. I willingly resigned from my position as Hokage, the third Hokage declared, his words seemingly adding to his weariness. "This is unacceptable, Hokage. What will become of Konoha without your guidance?" The assembly urged, imploring him to reconsider his decision. Amidst the chorus of objections, only Danzo from Root displayed a sinister smile, while the two senior advisors stood by, resembling statues, their expressions impassive. Change is imminent for Konoha. Chapter 15. The Fifth Hokage. At the border of the Land of Fire, sunlight filtered through the solitary gap in the trees, casting gentle rays upon the ground. Three silhouettes sat in a circle, with an assortment of fruits, food, and water placed before them. Among them was a man of remarkable beauty, as if he embodied all the splendid elements of the world, irresistibly drawing others near. Zabuza, while consuming his meal, couldn't help but reflect. Fortuitously, he was a man, otherwise. Sitting beside their leader, he would likely be too entranced to eat, merely gazing in awe. Yet, lately, the image of their leader lingered in his mind. Could it be that he— No, Zabuza hastily shook his head, discarding that unsettling thought. "All right, once we finish our meal, we should resume our journey," Feng Yao said, wiping his mouth before donning his mask. They had now reached the border, where the Land of Water was surrounded by the sea. To traverse it, they would need to take a boat. Assisting Zabuza was also an act of self-benefit. Feng Yao had contemplated various locations established by the sage organizations, ultimately deciding upon the Land of Water. This nation boasted an exceptional geographical position, distanced from the mainland and untouched by large-scale wars. Thus, it had preserved the greatest variety of bloodline limits from the era of the Hokage Wars to the conclusion of the Third Ninja War, renowned throughout the ninja world for its diverse bloodline capabilities. What did this signify? An abundance of talent, with just a few individuals nurtured. It would provide fresh blood for the sage. The task from the system seemed effortless, and this thought brought a sense of elation to Feng Yao, who began to ponder what divine artifact the system would bestow upon him. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Subjugate Terumi Mei. Mission description: capture the fifth Mizukage. Timeframe: within 2 years. Slogan: a powerful man must conquer the mightiest woman. Go for it, young man." Even with Feng Yao having inherited the carefree wisdom of the Ji-Xian body, signifying his formidable mental strength and resilience, the audacity of the system nearly caused him to stumble. "How bold you are! You previously accused me of being lewd, and now you expect me to conquer the fifth Hokage? Do you take me for a lustful fiend?" Feng Yao declared with righteous indignation, utterly unwilling to engage in such sordid affairs. "What are you thinking, host? I merely require you to bring Terumi Mei into the sage organization. The peculiar notions you've conjured are entirely your own." "Ah, you were intentionally misleading me, weren't you?" "Ahem, truth be told, I was indeed contemplating the same. My sage organization is in dire need of talent, especially someone with Terumi Mei's bloodline capabilities. Feng Yao unabashedly justified his intentions. Nearby lay a small village inhabited by ordinary folk, who primarily made their living by fishing. Acquiring a couple of boats here should prove relatively easy. Zabuza and Xiaoyo were tasked with finding boats, while Feng Yao meandered through the village, where a notice board caught his attention. Though modest, this village occasionally displayed news and significant national affairs for the villagers' awareness. The paper he noticed was an announcement from the Land of Fire. The third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, due to his advanced age and frailty, voluntarily relinquished his position. Consequently, the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the elite council of Konoha appointed Danzo Shimura as the fifth Hokage. Simultaneously, a bounty of 50 million ryo was placed on the S-rank fugitive, Fuyo, for anyone who could bring him down. Accompanying this announcement were images of Fuyo wearing a mask as well as photographs from his time in Konoha. Since Kakashi had yet to awaken, Naruto's team remained unaware that the young ninja they had encountered was indeed Fuyo, and thus they were oblivious to his current true appearance. Upon reading this, Fuyo scoffed lightly, realizing his own worth had escalated, akin to the time he had robbed Kato. However, he lamented that he was bound for the Land of Water. As he continued to read, his expression froze, a flicker of malevolence darting through his eyes, transforming his demeanor into one of profound darkness. The announcement further stated that Fuyo's parents, Feng Bo and Feng Yao, had been verified to have close ties with the rogue ninja and had repeatedly sold information to foreign nations. They had been executed by the fifth Hokage. Raging with fury, unable to contain his wrath, he smashed the notice board with a single punch. His parents were merely ordinary individuals. How could they be accused of treachery? Yet, he swiftly discerned the underlying truth. The third Hokage, known for his benevolence, would never harm the innocent. However, with Danzo's ascension, a man characterized by suspicion and ruthless methods, any semblance of negligence was intolerable. In such turbulent times, where restoring order and capturing him was paramount, Danzo had chosen to sacrifice his parents. Regardless of any actual connection, they were deemed expendable to placate the citizens of Konoha and the Land of Fire, demonstrating Danzo's capability to assume the mantle of the fifth Hokage. Danzo, I swear to kill you. Fuyo spat each word through gritted teeth. Despite some estrangement from his parents, they had nurtured him for 12 years. He was not devoid of emotion, particularly towards those who had given him life. Although consumed by anger, his tranquil mind allowed for rational thought. He immediately turned to seek out Zabuza and Haku. At that moment, the two had procured a fishing boat and were preparing to depart. Fuyo approached them with a resolute demeanor. I have matters to attend to and cannot proceed to the Land of Water for now. You two must go ahead and establish yourselves there, awaiting my command. His tone brooked no argument. Haku sensed that Fuyo was on the brink of undertaking something significant. Just as he opened his mouth to offer assistance, he was met with the chilling intensity in Fuyo's azure eyes, silencing him instantly. Zabuza perceived Fuyo as a fierce beast, primal and formidable. Since it is the leader's command, we shall comply. We will secure our position in the Land of Water and await your arrival, Zabuza declared. After relaying these instructions, Fuyo turned away, his singular focus crystallized to eliminate Danzo. He activated Sage Mode and dashed through the forest, knowing that at his pace, he could return to Konoha in less than a week. Host, though you seek vengeance, I shall not impede you. However, I must caution you that in 3 days, the 6-month period shall conclude, and at that juncture, the next random selection will occur, rendering you unable to enter Sage Mode and utilize Sage Jutsu. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao could only pause at a tree, inwardly cursing the system countless times. Although he felt the system was treacherous, he could only seethe with impotent rage, uncertain of what ninjutsu or school he might randomly acquire next. It was evident that he could not directly venture to Konoha. Feng Yao, despite his desire for revenge, was not so blinded by wrath as to recklessly engage in a decisive battle with Danzo. Every action he undertook was the result of rational contemplation. In his current state of carefree wisdom, activating Sage Mode along with the enhanced power of Sage Jutsu, he was confident he could eliminate Danzo and retreat unscathed. Yet now vengeance was indeed necessary, but he could not sacrifice his life in pursuit of it. Such behavior would be that of a fool. You truly falter at a critical moment. He cursed the system once more, then changed his direction. He had conceived another plan and thus required an ally. Meanwhile, within Konoha, Danzo donned a white Hokage robe, lined with red ninja attire, and wore the Hokage hat. He had finally realized his ambition of becoming the Hokage of Konoha. He could now implement his will, employing stringent measures to safeguard the village. Lord Hokage, the news has already spread. What is our next course of action? The figure kneeling before him was none other than Danju, an Umbu member who had previously pursued Feng Yao. He was, in fact, one of Danzo's men. You have performed admirably. It is thanks to your earlier report that I was able to orchestrate the downfall of Hiruzen today. That little brat Feng Yao has truly exceeded my expectations, Danzo remarked in a flat tone, holding Feng Yao's dossier in his hand. Long before Feng Yao's defection from the village, Danzo had received this intelligence. Logically, the appearance of a rogue ninja indicated the negligence of the third Hokage. He had initially intended to exploit this opportunity. However, the villagers remained staunchly supportive of the third Hokage. Danzo could only bide his time, commanding Danju to eliminate the old medic. To him, killing an ordinary person was of little consequence, especially if Feng Yao had any collusion with the medic. He also ordered those around him to promptly report any developments concerning Konoha. Finally, he awaited Feng Yao's return. A merchant had reported that someone was inquiring about the medic and had brought along a ninja. He relayed this information to the third Hokage for him to handle. In truth, even if Feng Yao were to fail, he would still find a way to cast blame upon the third Hokage. He was willing to employ any means necessary to ascend to the position of Hokage. Danzo tightened his grip on Feng Yao's dossier. His immediate objective was to eradicate this pest that threatened Konoha. Chapter 16. The first encounter with Orochimaru 2 days later. In the northern border region of the Land of Fire, lies a small nation neighboring it, the Land of Rice. The very birthplace of the Sound Ninja and the lair of Orochimaru. Feng Yao arrived in the Land of Rice, where the villages appeared somewhat rudimentary. Occasionally, 2 ninjas adorned with musical note headbands stood guard before a gate. At the entrance stood Maru and Doyu, each possessing distinct abilities, proficient in various barrier and sealing techniques. As Feng Yao approached them, the duo cast a glance in his direction, and Doyu spoke first. Stand still. Who are you? Remove your mask. Maru's gaze remained fixed on Feng Yao, prompting him to come to a halt. Summon Orochimaru. You are not worthy to inquire about my identity. A flicker of anger surged within Doyu. This insolent fool thinks himself important. I will show this ignorant wretch my prowess. With that thought, she produced a flute, magic flute, dream melody. A series of melodious notes resonated, enchanting and echoing, ensnaring those who succumbed to its allure in a dreamlike illusion, gradually eroding their will. However, Feng Yao's mental fortitude was far too formidable for such a low-level illusion to affect him. Once Doyu concluded her performance, he remarked, "Is that all? Your flute skills leave much to be desired." Doyu, ever defiant, could not endure such condescending mockery and lunged at Feng Yao with her flute. Yet, as she approached within 5 meters, her body suddenly grew weak, a refreshing chill seeping into her limbs. The sensation was so pleasant that she nearly gasped. Her earlier anger and murderous intent dissipating, replaced by an inexplicable sense of warmth and reliance towards Feng Yao, even wanting to draw nearer. Feng Yao, perplexed, noted the abrupt slowing of Doyu's movements. Without hesitation, he seized her neck with his right hand, preparing to compel Orochimaru to reveal himself. Doyu let out a startled cry, not from fear, but from the overwhelming comfort of being so close to Feng Yao. Despite being restrained, she felt an unexplainable assurance that he would not harm her, even developing a peculiar fondness for this stranger. I didn't even exert much force. Could it be that Orochimaru's elite subordinates are merely a facade? He mused, pondering the significant influence of his unique constitution on others. The ethereal quality of his carefree mind was irresistibly appealing to those burdened with negative emotions, akin to a famished individual suddenly feasting on a lavish banquet. Strangely, its effect seemed to be more pronounced on the opposite sex, a revelation the system had not anticipated. Upon realizing this, Feng Yao understood that even Zabuza, who appeared to be influenced by him earlier, had indeed been affected. However, it is utterly inconceivable that one could become distracted even in the midst of combat with oneself. In such moments, when facing a female ninja, one would naturally hold the upper hand. Taking advantage of her brief lapse in focus could swiftly turn the tide. Moyo, what illusion did you employ? Release her at once. Upon witnessing his companion's capture, Katumaru grew agitated and shouted, preparing to take action, yet Moyo unexpectedly halted him. I am fine. He should bear no ill will. Please report to Lord Orochimaru, Moyo uttered, his voice trembling as he spoke. Kutumaru was taken aback. The group had long served under Orochimaru, and they were well acquainted with one another. Moyo, known for his competitive spirit and refusal to concede, was also notorious for his sharp tongue and penchant for quarrels. The fact that he did not insult his captor was already extraordinary, but now he seemed to be siding with him. Moreover, the tone of his voice conveyed an unusual shyness. Had it not been for the clarity in Moyo's eyes, Kutumaru might have suspected him to be under an illusion. A wave of reflection washed over Feng Yao. This carefree, wise heart was proving to be even more useful than he had anticipated. Kutumaru, uncertain and vexed, cast a furious glance at Feng Yao, declaring, "You'd better watch yourself. If you harm Moyo, Lord Orochimaru will not let you off easily." With that, he retreated into the room, leaving Feng Yao alone with the panting Moyo. Moments later, four figures materialized behind the door. Leading them was Orochimaru, with his flowing black hair, golden, elongated pupils, and violet eyeshadow extending from the corners of his eyes to the bridge of his nose. His pallid skin bore no trace of color, and he adorned blue-green, comma-shaped earrings, instantly exuding an aura of cunning and malice. Following closely were Kutumaru, along with Sakan, Jirubu, and Kagaya Kimimaro. Feng Yao lingered a moment longer on Kimimaro, who possessed the Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit, making him the most formidable among the sound ninjas. The combined strength of the other four paled in comparison. Orochimaru approached Feng Yao, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. "By your appearance, I surmise you must be the S-rank rogue ninja, Feng Yao, who recently wreaked havoc in Konoha. I never anticipated you would seek me out." Orochimaru's revelation of Feng Yao's identity was not surprising. The land of rice was adjacent to the land of fire, and photographs of Feng Yao donning a mask had long circulated among various factions. Furthermore, Orochimaru kept a keen eye on the happenings in Konoha, and such a significant event would not have escaped his notice. The others present exchanged furtive glances, their astonishment palpable. They had heard whispers of this news but had not taken the initiative to delve deeper. Typically, they remained by Orochimaru's side, obediently following his commands. Moyo, upon hearing this, turned to glance at Feng Yao with newfound admiration. "Mr. Orochimaru, I wish to propose a transaction." Feng Yao regarded Orochimaru with an unruffled demeanor, his lack of surprise at Orochimaru's awareness of his identity evident. Orochimaru's curiosity regarding Feng Yao deepened. Not only had the latter managed to obliterate the Hokage rock in Konoha, but he had also swiftly ascertained his own standing, showcasing his considerable prowess. "What sort of transaction do you propose, Feng Yao?" Upon noticing Orochimaru's intent to negotiate, he released the girl, duel, to demonstrate his sincerity, which caused a slight softening in Orochimaru's gaze. Yet, duel remained rooted in place, unwilling to distance herself from Feng Yao, whose presence was irresistibly captivating. Ultimately, under Orochimaru's command, she reluctantly followed, glancing back every few steps. Orochimaru noted her unusual behavior with a furrowed brow, but chose not to dwell on it. "I wish to collaborate with you to annihilate the Hidden Leaf Village," he stated. "But I have one condition. I desire to personally eliminate the 5th Hokage Danzo." Orochimaru shook his head dismissively, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded Feng Yao. "Why would I ally with you? What benefit do you offer in the destruction of Konoha?" Feng Yao mentally cursed the old fox. By this point, Orochimaru had long been plotting the village's downfall. It was evident that he sought to leverage Feng Yao's proposal for his own gain. Unperturbed, Feng Yao turned his back to Orochimaru and calmly replied, "The choice of collaboration lies with you. Should you wish to forego the legacy of Konoha's ninjutsu and evade the relentless pursuit of its shinobi, you may very well reject my offer." With that, he prepared to depart without a backward glance. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. Just as he was on the verge of leaving, Orochimaru called out to him, "Wait, Yao-kun, you have prevailed. I accept your terms. After all, I have little interest in that old coot Danzo. It would be better if you eliminate him." Only then did Feng Yao turn around, but at that moment, Orochimaru's head suddenly elongated, lunging toward him. This was Orochimaru's soft body modification, allowing him to stretch and contort his form at will. With a mouth that was disproportionately larger than that of an average person, he aimed to sink his fangs into Feng Yao's throat. In response, Feng Yao activated the 6 styles, bracing himself with one hand against the oncoming serpent's head, while his other hand delivered a powerful right hook, distorting Orochimaru's face. The head retracted back into Orochimaru's body, and his injuries healed almost instantaneously. With an ominous tone, Feng Yao inquired, What is the meaning of this, Orochimaru? Orochimaru rubbed his left cheek, his eyes glinting with malice. Since we are to collaborate, I must ascertain your true strength. Allow me to witness it, Yaokoin. With that, he charged toward Feng Yao once more. Chapter 17. Confrontation with Orochimaru. As Orochimaru executed his instantaneous body technique and approached Feng Yao, he was inexplicably drawn to the aura emanating from him. A sense of affinity stirred within him, yet his resolute will prevented him from being swayed in the heat of battle. With hands forming seals, he intoned, "Shadow of Serpents." This was Orochimaru's B-rank ninjutsu, a technique of remarkable versatility. It enabled him to summon numerous serpents instantaneously, each tasked with intimidation, restraint, or capture, achieving a devastating series of strikes. Often, before adversaries could react, they found themselves ensnared. A dozen brown and black patterned snakes surged towards Feng Yao's limbs and vital points. Nearby, Doyu felt an inexplicable surge of concern for Feng Yao, a sentiment that even she found astonishing. However, her worries were unfounded. Feng Yao deftly evaded the onslaught by employing the moon step technique, gracefully maneuvering out of the serpent's grasp. It took Orochimaru several meters of pursuit before he retracted his technique. Orochimaru's expression turned grave. His shadow of serpents not only boasted an overwhelming number of snakes, but also an astonishing speed that could ensnare even shadow-level warriors who let their guard down. The fact that his opponent had evaded him at such close range was alarming. In his experience, only one possibility could account for such evasion: the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan could replicate ninjutsu and perceive techniques and movements. Yet Feng Yao's eyes were clearly not of that lineage. Feng Yao's ability to dodge the shadow of serpents without entering sage mode was attributed to the profound transformation of his physique. His comprehension of ninjutsu surpassed Orochimaru's expectations. In the instant Orochimaru unleashed his attack, Feng Yao had already simulated the technique's potential variations in his mind, enabling him to evade it. Yaokoin, your secrets are far more intriguing than I anticipated. However, mere evasion does not earn my acknowledgement of your strength, Orochimaru taunted, a cold smile gracing his lips, exuding a mature and ominous aura intended to provoke Feng Yao. Feng Yao joined his hands in prayer, silently contemplating that this would likely be his last use of sage mode. Subsequently, a shadow flickered at the corner of his eye, and his pupils transformed. This did not signify an instantaneous transition into sage mode. Rather, it illustrated his ability to multitask, as he had simultaneously engaged Orochimaru while activating sage mode. At that moment, Orochimaru keenly sensed the shift in Feng Yao's power, a transformation that was exponentially more formidable than before. He felt a haunting resemblance to his encounter with Uchiha Itachi, the overwhelming sensation of facing an insurmountable adversary. With a huff, he vowed that the humiliation of that day would not repeat itself. Although his opponent had defeated the third Hokage, the latter was aged and weakened, far from his prime, while Orochimaru stood as one of the legendary three ninjas. Orochimaru lowered his body to the ground, his mouth widening. "Serpent's array," he declared. This technique summoned countless serpents to emerge from his mouth, attacking his foes and burying them alive amidst the writhing mass, ultimately culminating in an explosive eruption of serpents. As Orochimaru incessantly expelled substances from his mouth, Feng Yao furrowed his brow, contemplating that perhaps roasted snake meat would be quite delightful. With remarkable speed, he formed a series of hand seals, the rapidity of his movements creating afterimages. From a distance, Junmaru widened his eyes in astonishment, for he discerned that his opponent was simultaneously executing three distinct hand signs. Feng Yao inhaled deeply, his cheeks slightly puffing out. Senjutsu, 5 Waikai gates. Simultaneously, Feng Yao unleashed wind release, fire release, and toad oil, creating a vast expanse of ignited oil, the temperature soaring as it mercilessly consumed the serpentine creature summoned by Orochimaru. Previously, Feng Yao had refrained from using this technique, as he could not simultaneously employ three ninjutsu. However, he had now mastered the ability to unleash four techniques at once. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru hastily retreated, knowing that even he could not withstand such a formidable fire release. At the same time, he bit his finger and pressed it into the ground. Triple Arshimon. 3 monstrous gates, adorned in red, blue, and black, rose from the earth, seemingly intent on absorbing all incoming attacks. These gates represented the stages of reception, annihilation, and expansion, each serving as an absolute defensive barrier capable of absorbing any assault. Not only could they protect him, but they also instilled a psychological deterrent against his adversary. The first gate absorbed the impact, the second diminished the force, and the third dispersed the remaining energy. By the time the flaming oil struck the third gate, its power had waned, failing to harm the Orochimaru behind it. Is this the technique? How fortunate, Orochimaru mused, allowing himself a moment of relief. Yet, just as he exhaled, Feng Yao suddenly appeared behind him, his voice cold and foreboding. Mr. Orochimaru, the battle is far from over. Feng Yao clasped his hands together and softly intoned, Senjutsu, Meishin Gate. Several red torii gates descended from the heavens, pinning Orochimaru beneath them. This technique temporarily sealed his chakra, rendering him vulnerable and at the mercy of his opponent. Realizing that his chakra was being confined, Orochimaru felt utterly exposed. Feng Yao did not relent, continuing to form hand seals as though he intended to claim Orochimaru's life. Finally, unable to maintain his composure, Orochimaru shouted in terror, "Hurry up and lend me your assistance." Observing Orochimaru's peril, Junmaru had longed to intervene but had awaited orders. The moment he heard Orochimaru's plea, he dashed forward. Alongside him, the others also sprang into action. They all activated their cursed seal's second forms, their skin darkening and hardening, their hair changing color and lengthening, and claws sprouting forth. After a moment of struggle, Taiyuya too joined the fray. Corpse bone palsy, iron wire flower dance. Secret technique, spider sticky gold. Earth release, earth mound dumpling. Multi-strike. The group unleashed their signature ninjutsu. The prowess of the Sound Ninja 5 should not be underestimated, for each possessed unique abilities, secret techniques, genjutsu, and bloodline limits. As the various attacks surged from behind, Feng Yao swiftly turned his head, altered the hand seal, and his abdomen swelled significantly before he unleashed an illusory white dragon. This was the celestial technique known as the White Surge technique. The white dragon swiftly soared towards the group of 5, clutching a purple dragon ball. This technique employed air vibrations to induce a sensation of bones grinding against one another in the enemies, while simultaneously emitting a blinding light that impaired their vision and hearing. Previously, Feng Yao had refrained from using this technique due to its severe side effects, having accidentally blinded himself with its brilliance. Henceforth, he had avoided it. Now, however, a luminous film protected his eyes, and his body's resilience allowed him to withstand the tremors of the air. The 4 adversaries within the radius were in agony, shutting their eyes and covering their ears. They could not even maintain their jutsu, with their seals beginning to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Yao plunged into the blinding light, delivering powerful punches that sent them sprawling aside. In contrast, the only one still standing besides Feng Yao was the aloof and unperturbed Orochimaru. Cursed by the unexpected strength of his opponent, Orochimaru's thoughts crystallized in a fleeting moment. In the very next instant, Feng Yao executed a swift gale kick, striking him fiercely in the chest. A wave of darkness enveloped Orochimaru as a violent dizziness overwhelmed him, causing him to lose his balance and collapse onto the ground. After a breath or two, he regained his composure, only to find Feng Yao's feet positioned directly before him. Cursed be this situation, Orochimaru seethed, preparing to rise. Yet, Feng Yao raised his right foot and pressed down mercilessly. Orochimaru's head was forcefully pinned to the ground, producing a heavy thud akin to a stone striking earth. Feng Yao. Orochimaru roared in fury, attempting to rise once more. Feng Yao regarded him coldly and brought his foot down again. Orochimaru's head collided violently with the ground, his scalp splitting and blood flowing freely. "This wretched fiend, I shall find a way to slay you," Orochimaru hissed, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, rage threatening to consume him. He lifted his head, his serpent-like eyes fixated on Feng Yao, and darkly intoned, "Yao-kun, I must concede my rudeness. I acknowledge your strength. Shall we call it a truce?" Observing Orochimaru's concession, Feng Yao dispelled the divine gate, amicably assisting Orochimaru to his feet, as if they were long-lost friends reunited after years. "Come now, Mr. Orochimaru, do rise. The ground is rather chilly. We were merely engaging in a friendly spar. Do not take offense." The 5 sound ninja nearby were left dumbfounded. Was this truly the same individual who had just demonstrated ruthlessness? The shift in demeanor was astonishingly swift. Orochimaru was momentarily bewildered. A friendly spar? Just moments ago, he had been on the brink of death. Yet, in Feng Yao's presence, the murderous intent and fury he had harbored began to dissipate, replaced by a burgeoning sense of greed. His physique appeared remarkably unique, possessing the ability to alter the thoughts of those around him. Moreover, judging by his earlier display, he seemed to have mastered sage mode. Such a body was indeed a perfect vessel. At this thought, Orochimaru licked his lips. Had he not been outmatched by Feng Yao, he would have likely engaged him immediately, slicing him into pieces for further study. Chapter 18. Space-time ninja techniques. Though the thoughts that lingered in his mind were nefarious, Orochimaru, a seasoned schemer, maintained a facade of amiable composure, seemingly unfazed by the previous events. Yaokuin, you are too polite. It was I who proposed this sparring session, so how could I take offense? Instead, let us proceed to my stronghold to discuss our forthcoming plans. As Feng Yao followed Orochimaru, poised to enter the dwelling, Orochimaru suddenly turned his gaze and spoke again. Yaokuin, since we have formed an alliance, might I request that you remove your mask for a moment? Feng Yao discerned that Orochimaru sought to confirm his identity. However, the visage concealed beneath the mask bore no resemblance to the wanted posters that depicted him. Yet, sensing that refusal might not be met with leniency, he reluctantly reached up and unveiled his face. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. He was strikingly handsome. It was astonishing that such beauty existed in the world. Doya found himself captivated by Feng Yao's appearance. Even those surrounding them momentarily lost their focus. Orochimaru, taken aback for a brief moment, quickly resumed his thoughts. This individual possessed an extraordinarily unique physique. However, his features bore no similarity to the wanted notices. Could it be that he had mastered some form of face-altering ninjutsu? Yet, such matters were trivial now. What intrigued me is his body. Clearing his throat to redirect the attention of those present, Orochimaru addressed Feng Yao. Yaokuin, it would be best if you donned your mask once more, lest my subordinates fall under your spell. Your appearance diverges from the wanted posters, though everyone harbors their own secrets, and I choose to trust you, Yaokuin. Doyu's face flushed, and he bowed his head. Meanwhile, Feng Yao, recognizing Orochimaru's lack of inquiry regarding his appearance, sensed an ulterior motive at play. After all, genuine trust in someone like Orochimaru could not be easily earned through mere words. Once he replaced the mask, he followed Orochimaru and the others into the interior of the dwelling. Within, a gaping opening revealed crude stone steps leading into the dark abyss below. A long, pitch-black tunnel lay ahead, filled with various cages, and the air was rife with the sounds of incessant cries, scuffles, and anguished moans. These were the unfortunate souls captured by Orochimaru, subjected to his experiments. Feng Yao was no saint. He had no intention of rescuing those who bore no connection to him. Instead, he maintained a neutral demeanor as he trailed Orochimaru to a stone door. Inside were several stone chairs and an array of intricate machinery. After instructing 5 individuals to guard the entrance, Orochimaru seated himself and began to discuss the forthcoming plans with Feng Yao. Yaokuin, to launch an assault on Konoha, we require not only personal strength but also the might of a nation. Your timing is fortuitous, as I have already identified a candidate. Feng Yao listened intently, knowing that Orochimaru was referring to the 4th Kazekage, Raza. In his recollection, due to Tsunagekyu's financial constraints, Raza had recognized both the formidable power of Konoha and the impending crisis. Thus, Orochimaru and Raza conspired to attack Konoha. The nation I refer to is the Wind Country's Tsunagekyu. Due to the foolish Wind Country daimyo continuously reducing the number of ninjas and the funding for ninja villages, Tsunagekyu's combat capabilities have been steadily declining. They harbor great trepidation towards Konohagakure, making them the most suitable ally. As Orochimaru spoke, he suddenly rose and approached Fy. His golden eyes widened with intensity. Furthermore, thanks to your favor, Danzo has ascended to the position of the 5th Hokage. I have previously interacted with him, and he will not adopt the conciliatory policies of the 3rd Hokage. Disputes will undoubtedly arise between our factions, and we can. I believe I comprehend your intentions. Mr. Orochimaru, we shall join forces with the Sand Shinobi to launch an assault on Konoha. Fy locked gazes with Orochimaru, his azure pupils reflecting determination. It is currently April, and the plan to dismantle Konoha is set to commence with the Nin exams in July. This implies that I have 3 months to prepare. Conversing with an astute individual like you is indeed straightforward. I shall notify you when the plan is set in motion. For now, I suggest you take some rest. Should you desire, you may also explore my quarters further. Orochimaru placed a hand on Fy's shoulder, greedily inhaling the aura surrounding him. His resolve to seize this body solidified in his heart. Upon reaching the doorway, the four individuals accompanying MY still regarded FY with considerable suspicion. Their gazes sharp and unwelcoming. Ignoring their stares, FY brushed past them and inquired coolly, "Where is my room?" The emotions of those near him settled subconsciously. Though only Kimimaro shook his head, his vigilance unwavering. Lord FY, I shall escort you," MY stammered, fidgeting with the hem of his clothing. "Hey, MY, are you serious? This guy just..." Sukarab interjected, observing MY's swift allegiance with incredulity. "Shut it, Sukarab. What are you saying? Just now, it was Lord Orochimaru who instructed us to arrange a place for Lord FY to rest," MY retorted, instinctively ready to lash out at Sukarab, but refraining when faced with FY's presence. "It's fine. Simply telling me where my room is will suffice." FY stood still, watching the two, his mind focused on finding a place to rest and contemplate his forthcoming strategies. He certainly could not trust Orochimaru completely. One must always remain cautious of such individuals. Likewise, Orochimaru could not place his trust in him. Both parties were merely leveraging one another. "I am fine, Lord FY. Allow me to guide you." MY disregarded Sukarab and stepped ahead of FY, leading him to his room. Watching their retreating figures, Sukarab sighed in resignation. He had first-hand experience of MY's sharp tongue and always hoped he would exercise some restraint. Yet he never expected today's turn of events. Orochimaru's base possessed ample space, and after approximately half a tea's time, FY arrived at a somewhat modest room. On the central floor lay a thick white carpet, accompanied by a water boiler with smoldering charcoal beneath, and beside it, an oil lamp flickered gently. This was indeed a resting chamber, and I kindly beseech Lord Feng Yao not to find it lacking. Dia made a slight bow, adhering to the proprieties, as Feng Yao acknowledged her with a subtle nod before stepping into the room. Yet, Dia lingered at the threshold, sensing the pure aura that emanated from Feng Yao, wishing to remain a moment longer. After a considerable half-hour had passed, Feng Yao, with a hint of exasperation, rubbed his forehead, visibly troubled. Do you have further business?" he inquired. The question caught Dia off guard, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "No, is Lord Feng Yao's desire to destroy Konoha?" In her moment of desperation, she recalled the earlier conversation between Feng Yao and Orochimaru. At that moment, Feng Yao's expression darkened, startling Dia with the sudden shift. He replied in a cold, emotionless tone. "In the past, that was not my wish. Now, I harbor but a singular desire, to eliminate the fifth Hokage." Hearing his chilling voice, Dia instinctively took a few steps back. Her fists gently clenched against her chest, her head bowed in contemplation as if resolving a profound decision. "I will surely grow stronger. I will assist Lord Feng Yao in fulfilling your wish," she declared resolutely before dashing away. Feng Yao exhaled a sigh, perceiving a budding emotion from the young girl, yet recognizing she was merely a child of 14, naive to the world. Suddenly, the system chimed in terms of physiological age, "Host, you are not much older than Dia. You are merely 12 this year, albeit with a slightly more mature mindset. I believe Host can." "Enough. Silence your insolent mouth. Were it not for the innate aura of the carefree wisdom body, would I be subjected to such incessant harassment? Look at Orochimaru. He is likely coveting my very being. Furthermore, had it not been for your wretched system's insistence on changing my jutsu, I would have already stormed into Konoha to eliminate Danzo. Why must I linger here?" Feng Yao berated the system, his pent-up frustrations from the loss of his parents finally finding an outlet. Within this world, the only entity that truly comprehended him was this system. He felt no need for pretense or disguise in its presence. The next time this system issues a task, we shall settle this score," the system retorted. Feng Yao smirked, replying internally, "Let it come. I am ready." The following day, the system announced, "Host, please prepare. This system will once again randomly select ninjutsu from the world of Hokage. From this moment forth, your sage techniques and sage mode shall be rendered unusable." Upon finishing, Feng Yao sensed a peculiar energy binding his ability to absorb natural energy. However, he had not forgotten sage techniques, merely unable to employ them. "Commence the selection," he commanded. Feng Yao's expression remained serene as he took a deep breath. "Congratulations to the host for acquiring the space-time ninjutsu. All space-time techniques from the world of Hokage will now be under the host's command. However, the host will be temporarily unable to utilize any other ninjutsu." Chapter 19. The Summoning Contract. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao briefly exhaled with relief. The space-time ninjutsu was somewhat more favorable than he had previously anticipated. This form of ninjutsu permits the practitioner to traverse freely between the realms of reality and the dimensions beyond. It stands as a formidable category of ninjutsu, with the most renowned example being the S-rank space ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique, developed by the second Hokage. Subsequently, the system inundated Feng Yao's mind with a wealth of knowledge. He found the absorption of this information to be significantly easier than before, and soon enough, he had digested the contents of his mind. Among the techniques were summoning jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, Kamui, intangibility, heavenly hand power, the divine middle, Hades slope, the heavenly sending technique, and the wheel of the graveyard, among others. Some of these were not only space ninjutsu, but also belonged to the category of ocular techniques. Seeing this, Feng Yao, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, Kamui and intangibility can be used without the Sharingan, right? However, it was evident that the system would not indulge his wishes. What are you thinking, host? You possess merely ordinary eyes. You require the Meijiki Sharingan or even the Rinnegan to utilize such ocular techniques. Feng Yao was taken aback once more, realizing that the array of space-time ninjutsu he could wield had drastically diminished. You've deceived me. You claim that my physique allows for the flawless usage of various ninjutsu. How do you explain this? What I mean is that flawless usage entails no side effects. For instance, using the Meijiki Sharingan will not result in injury or blindness. So, I must resort to stealing someone's eyes for transplantation? Feng Yao was weary of engaging in semantic disputes and could only silently ponder how to adeptly employ these ninjutsu. Actually, host, a transplantation is not necessarily required. Given your constitution, you merely need to acquire a few cells from the opponent's Sharingan to perfectly inherit their space-time ocular techniques. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao raised an eyebrow, responding with cautious skepticism. Are you serious? Absolutely. Your physique surpasses that of the sages in this world by an unfathomable margin. Feng Yao's expression softened considerably. This approach seemed much more manageable. Sasuke and Kakashi were not particularly strong at the moment, and he felt confident in his ability to obtain their cells. During this time, Feng Yao remained in his room, familiarizing himself with the use of his space-time ninjutsu. Knowing how to employ a technique and applying it effectively in combat are two distinct concepts. Aside from Muyu delivering meals to him at mealtime, no one else disturbed his solitude. He had mentally simulated the Flying Thunder God technique countless times, preparing himself to respond flexibly to any situation that might arise. Next, he aimed to enhance his summoning technique. The advancement of this technique did not hinge on its methodology, but rather on the nature of the bond forged with the summoning beasts. If he were to seek out summoning beasts now, it was likely that he would not be able to significantly augment his power in the near term. The Sage of Snails presented a commendable option, as the distance was not overly daunting. There exists but one inquiry. The Slug Sage is not particularly adept in combat. Shall I then summon it to heal Danzo in times of need? Nevertheless, a visit is undoubtedly in order, yet I must seek another summoning beast for battle purposes. In addition to contracted summoning, I possess the ability to utilize item summoning, which allows me to manifest objects from a specific location. This aspect can be effectively leveraged. Explosive tags, ninja tool scrolls, and even the Rashomon fall under item summoning. Feng Yao is currently capable of summoning Rashomon for defense. With this thought, Feng Yao rose from his blanket, preparing to return to the wet-bone forest. At that moment, a figure knocked on the door. Feng Yao calculated that it must be Mayo delivering his meal. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find it was Kadamaru. Ah, Lord Feng Yao, I have brought your lunch, Kadamaru said, harboring a semblance of reverence for the man who had effortlessly defeated him. The pure aura emanating from Feng Yao was immensely beneficial to him. After merely a brief encounter, he had noticed a significant enhancement in his training speed upon returning home. He had intended to deliver the meal earlier, but Mayo had firmly rejected him, leaving him with no opportunity. Noticing Feng Yao's silence, Kadamaru was uncertain if he was in a foul mood. Though he wished to linger, he feared provoking the man. If Lord Feng Yao has no further instructions, I shall take my leave. Having spoken, he set the tableware in order and prepared to depart. Just as he was about to vanish around the corner, Feng Yao's voice emerged, devoid of any discernible emotion. Why has Mayo not come to deliver the meal today? Taken aback by the inquiry, Kadamaru paused. He had not anticipated the man's concern for this matter, as Feng Yao had consistently maintained an aloof demeanor, leaving Mayo to bear the brunt of his attention. Mayo accidentally lost control of her summoning technique during training and has sustained injuries. She is currently resting. Kidamaru dared not conceal the truth, recounting all he knew. Injured? Summoning technique? Upon hearing this, Feng Yao furrowed his brow. He recalled that Mayo's summoning technique enabled her to summon 3 spirits for combat. While their power was modest, there might be a summoning contract involved. With this thought in mind, he raised his head and commanded Kidamaru, "Where is she residing now? Take me to her." "Ah, yes, please follow me. She is quite nearby." Observing Feng Yao's evident concern for Mayo, Kidamaru could not help but wonder if there was something more between them. Could it be? However, engrossed in thoughts of summoning techniques, Feng Yao had little interest in Kidamaru's musings. His mind was solely focused on the prospect of exchanging a price for a summoning contract. Upon arriving at a modest, somewhat disordered dwelling, he stood before the entrance, contemplating the situation within. Some garments lay haphazardly, while Moya trembled on the bed to her left. The jagged black curse mark upon her face still lingering, her forehead glistening with cold sweat. Moya sought to summon the 5 spirits of the underworld through her family's spiritual arts, yet her impatience rendered her unable to suppress the malevolent aura of her adversary, leading to a backlash. Lord Orochimaru had assured her that enduring this phase would lead to resolution. Kidomaru hastily conveyed the situation to Feng Yao, who fell into contemplative silence. Was this frenzied pursuit of mastery a consequence of my earlier words? It seemed improbable. The chakra coursing through Moya was not only chaotic but also tainted with a sinister and eerie essence, likely the reason behind her current state of unconsciousness. Feng Yao approached, seated himself beside her, and placed his hand upon her forehead. A pure stream of mental energy infused her mind, gradually calming her tumultuous spirit, and the curse mark began to recede. Moya slowly opened her eyes to find Feng Yao gently caressing her head. Initially, she mistook the moment for a dream and nuzzled against his hand, only to be reminded by Kidomaru's voice. "Ah, Moya, you are awake. It was Lord Feng Yao who saved you." Moya froze, realizing she was not dreaming. "Oh, Feng Yao, Lord, I am so sorry." She hurriedly pulled up the covers and sat upright, offering her apologies to Feng Yao. "Ah, it's good that you are well. I have a small favor to ask of you. If Kidomaru has no further matters, may I request your departure?" Feng Yao believed his words to be innocuous, as consulting others about ninjutsu was often inconvenient with bystanders present. However, to Kidomaru and Moya, the implication was entirely different. Could it be that Lord Feng Yao truly desires to be alone with Moya? Should this matter be disclosed to Lord Orochimaru? "Lord Feng Yao, he wishes to have me to himself. Why?" Kidomaru, discerning the situation, discreetly exited and closed the door behind him. Meanwhile, Moya sat on the bed, her cheeks flushed crimson, having never been so close to Feng Yao since the last time he had caught her. The scent of Lord Feng Yao was intoxicating. Moya mused inwardly. Feng Yao observed Moya's flustered demeanor and felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, he had merely come to inquire about ninjutsu. Clearing his throat, he began. Moya, may I ask if your 3 spirits possess a summoning contract?" Moya, blushing and with her head bowed in anticipation of his question, paused momentarily. Quickly realizing her misunderstanding, her hands gesturing animatedly. "Well, yes, they do, Lord Feng Yao. Why do you ask?" Given Feng Yao's demonstrated prowess, he surely did not require a summoning beast for assistance. Yet, he could not very well disclose that he was unable to utilize his sage mode. Could he? "I have recently developed an interest in summoning techniques and happened to hear about your research on the injuries related to summoning, so I thought I would come to observe." Upon realizing that Feng Yao had come to visit him not out of concern for his injury, but rather for a different reason, Duello's gaze momentarily dimmed before he swiftly regained his composure and presented the family's spirit contract. "This contract, passed down through generations of our lineage, enables communication with the underworld and allows for the summoning of spirits to engage in battle. My current abilities permit me to summon only 3 spirits." Observing the names inscribed on the scroll, Duello nodded slightly. This was indeed the spirit contract he sought. Without it, even if he possessed the ability to perform spirit summoning techniques, he would be unable to invoke any formidable spirit beasts. He turned his attention to Duello, inquiring, "Is it possible for me to also inscribe my name on this spirit contract? I am willing to exchange my knowledge of ninjutsu, which I assure holds equal value to this spirit contract." Chapter 20. The 5 Ghosts of the Underworld. Upon hearing this, Dewey slightly furrowed his brow. This was a covenant passed down through generations of his family. His parents had informed him that only members of their lineage were permitted to enter into such agreements. However, if it were Lord Feng Yao, There was no need to force the issue. It was of no consequence. With a smile, he returned the scroll to Dewey, not wishing to impose upon him. No, ordinary individuals cannot participate, but if it were Lord Feng Yao, Dewey's face seemed to flush even deeper. If it were Lord Feng Yao, then please, let us proceed with the summoning contract. He then gently pushed the contract back towards Feng Yao. Observing Dewey's demeanor, Feng Yao did not hesitate. He picked up a pen from the table and transcribed the seals from his grimoire onto the paper, presenting it to Dewey. No, this is not acceptable. These ninjutsu techniques are far too precious. I cannot accept them. Upon examining the paper, Dewey realized that it was almost entirely inscribed with invaluable forbidden techniques and quickly attempted to return it. Yet, Feng Yao insisted, and ultimately, Dewey accepted it. Lightly pressing the paper against his chest, Lord Feng Yao, I vow to grow stronger and assist you in realizing your aspirations. Next, Feng Yao inscribed his name upon the summoning contract and affixed his handprint, feeling the connection to a realm beyond, capable of summoning its denizens. He ventured outside the village of Een, biting his fingertip and pressing it into the earth, black runes emanating from his palm. His consciousness linked with numerous malevolent spirits. Their auras dark, foreboding, and bizarre, some stronger than others. Feng Yao discerned that 5 of these specters possessed power far exceeding that of their counterparts. As he approached, these 5 spirits erupted with formidable malevolence, charging directly towards him. In reality, dark mist enveloped Feng Yao, as if it sought to consume him. However, upon nearing his form, it dissipated into ethereal wisps, rendering itself void. The 5 ghosts realized they could not contend with Feng Yao. Each was taken aback, yearning to flee. Yet they were pierced through by Feng Yao's mental energy, transformed into spears. He opened his eyes, summoning technique, the 5 ghosts of the underworld. A tremendous cloud of smoke billowed and then vanished, revealing 5 colossal entities upon the ground, each towering nearly 100 meters, resembling giants. The Slaughter Ghost, wielding dual axes, proficient in physical combat. The Corpse Ghost, armed with a long spear, able to control and attack those slain by it. The Grievance Ghost, tasked with deflecting attacks, instantaneously teleporting to the host's side when danger arises. The Malevolent Ghost emits a piercing wail, assaulting the enemy's psyche. The Spirit Ghost, capable of absorbing others' chakra and returning it to the caster. Dewey, witnessing this spectacle, was equally astonished. She had once endeavored to summon one of these 5 entities, but her attempts were thwarted by their overwhelming power, leading to her own backlash. Now, Feng Yao had managed to summon them all single-handedly. Feng Yao subtly sensed the formidable strength of the 5 ghosts at this moment. Each of them possessed at least the prowess of a high-ranking ninja, if they could coordinate their efforts under his guidance. Oh, it appears I have unexpectedly stumbled upon a remarkable asset, Feng Yao exclaimed with a hint of exhilaration, for he was in dire need of strength. After all, without the Sage Mode, his capabilities had significantly diminished, thereby reducing the likelihood of vanquishing Danzo. It was imperative to prepare meticulously and enhance his odds of success, a task in which he excelled. Lord Feng Yao is truly impressive. These 5 are the mightiest spirits of the netherworld, Dayo cheered from the sidelines, her delight seemingly surpassing her own joy at mastering this ninjutsu. Thank you, Dayo. With the addition of an aggressive summoning beast, my endeavors have become considerably more manageable. Under Dayo's guidance, Feng Yao procured an array of shurikens and scrolls nearby, marking the shurikens with the symbols of the Flying Thunder God technique. Lord Feng Yao, Lord Orochimaru wishes to see you. He claims there are pressing matters to discuss. Gitongmaru rushed over, urgently delivering this news. I see. How curious. With 2 months remaining until the Chunin exams, why does Orochimaru seek me now? Upon descending into the eerie underground lair, Feng Yao encountered Orochimaru, who, as always, wore a shadowy countenance. He opened his arms in welcome, but Feng Yao gently pushed him aside to inquire about the matter at hand. It turned out that after Danzo ascended to power, he dispatched a multitude of ninjas to undertake missions, not only to demonstrate Konoha's strength to the outside world, but also to keep a watchful eye on the various nations, with particular scrutiny directed towards the Sand Ninjas. The so-called alliance was merely a piece of parchment. Whenever the safety and interests of their own village were at stake, conflict could ignite at any moment. Given their proximity, Danzo feared that the Sand Ninjas might seize the opportunity to attack Konoha due to a perceived weakening of its strength. Conversely, the Sand Ninjas were wary that Danzo might proactively strike against them for Konoha's security. The conflict between the 2 factions seemed all but inevitable. escalating by the day. Thus, the fourth Kazekage reached out to Orochimaru, expressing a desire for collaboration in an offensive against Konoha. This is occurring earlier than anticipated. I wonder if it heralds fortune or misfortune. I plan to take my subordinates to the land of wind for negotiations. I wonder if you, Lord Yao, would care to accompany me? Orochimaru revealed his true intentions, only to be swiftly dismissed by Feng Yao. Not at this time. I have matters to attend to. If you are prepared, Mr. Orochimaru, simply inform me. With that, he departed without a backward glance, unaware that Orochimaru had lost the ability to utilize Sage Mode. Feng Yao was acutely aware of Orochimaru's capabilities, highlighting the disparity in intelligence. One must never underestimate the significance of information during Jiraiya's battle with Pain. It was a grave lack of intelligence that led to his downfall. Even Pain remarked that had it not been for this secret, they would have been no match for Jiraiya. If any signs were detected on the journey to the land of wind alongside Orochimaru, he might once again turn against me. For Orochimaru, the pursuit of all ninjutsu and the power of immortality eclipses everything else. To believe in promises is nothing short of foolishness. After swiftly tidying up his belongings in his room, he prepared to head to the Wetbone Forest, encountering the 5 sound ninjas upon his departure. Lord Fy, where are you off to? Asked Doi, who approached with a familiar bounce and hands clasped behind his back, while Kaimaru extended his 6 arms in greeting. I have some matters to attend to and should return within 2 months. There is no need for Orochimaru to worry. Fy replied succinctly to Doi's inquiry as he proceeded toward the village entrance, with Doi watching him leave. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Doi. Just as she turned to look, the cold and calm voice of Kaimaru echoed ominously, "Do not forget that it was Lord Orochimaru who granted you your power. Should I sense any betrayal towards him, I will not hesitate to end your life." Kaimaru's murderous intent enveloped Doi, rendering her immobile. However, after spending so many days by Fy's side, her strength had grown exponentially. With a bite of her tongue, she forcefully broke free from Kaimaru's grasp. She spun around and retreated swiftly, yet Kaimaru showed no inclination to pursue her. "Remember my words," he stated before departing, viewing Orochimaru with a reverence akin to that of a deity. Thus, since Fy's arrival, Kaimaru had kept a vigilant eye on him, and witnessing Doi's apparent allegiance to the one who had harmed Orochimaru was intolerable. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto slammed a piece of paper onto the table, his voice laced with anger as he confronted the 5th Hokage, Danzo. "Why can't I go on missions with Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke? You are the Nine Tails, a weapon and a tool for the village. Allowing you to roam freely could present an opportunity for enemy nations, which would result in immeasurable losses for Konoha," Danzo replied, not even deigning to look at Naruto, whom he regarded as merely a child. His focus lay on the movements of other great nations, particularly the Land of Wind. Naruto clenched his right hand in tremors, overwhelmed by a profound sense of pain. Would he forever remain unacknowledged by the villagers? Did becoming Hokage mean he was merely a vessel for sealing a monster? Just as he was on the verge of deep self-doubt, Kakashi burst in, standing beside Naruto and placing a hand on his shoulder. "With all due respect, Hokage-sama, Naruto is not as weak as you perceive him to be. He is my acknowledged subordinate, and I believe he is capable of participating in missions." At that moment, Kakashi, fully recovered from his injuries, had heard of the recent events, the resignation of the 3rd Hokage and Danzo's ascension to power, which was far from good news. He arrived promptly, just in time to overhear the conversation between Naruto and Danzo. Indeed, they had already begun to restrict Naruto's movements. It was quite alarming that he had ascended to the position of Hokage. Kakashi's entrance compelled Danzo to raise his head, as A.J. Nin. He felt compelled to confront him directly, given that he represented the village's elite forces. "You must be aware of how desperately each great nation covets such power. As Hokage, it is my duty to safeguard the village and to quell any potential threats in their infancy. Furthermore, as a ninja, one should embrace self-sacrifice, otherwise, one is unworthy of the title of ninja." Danzo's tone was resolute, leaving little room for rebuttal before he resumed his focus on official duties. Kakashi furrowed his brow deeply and then departed with a somewhat disheartened Naruto in tow. Chapter 21. Return to the Wetbone Forest at dawn. As the east wind heralded the daybreak and the morning light gently emerged, the cold air of the night had condensed into dew, lingering on the leaves. Feng Yao traversed the mountain where the slug sage resided. It appeared unchanged from when he had last visited, with a patch of grass slightly raised, transforming into a slug. Feng Yao, have you returned to see me? The slug sage beamed upon Feng Yao's arrival, clearly delighted, for Lady Tsunade had seldom sought its company lately, leaving it with only the medical texts Feng Yao had gifted. Of course, dear slug sage, I have brought a present for you this time. A genuine smile graced Feng Yao's face, for at times, a spirit beast could be far more reliable and benevolent than humans. He retrieved a ring, inscribed with the character for dragon, and handed it over. What is this? Oh, your aura feels so comforting. As the slug sage accepted the ring, it instinctively climbed onto Feng Yao's shoulder. This pure essence was immensely beneficial for its cultivation as a spirit beast. This signifies our organization of spirits. Additionally, dear slug sage, I wish to establish a spirit contract with you. Gently patting the little slug's head, Feng Yao broached the matter at hand. Ah, Feng Yao, are you now able to sign the spirit contract? That is splendid. In the future, you can come directly to the Wetbone Forest whenever you need. It can be quite lonely here, the slug sage replied, not wasting a moment as it summoned an enormous scroll. As it unfurled, it revealed a multitude of names who had signed spirit contracts with the Wetbone Forest over the centuries. The last name inscribed was that of Tsunade Senju. Feng Yao added his signature, pricking his finger to seal it with his blood, sensing a newfound connection with the Wetbone Forest. Thank you, dear slug sage. I would also like to inquire if there are any other spirit beasts in the vicinity, Feng Yao asked. For the slug sage undoubtedly possessed greater knowledge of the world than he did. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the land of wind, Orochimaru stood in the desert alongside Kabuto and Kimimaro, awaiting an arrival. Approaching from afar was a man clad in a white robe and wearing a blue Hokage hat. This man was Raza, the fourth Kazekage, and also the father of Gaara. Fourth Kazekage, you have arrived rather late, Orochimaru remarked with a sinister smile. His golden eyes fixated on Raza, flanked by two Sand Village ninjas. Orochimaru, do not overstep your bounds. You are nothing more than a fugitive from Konoha, and it is a risk for the Kazekage to meet with you. One of the Sand ninjas interjected, but Raza raised his hand to silence him, calmly addressing Orochimaru. Recently, Konoha's surveillance of our Sand Village has been exceedingly stringent, which has regrettably caused some delays. Let us discuss the matter at hand. It was evident that Raza wished to conserve time and quickly ascertain the timing of their impending assault on Konoha. Lord Windshadow is indeed quite anxious. I can assist your nation in launching an assault on the hidden Leaf Village, provided that I receive all the forbidden jutsu of the Leaf Ninja Village, and that thereafter neither the Leaf Village nor the Sand Village may impede my research. Orochimaru has also put forth his conditions, which were, of course, met with direct refusal from Raza. Orochimaru is already formidable enough. Allowing him access to the forbidden techniques of the leaf would render him even more difficult to contend with. Raza would not create another enemy simply to dispose of one. As for Orochimaru's research, I have heard whispers of it. Such endeavors cannot be permitted by either the leaf or my own Sand Ninja. Your two conditions are excessively demanding. I cannot acquiesce to them. What I can promise is that I will facilitate the lifting of the bounty on you when the time comes. That is all. Upon hearing Raza's words, Orochimaru's expression darkened. Lifting the bounty? If it can be lifted, it can also be reinstated. Such words would deceive only children. Nearby, Kinshiki and Kabuto observed Orochimaru, both seemingly ready to take action at any moment, while Raza remained oblivious. At that moment, Orochimaru suddenly smiled, easing the earlier tension, while subtly signaling Kinshiki not to act. How about this? Let me propose an alternative condition. I will assist you in attacking the leaf, and in return, you Sand Ninjas will help me eliminate one individual. Raza paused, taken aback. He did not expect Orochimaru to concede so readily, yet the person Orochimaru wished to eliminate was likely no simple target. Who is it? Hehe. You must have heard of him. He is the rogue ninja who ambushed the leaf a few days ago, destroyed the Hokage rock, and defeated the third Hokage, Feng Yao. As Orochimaru uttered Feng Yao's name, a hint of madness flickered across his face. In truth, he had been covertly approaching Feng Yao in recent days. The closer he got, the more he yearned for that body. It not only influences others' minds but also enhances one's own understanding of ninjutsu. Orochimaru felt that spending time near Feng Yao significantly improved his comprehension of techniques, and if he could possess that body, he might learn every jutsu in existence in the shortest time possible. With this thought, Orochimaru greedily licked his lips. It is indeed he. You want me, a Sand Ninja, to assist you in dealing with someone who could even defeat the third Hokage? my subordinates, and I will also lend our aid, and moreover, he is now my ally and has needs of me. Thus our chances are considerable, but I must have him alive. Raza pondered for a moment, weighing the options, and ultimately consented to Orochimaru's request. Orochimaru extended his hand, a sinister smile gracing his lips. A pleasant collaboration, Lord Windshadow. The scene shifts to the Hidden Leaf. Sunlight cascades into the Hokage's chamber, where a group of Umbu members kneels before the Hokage. Hokage-sama. In recent days, the Sand Village has been incessantly mobilizing ninjas from various regions back to their homeland, and the fourth Windshadow seems to have been meeting with various individuals in secret. We have yet to ascertain who they are. It is highly likely that this is a move against our Hidden Leaf. Listening to the report from his subordinates, Danzo's expression remained impassive. However, the actions of the Sand Village have aroused his suspicions. For Danzo, mere doubt was enough to warrant elimination. He would rather mistakenly execute 1,000 than let a single threat escape. Contemplating this, Danzo raised his head and commanded the person before him. Recall some of the J-nin who are currently away. Temporarily halt the mission to pursue FY. In a few days, the time will come for the joint ch-nin exams held by the allied nations. During the exams, I shall seize the opportunity to wage war against the Sand Village. Inform all J-nin of this directive and summon them immediately. Upon concluding his orders, Danzo produced a pre-prepared document detailing commands and plans and handed it to his subordinate. There remained many J-nin who harbored discontent towards him, yet once war commenced, they would realize that he was the one capable of leading Konoha to glory. Danzo aspired to emulate the first Hokage and unify the ninja world. Kakashi, dissatisfied with Danzo's actions, refrained from revealing FY's true appearance to him upon awakening, instead reporting to the third Hokage. Upon hearing the news, the third Hokage furrowed his brow in deep concern. He too was perplexed as to the true nature of FY. Was he a spy from another nation? A mysterious ninja from the land of waves? Or merely an intern from Konoha? Consequently, only a select few were privy to FY's actual visage, providing him with an additional layer of protection. On that day, numerous J-nin received intelligence from the Umbu, a secret order from the Hokage. Could it be that war was imminent? The peace painstakingly established by the third Hokage was now at risk. Danzo, you fool, he exclaimed, angrily slamming the paper onto the table as he listened to Kakashi's report. He had not anticipated Danzo's eagerness to strike against the neighboring allied nations. Kakashi, I need you to find someone, he said, turning his gaze towards Kakashi with a grave expression. Chapter 22. The Chunin exam. A gust of mountain wind swept through the air, as dozens of individuals from the Sound Village formed a circle, with Orochimaru at the center articulating his plans. Suddenly, a rustle among the nearby trees caught their attention, and everyone became alert, casting wary glances in that direction. It was none other than Kazekage Fuyo, returning from the Wetbone Forest. Fuyo slowly scanned the crowd, his piercing gaze rendering those around him unable to maintain eye contact. Ah, Fuyo, you have finally returned. Hee hee. I was beginning to think you had abandoned your quest for vengeance, Orochimaru remarked, visibly relieved at Fuyo's presence. Following Fuyo's departure, he had dispatched individuals in search of him. But to no avail. Had Fuyo chosen to escape, it would have meant the loss of a perfect vessel. Has the plan already commenced? Fuyo inquired, directing a sharp glance at Orochimaru. With July approaching, the Chunin exam was imminent. According to the narrative, Orochimaru intended to dispatch 3 Sound Ninja to participate in Konoha's Chunin assessments, while he would masquerade as the 4th Kazekage, executing his plan to annihilate Konoha during the exams. Indeed, the Chunin examination hosted by Konoha was a rare opportunity for a direct infiltration, and I too shall send my subordinates to infiltrate, joining forces with the Sand Ninja to dismantle Konoha. Surely, Fuyo would achieve his desires then. A faint smile flickered upon Orochimaru's lips, hinting at his ulterior motives. Curiously, how did Orochimaru manage to impersonate the Kazekage? With Kimimaro present and Kabuto presumably in Konoha, logic dictated that Orochimaru should be in the Sand Village at this moment. Could it be that my appearance prevented the 4th Kazekage from meeting his demise at Orochimaru's hands? Of course, from this day forth, Konoha Ninja Village shall cease to exist, Fuyo replied coldly, his voice barely above a whisper, yet imbued with a palpable aura of menace that enveloped the gathering. Various expressions adorned the faces of the crowd. Some were unfamiliar with Fuyo, while others clasped their hands together, displaying a demeanor of adoration. Oh, allow me to introduce the ninjas from the Sound Village who will be participating in Konoha, Orochimaru said with a broad smile, pointing out several individuals slated to join. The ensemble comprised the 5 sound ninjas, including Kimimaro, who at this time had not yet succumbed to illness, confirming that there had been no conflict with the 4th Kazekage. Additionally, there were Saku, Tosu, and Jin, who would also take part in the assessments. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a quest. Seize the first place. Quest requirement. Achieve first place in the Chunin exam hosted by Konoha. Reward. 1 random draw. Slogan. Young man, while others have already become Chunin. You have yet to attain even the rank of Jinin. Prove yourself. Upon hearing this, Fuyo erupted in fury. What the hell? You have no idea of the peril we face in this Chunin exam. Danger lurks at every corner. You expect me to participate in such a farcical assessment? Yet the system paid him no heed, and with an exasperated gesture, he silently expressed his frustration. With 3 tasks now piling up, he had no choice but to steel himself and speak up. I find myself in need of a rightful identity. Allow me to claim a position among you 3. Feng Yao's voice was low, yet it conveyed an undeniable authority as he addressed the trio of sound ninja. Sak, Toth, and Jin exchanged glances, for they knew little of Feng Yao's true nature. Why should we cede a position to you? Who do you think you are? This is an order from Lord Orochimaru. Toth stepped forward, directly rebutting Feng Yao. You are quite fitting for the role, especially with those bandages. I shall not have to exert much effort in my disguise. With a swift motion, before Toth could react, Feng Yao positioned himself behind him, pressing his hand against the back of Toth's head and forcefully driving it into the ground. A sharp sound rang out as the forehead protector met the earth, shards of stone and blood scattering in all directions. Orochimaru furrowed his brow at the sight. Although he held little regard for the life of this subordinate, he was perturbed by the audacity to act in his presence. Yet, now was not the time for confrontation. Yao-kun, spare him. He did not intend to be disrespectful. I shall acquiesce to your request. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Feng Yao released his grip, and Toth, having been struck with such ferocity, succumbed to unconsciousness. The onlookers, typically incensed by such a display, remained silent, perhaps cowed by Feng Yao's formidable presence. As night fell, the sky was shrouded in a heavy gloom, the clouds hanging low, signaling an impending storm. The battle was imminent. The following day, Feng Yao, Sak, and Jin traversed the mountain path. At this moment, Feng Yao's visage was swathed in bandages. The forehead protector of the sound ninja perched atop his head, revealing a singular, ethereal blue eye. Toth, are you hungry? I have provisions, Jin inquired warmly, having adopted the guise of Toth at Feng Yao's behest. Captivated by Feng Yao's aura, Jin fawned upon him throughout their journey. I must ask, is there a way to deactivate this passive ability? It is rather bothersome. Everyone wishes to cling to me. And should I falter in my integrity, it would be. The system's voice, rather than cold, bore a teasing tone. You cannot deactivate it yet. Such a privilege is sought after by many. Feng Yao sighed inwardly, reluctant to accept the attention of all. After declining further interaction, he quickened his pace. And soon a large village came into view. Feng Yao gazed at it for a moment, his eyes reflecting nostalgia and remorse, before suddenly closing them and kneeling upon the ground. He was kneeling in the direction of his homeland. Sak and Jin would not comprehend the significance of Feng Yao's gesture. This return was driven by a vow of vengeance against 2 individuals and the destruction of a village. He hoped his parents could find peace in the afterlife, for their son would deliver them justice. With these thoughts in mind, he led the somewhat bewildered Sak and Jin towards the village hidden in the leaves. At the entrance of the village, a lone Jonin and several Chunin were tasked with overseeing and inspecting the passage permits for those entering and leaving Konohagakure. Most of the others were stationed throughout the village, ensuring the safety of the ongoing examination. Feng Yao approached, presenting his permit to the guard for verification. Once confirmed, he confidently entered the village. Shortly after proceeding, he heard the sounds of a dispute ahead. Little brat, that hurts. You fatso, let him go. It was Naruto's voice. Recognizing it immediately, Feng Yao surmised that he had fortuitously encountered Gaara's team. He leapt into a nearby tree to observe the unfolding situation. Stop embarrassing me here. A calm, indifferent voice emerged from a neighboring tree. It belonged to a boy with fair skin and dark circles under his eyes, most notably marked by the character for love etched onto his forehead, none other than Gaara. Lord T.S., that seems to be a ninja from Sunagakure, remarked Kankuro quietly. But his words caught Sasuke's attention, prompting him to hurl a stone. Who's there? Hiding? Feng Yao effortlessly caught the stone and decided to reveal himself. That forehead protector. Is he from Odogekure? Temari observed thoughtfully, glancing at the forehead protector. Meanwhile, upon seeing Feng Yao, Naruto squinted, as if deep in thought, before suddenly exclaiming, "Aren't you that little brat we rescued from Zabuza in the Land of Waves? You've grown so much. Why have you come to our village?" Sasuke and Sakura widened their eyes, scrutinizing Feng Yao anew. Although his height and build had changed, those striking azure eyes were unmistakable. He was indeed the ninja who could defeat even Kakashi-sensei. Feng Yao froze, wondering if his plans to infiltrate Konoha were already at an end before they had even begun. However, seeing their surprise, he sensed they did not recognize him as Feng Yao. Had Kakashi not informed Danzo of his appearance? Ahem, you must have mistaken me for someone else. We have just met. Feng Yao continued to feign ignorance, unwilling to admit the truth. Knowing the number of eyes and ears in the village. Yet, Sasuke was clearly uninterested in his explanations. Since their last encounter, Sasuke had harbored an intense desire to grow stronger. Seeing Feng Yao, who was of similar age, during the Land of Waves had only solidified his resolve. He charged forward, delivering a kick at Feng Yao. "Let us see if you can handle this." But the current Sasuke was no match for Feng Yao. He swiftly seized Sasuke's ankle, yanking him forward, causing him to spin, and then gripping the back of his neck. "Stay calm. We are merely here to participate in the examination." With Feng Yao's hold, Sasuke fell silent, the pure aura radiating from Feng Yao soothing some of the darkness and hatred within him. In that moment, he found himself devoid of any struggle. The words spoken by the man behind him seemed to instill a sense of tranquility within him, compelling him to act in accordance with his suggestions. "Do not harm Sasuke." Sakura, witnessing Sasuke being seized, cried out in desperation from the side. Naruto's gaze sharpened, his hand poised over the kunai at his waist, ready to spring into action at any moment. Chapter 23. The Gaara team observed in astonishment as Sasuke was effortlessly captured. Each face mirrored surprise. For Sasuke's prowess ranked among the top 3 among the newcomers in Konoha. To think he could be seized with such ease. Gaara's gaze was fixed upon Feng Yao as he spoke slowly. "I find you quite intriguing. What is your name?" "I am Gaara of the Sand." Feng Yao, contemplating Gaara's attention, felt a sense of caution regarding Orochimaru. With the 4th Kazekage still alive, perhaps he would require allies. He replied with a gentle tone, "I am Tosu, a ninja from the village of Sound, and I too find you intriguing." With that, he released Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke felt a sense of unfamiliar warmth akin to the happiness of his childhood while standing beside Feng Yao. He realized this individual was not the same person he encountered in the Land of Waves. The aura surrounding him differed vastly from that former figure. After speaking, he slowly returned to Naruto's side. Temari blushed slightly as she gazed at Sasuke, thinking him rather handsome. "Well then, since the misunderstanding has been resolved, we have matters to attend to. Kin, let us depart." Feng Yao, relieved by Sasuke's escape, seized the opportunity to fabricate an excuse, leading Sak and Kin toward the location of the Konoha exam. However, midway, he intentionally distanced himself from them. "I have some matters to attend to. You may proceed to the exam site without me." Sak and Kin paused in surprise, but dared not defy Feng Yao's command. "Yes, Lord Tosu." With a swift turn, Feng Yao dashed back. Meanwhile, Gaara's trio strolled through the streets of Konoha, discussing the recent events. "That bandaged ninja appears quite formidable. I never anticipated such a powerful individual among the Sound Ninjas. I wish to engage him in combat." "Suit yourself. There will be ample opportunity during the Chunin exams. But let us not forget our purpose here," replied Kinkaro to Temari, both of whom possessed a vague understanding of their mission's intricacies, recognizing the Sound Ninjas as, in some respects, allies. Suddenly, Gaara halted, his gaze fixed upon a distant tree. "What is it, Gaara?" Temari inquired, puzzled. Yet, Gaara did not respond. Instead, he addressed the tree. "Do not hide. Come forth. I have already perceived you. Are you unable to resist the urge to engage me?" Hearing this, Feng Yao descended from the tree. At this time, Gaara's emotions were still highly unstable, filled with loneliness and resentment. "Gaara, I wish to speak with you." With that, he executed a swift movement, appearing before Gaara in the blink of an eye. Gaara instinctively sought to retaliate with his sand, but how warm this feels. What a sensation it is when Gaara's hand is lowered. From a young age, Gaara has endured an overwhelming sense of emptiness and solitude. Yet now, an unparalleled tranquility fills his heart. After all, strictly speaking, Gaara is still but a child, and the burdens he has borne are exceedingly painful for him. His heart has been perpetually scarred until he encountered Naruto, who, through his persuasive words, managed to convince him. However, the current Gaara possesses the eternal wisdom heart, a force far mightier than Naruto's verbal prowess. Feng Yao gently placed his hand upon Gaara's shoulder and initiated the Flying Thunder God technique. At that moment, Temari and Kankuro finally registered what had transpired. Oh no, he has taken Gaara away. How could you just stand there and watch? I don't know what came over me. I felt as though that man was benevolent, completely lowering my guard. You felt the same. I. How could Gaara have allowed himself to be taken so easily? We must report to Captain Maki at once. The two exchanged mutual grievances before hastily departing. Meanwhile, Gaara found himself transported by Feng Yao to an open space several kilometers away from Konoha. Unperturbed, Gaara felt no fear. Rather, he sensed that the man before him bore no ill intentions. What is it that you wish to do? Gaara inquired. Feng Yao remained silent, instead unwrapping the bandages from his face to reveal his strikingly handsome visage. Gaara's eyes widened in astonishment, seemingly understanding the reason behind the bandages. My name is Feng Yao. I previously used a pseudonym. To Gaara, Feng Yao did not conceal his identity, but rather openly revealed his true name, knowing that only sincerity could move Gaara and draw him into his fold. Upon hearing Feng Yao's candidness, Gaara's gaze softened considerably. I have heard of you. I never expected you to dare conceal your identity and infiltrate Konoha. What is your intention in revealing your identity and bringing me here? Had it been anyone else, Gaara would have torn them to shreds for such audacity. Yet before Feng Yao, he found it difficult to summon any murderous intent. Instead, he was curious about Feng Yao's intentions. I seek your assistance. My entry into Konoha is fraught with peril. Many wish to see me dead. Therefore, I need to find a friend, a companion I can trust. Feng Yao's tone was sincere. Although Gaara's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. I cannot agree to this. I am a ninja of Sunagakure, and without the village's orders, I cannot assist anyone indiscriminately. Upon hearing Gaara's refusal, Feng Yao remained undeterred, internally acknowledging the potential for success. I understand. I do not wish to impose upon you. Should you choose not to assist me, I will not hinder your decision. With that, he gently placed his hand on Gaara's head, intending to bestow upon him a gift. Gaara, accustomed to evasion, found himself unable to avert his gaze from Feng Yao's gentle eyes. A pure essence of spiritual energy permeated Gaara's being, locating the sealing technique binding Shikaku. Observing this, Feng Yao furrowed his brow. The sealing method was exceedingly crude, far inferior to that of Konoha. It was likely that the fourth Kazekage, confident in his San's capacity to suppress the One Tail, had not deemed it necessary to refine the seal, thus compelling Gaara to rely on his own spiritual strength to restrain Shikaku. This, in turn, led to Gaara's insomnia. Feng Yao infused a portion of his spiritual energy and chakra into the sealing technique, his spiritual essence being the purest in the Naruto realm, irresistibly alluring even to tailed beasts. What kind of spiritual energy is this so remarkably pure? Shikaku, who harbored an innate loathing for humanity, felt warmth emanating from this energy, calming its restless nature. Consequently, Gaara no longer had to fear that Shikaku would seize his consciousness while he slept. Releasing his grip, tears traced Gaara's cheeks. He had endured profound solitude, suffering, and an acute lack of security since childhood, with Shikaku vying for his consciousness and his father seeking to end his life. Yet now, it appeared that someone akin to Yashimaru had emerged, a person he had once trusted and cherished. Remember, Gaara, you are not alone. Regardless of the choices you make henceforth, I shall always regard you as my dearest friend. After speaking, Feng Yao gently stroked Gaara's hair, his gaze softening even further. Wiping away his tears, Gaara asked, Mr. Feng Yao, may I address you as such? Initially intending to call him simply by his name, Gaara felt that doing so would be disrespectful, hence the addition of Mr. Of course, it is merely a form of address, Feng Yao replied. Although I cannot promise to assist you with every endeavor, should danger arise, I will stand by your side. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao enveloped Gaara in an embrace. Gaara initially stiffened, but soon relaxed, extending his arms to reciprocate the gesture. That is sufficient, Gaara. I also have a gift for you. Taking Gaara's hand, Feng Yao slipped a ring, engraved with a crescent moon, onto his finger. Gaara was momentarily taken aback. Feng Yao cleared his throat. Now that we are friends, it is only natural to exchange gifts. This represents our bond. Gaara lowered his gaze. tracing the ring that Feng Yao had bestowed upon him. Host, you are becoming increasingly shameless, allowing you to gain such formidable strength. Cough, how can you speak like that? I am merely considering Gaara's well-being. He may soon find himself targeted by Akatsuki. At that time, I shall be there to shield him. After conversing with the system, Feng Yao donned his disguise once more and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha with Gaara. Chapter 24. The first examination. Upon returning to the Hidden Leaf Village, Gaara and Effia bid each other farewell. Why hasn't Lord T.S. returned yet? Jean anxiously awaited. While beside him, Sokka displayed visible impatience. You've asked that over 30 times already. How would I know? It's quite bothersome, Sokka replied, his irritation growing as Jin's incessant questioning began to drive him to madness. At that moment, a gentle voice emerged, and Effia appeared directly behind them. What are you all discussing? I have just returned. Sokka sighed in relief, while Jean gazed at Effia with admiration. Together, they entered the classroom designated for this examination, where numerous ninjas had already gathered. These ninjas hailed from various countries surrounding the Hidden Leaf, representing a microcosm of internation conflict and serving as a stage to showcase their respective strengths. According to his recollections, the participants in this Nin exam included 30 from the Sand Village, 21 from the Rain Village, 6 from the Grass Village, 6 from the Waterfall Village, 87 from the Leaf Village, and 3 from the Sound Village. This data starkly illustrated the military disparities among the nations. The strength of a nation is reflected in its ninja villages, and the might of these villages ultimately depends on the prowess of their ninjas. Upon entering, Effia recognized many familiar faces, including Shikamaru, Kiba, and Choji, who had once been his classmates in the Ninja Academy. At that moment, Effia also noticed another individual, the renowned strategist, Orochimaru's right-hand man, Kabuto. He was engaged in conversation with Naruto and others, discussing the various ninja villages and their participants in the examination. The Sound Village, being a newly established nation, had limited intelligence, while other countries boasted an abundance of skilled ninjas. The conversation not only reached Effia's ears, but also resonated with Saku and Jean, causing their expressions to darken. Kabuto truly was a remarkable spy, entirely abandoning his position as the second-in-command of the Sound Village to speak freely. Truthfully, Effia contemplated recruiting Kabuto to his side. However, he understood that Kabuto was not naive. He circulated among the nations, gathering intelligence and deeply influenced by Orochimaru's indoctrination, unlike Gaara, who could be swayed by the power of his own abilities. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I will never be defeated by you. The crowd fell into an eerie silence for a few seconds, and the glances directed at Naruto were far from friendly. I really want to teach him a lesson. One murmured. What do you think, Lord T.S.? Should we? Effia stifled the urge to laugh. What do I think? I am quite curious to see how you handle your own second-in-command. I won't stop you, but don't go too far. As soon as those words left his lips, Saku was the first to charge forward. His hands, equipped with a special device, allowed him to control air pressure with chakra. He leapt into the air and unleashed a cutting wave towards Kabuto, who swiftly dodged by propelling himself away. Jean seized the opportunity to launch silver needles, aiming at Kabuto's rear, pulling the strings taut. A sudden clamor of bells erupted, a sound that unsettled all who heard it. Do appeared disoriented, only to be struck out by a punch from Saku. Damn, such impeccable acting. It was almost lifelike. No wonder Do's covert operations had remained undetected. Feng Yao couldn't help but silently commend Do for his performance. Meanwhile, Naruto and the others hurried over, ready to confront Saku. Suddenly, a massive cloud of white smoke exploded within the classroom. Silence, you rascals. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed a group of Chunin, along with the chief examiner Marino Ibiki. I trust you've grown impatient. I am the examiner for the first round of this Chunin selection exam. You, Sound Ninjas, best temper your behavior or risk disqualification. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao stepped forward. My apologies, my companion has been quite rude. Are you all right, my friend? He helped Do to his feet. Mr. Feng Yao. Gaara noted silently, observing the scene. Do cast a meaningful glance at Feng Yao, indicating that he was unfazed by the incident. Marino Ibiki surveyed the surroundings before announcing the rules of the examination. Next, you will each receive a piece of information. Your task is to guard your own information from prying eyes while attempting to steal that of others. You will have 1 hour to complete this within a 1-kilometer radius of the vicinity. Exceeding this distance will result in disqualification. At the end of the hour, those who have successfully protected their information and obtained any rival team's data will advance. If either condition is unmet, disqualification will follow. Feng Yao frowned upon hearing this. Has the Chunin exam rules changed? Is it a result of my presence? After all participants received their scrolls, Marino Ibiki declared, "Let the exam begin." Chapter 25. A smooth advancement. As Sunin Ibiki's words echoed in the air, Feng Yao swiftly targeted a leaf ninja ahead, launching an attack. The acquisition of intelligence did not necessitate stealth. It could also be achieved through direct confrontation. Once the examination commenced, all but one's own team members were considered adversaries. This round of assessment was markedly more brutal than the previous one, with the likelihood of advancement for leaf ninjas surpassing that of their counterparts from other nations. Given the sheer number of leaf ninjas, it was improbable for them to turn against one another, resulting in a significant elimination of competitors from other countries. Humph. Truly a reflection of Danzo's style, Feng Yao mused internally, his hands remaining relentless. The leaf ninja, caught off guard, attempted to evade. Yet Feng Yao was determined not to allow his prey to escape. With a single hand, he struck the table, propelling himself into the air and delivering a powerful kick that sent the leaf ninja flying. The unfortunate ninja felt as though he had been struck by a 100-pound hammer, crashing to the ground and seeing stars. By the time he regained his senses, Feng Yao was already standing before him once more. Another heavy punch rendered the leaf ninja unconscious. Feng Yao, unfazed, retrieved the intelligence from his incapacitated opponent and nonchalantly tucked it into his clothing, choosing not to hide it away but instead returning to his seat with an air of confidence. His two companions, already well acquainted with Feng Yao's prowess, displayed no surprise at the turn of events. However, a swell of pride arose within them as the collective gaze of the audience turned towards their extraordinary display. The surrounding participants quickly reacted, either vying for the opportunity to seize intelligence or retreating, leaping out of windows to hunt for information. Yet, for the moment, none dared to confront Feng Yao, intimidated by his decisive and formidable actions. Meanwhile, Gaara effortlessly ensnared 3 leaf ninjas attempting to flee with sand, securing their intelligence before returning to his own position, mirroring Feng Yao's audacity. Sunin Ibiki furrowed his brow at the scene before him. This cohort of youngsters was indeed formidable. It was unusual for them to brazenly flaunt their triumph in such a manner. As time progressed, an increasing number of participants succeeded in acquiring intelligence from rival teams, while the ranks of competitors dwindled. Approximately half an hour later, several Rain Country ninjas entered the arena. Humph, we have no choice. We cannot locate their hiding spots. Hey, sound ninjas over there. Hand over the intelligence you possess, barked the scarred leader, his tone menacing. He had weighed his options, considering that the sand-wielding youth might be formidable, while the sound ninja had shown little remarkable ability, merely being the first to strike. Possibly just a paper tiger. Jean stepped forward defiantly. Silence your tongue. I shall be your opponent. Just as the Rain ninjas prepared to forcefully seize their target, Gaara made his move first, ensnaring the trio in a swirling mass of sand and lifting them into the air. With a chilling voice, he warned, "If you dare to take even one step closer to Mr. Torres, I shall end your life without hesitation." A palpable aura of menace enveloped the 3 individuals. After much struggle, his heart had finally found a semblance of peace, having gained the attention of someone significant to him, all thanks to Feng Yao. Now, these oblivious Rain ninjas dared to threaten those he cherished. Just as the 3 Rain ninjas were nearly suffocated by the pressure, a voice cut through the tension. Very well. The first phase of the examination prohibits killing. Otherwise, I shall revoke your qualifications. A low huff escaped Gaara as he ceased his assault, retracting the sand. Marino Ibiki's intervention had saved the trio, who fell to the ground, overwhelmed with relief from their near brush with death. Temari and Kankuro could scarcely believe their eyes. Gaara had intervened on behalf of others and appeared to hold a profound respect for the bandaged figure. They began to question their own perceptions. Was this truly the same Gaara they knew? Meanwhile, the situation outside was dire. The despicable Leaf Village had launched a coordinated assault with multiple teams. How shameless. We must unite. Other ninja from smaller nations were rapidly being eliminated by the Leaf's forces. Amidst the protests, an hour elapsed, and one by one, the participants returned to the classroom, noticeably fewer in number than before. The main cast from the Leaf Village had all successfully advanced, but contrary to previous memories, only 20 teams remained. The Leaf held a majority. While the numbers of ninjas from other smaller nations had suffered significant losses, anger was evident on many faces. Most had been ambushed by Leaf ninjas. some even facing assaults from multiple teams, rendering the selection process profoundly unfair. Marino Ibiki, observing the expressions of the crowd, let out a silent sigh. Yet, he could not defy the orders of the Hokage. At that moment, a figure burst through the window, two kunai embedded in the corners of the classroom, and a large black banner unfurled. I am the chief examiner for the second phase, Mitarashi Anko. Don't celebrate too soon. The next examination awaits you. Follow me. A hush fell over the crowd, and Anko's face flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment evident. Under the guidance of several nin instructors, they gradually exited the classroom, arriving at a vast forest enclosed by towering iron nets. Approaching the gate of the iron enclosure, Anko's expression turned ominous as she spoke. This is Konoha's 44th training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. Gazing at the immense woods before him, Feng Yao pondered deeply. It was apparent that his actions had facilitated Danzo's rise to power, resulting in significant alterations to this examination. Clearly, Danzo sought to prevent ninja from other nations from advancing, leaving Feng Yao to wonder what challenges awaited in the second phase. Given Danzo's nature, it would undoubtedly not be simple. Feng Yao casually surveyed his surroundings and vaguely sensed an unusual number of Umbu ninjas lurking about. Surely, even for the sake of the candidate's safety, it would be improbable to deploy such a multitude of Umbu. What was their true intent? Before we proceed, please sign this consent form, he announced, as there exists a possibility that some may lose their lives. Your agreement is imperative. Once everyone had diligently signed the document, the preparations for the second round commenced. Feng Yao also noticed Orochimaru, disguised as a Konoha ninja, engaging in conversation with his former student, Akamichi. The iconic long tongue of Orochimaru was visibly extended, and it was rather astonishing that Akamichi did not recognize him immediately. The rules for the second round remained consistent with Feng Yao's understanding. 2 scrolls, one representing heaven and the other earth, must be secured and brought to the tower to achieve advancement. Following the instructions of the entrance officials, the candidates entered their respective portals, and the second examination was set to begin. Akamichi's voice resonated in the ears of every participant as they surged into the training grounds. Shortly after their entrance, numerous Umbu members followed suit, and Akamichi made no effort to impede them, though his expression darkened upon their arrival. I will carry the scroll. My task is to locate the corresponding Earth scroll and rendezvous with you at the center tower, he declared. Upon entering, Feng Yao once again issued commands to Jin and Sake, as he had matters to attend to and could not afford any distractions from them. Understood, Lord Tors. Feng Yao had obtained the Heaven Scroll, and to progress, he needed to locate the corresponding Earth Scroll. The vastness of the forest suggested that seizing scrolls from other teams could be achieved not only through force, but also by ambush. After approximately 2 hours of navigating through the dense foliage, Feng Yao encountered his first group of assailants. The air was pierced by the sharp sound of shurikens slicing through, as a flurry of kunai suddenly hurtled towards him, accompanied by the traps laid beneath his feet. An ambush had been set. Feng Yao retreated a step, biting his finger and swiftly forming hand seals before slamming his palms onto the ground. Summoning technique. Silver Moon Wolf. A wolf, akin in size to an elephant and cloaked in white fur, materialized beneath him. This creature was a product of a contract established through the Sage of Slugs, renowned for its swiftness and exceptional reconnaissance abilities. Go, bring those individuals to me, Feng Yao instructed in a calm tone, confident that this summoning beast would easily handle the mostly lower-ranked ninjas participating in the Chunin exams. With a howl that echoed through the forest, the Silver Moon Wolf darted away. What is that creature? How terrifying! It's going to kill me. As several piercing screams echoed through the air. Within the span of mere moments, the Silver Moon Wolf returned, clutching the lifeless bodies of 3 individuals. They were Konoha ninjas, and upon searching their belongings, Feng Yao discovered the coveted Earth Scroll that his team required. As he stowed the scroll and prepared to depart, the Silver Moon Wolf suddenly detected a faint presence behind Feng Yao and let out a fierce growl. Without turning his head, Feng Yao coldly inquired, "Who commanded you to come and kill me?" Chapter 26. The Secret Order of Danzo in the Shadows. Several ninjas did not remain concealed. 3 of them leapt forth with lethal intent, members of Konoha's Umbu. The Silver Moon Wolf charged ahead, swiftly sinking its teeth into one of their arms, hurling him aside. The other 2 comrades exchanged a glance, prioritizing the elimination of this sound ninja. If he continued to summon reinforcements, it would spell trouble. You hold him off. We'll dispatch this sound ninja and then assist you. This beast will pose no further threat afterward. With that, they abandoned their bitten comrade and charged toward the sound ninja like a tempest. One of them bit his finger to form a seal, swiftly vanishing into the ground. Earth release, decapitation technique. A pair of hands erupted from beneath the ground, seizing Feng Yao by the ankle, dragging him down, leaving only his head exposed. This was a technique once employed by Kakashi against Sasuke, primarily used to ensnare foes. The other Umbu ninja felt a surge of triumph, drawing his kunai as he leapt toward Feng Yao, seemingly intent on ending his life. Just as the blade was about to pierce Feng Yao's skull, his lips moved. Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Feng Yao's body vanished, leaving behind an empty pit. What is happening? The ninja who had used earth release surfaced from the ground, just as Feng Yao's silhouette reappeared without warning. A specially crafted kunai slashed toward his throat with astonishing speed. Blood sprayed from the gaping wound, and the ninja, in disbelief, clutched his throat with both hands, stumbling backward as if to staunch the flow of blood. He had never imagined he would meet his demise at the hands of a mere genin from the Sound Village. As he grasped Feng Yao's ankle moments earlier, Feng Yao had already marked him with the Flying Thunder God technique. Meanwhile, Silver Moon Wolf had dispatched another Umbu ninja. The remaining one, recognizing the inevitability of his death, charged at Feng Yao with resolve. He was a ninja. He could not abandon his mission, nor could he flee alone. He was bound to fulfill his duty. Feng Yao hurled a kunai, which the opponent deftly dodged, continuing his assault. Flying Thunder God, second stage. In that moment, Feng Yao appeared behind him, having utilized the kunai marked with the technique. A powerful punch sent the Umbu member flying, tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt. Yet he struggled to rise and confront Feng Yao once more, only to be pinned against a tree by several kunai. Feng Yao approached, gripping the ninja by the throat. What is the true nature of this Chunin exam, and where is the Umbu ninja named Danzo? He questioned, tightening his grip as he spoke. The ninja's face flushed crimson. Yet he glared at Feng Yao with unyielding hatred, refusing to utter a single word. Indeed, it seems troublesome. However, I could surmise your implications without your utterance. From the initial examination, which saw the reduction of the number of ninjas from other nations, to the current assessment, where even the Umbu are dispatched to eliminate the promising young ninjas of rival countries, it appears that Danzo is poised to instigate war against them, is it not? The opposing ninja remained obstinately silent, yet the contraction of his pupils revealed that my conjecture was, indeed, accurate. I was taken aback to discover that while the Land of Wind contemplated attacking Konoha, Konoha harbored similar intentions, and Danzo's ambitions were evidently far grander. Employing ruthlessly aggressive tactics by ordering the annihilation of the new generation of ninjas from other lands during this very examination. A cold snort escaped my lips, and I then posed a question. Is Danzo responsible for the assassination of the ninjas from other countries in this second assessment? Regrettably, I did not receive the answer I sought, for the demeanor of my adversary remained unchanged. If he was not ignorant of the matter, then he was genuinely uninvolved in this operation. With a surge of force, I ended the life of this Umbu, and subsequently performed the necessary seals to summon a summoning beast. The summoning technique, slugs. I intended to call forth the Sage of Slugs, and as the white smoke dissipated, a slug of considerable size materialized in the open space. Ah, Feng Yao, you have finally remembered me. Where is this place? Inquired the Sage of Slugs with curiosity. I explained, this is the Hidden Leaf Village, and I would like to request your assistance in locating a few individuals. In such a vast forest, it would be impractical for me to search alone. Thus, I required reconnaissance and detection-type summoning beasts. Both the Silver Moon Wolf and the Slug were evidently well suited for the task. I relayed the current circumstances and the characteristics of the individuals I sought to both creatures. The Sage of Slugs promptly began to divide and disperse, leaving only one by my side. Ah, it is so comfortable here with you. When will you come to the Wetbone Forest to keep me company? The little slug lamented while bouncing atop my head. I could only manage a silent smile, burdened with my own myriad of tasks, and replied nonchalantly, soon, very soon. It will only be a matter of 2, 3, or 4 months. Upon hearing my vague response, the little slug increased its bouncing frequency atop my head. Not long after, the slug conveyed the first piece of news. 3 teams have already been targeted for assassination, and I have yet to locate the individuals you seek. Oh, one of the teams from the Grass Country has actually managed to retaliate against their assailants. Recognizing the astonishment in the Sage of Slug's tone, I deduced that it was likely Orochimaru. The only ones capable of dealing with the elite Umbu here were the Gaara's team, myself, and Orochimaru's group, none of which belonged to Konoha. I have found one of the individuals you seek. There are 3 in total to the west. A smile graced my lips upon hearing this, and I immediately dashed toward the west, my speed swift as I soon pinpointed my targets. Damn it! Each one of them is like a monster. It is not merely difficult to seize their scrolls, but even to defend my own has become exceedingly arduous. We bear the hopes of our village. We cannot return in such a disheveled state. We must pursue once more. Before us stand 3 ninjas from the grass village, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman possesses a striking head of red hair. Clad in a mesh-patterned ninja top and black thigh-high stockings, her skin marked with several bite wounds. This girl is the target named Karen, whose abilities are notoriously formidable within the realm of Naruto. Her capacity to heal her injuries and restore chakra simply by being bitten is indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, she harbors no deep attachment to the grass village, although her current strength is lacking with proper training. She could undoubtedly rise to prominence as a formidable member of the Sennin in the future. The timing of my appearance is fortuitous. As the 2 grass ninjas seem poised to depart, I must find a place to conceal myself. Karen, clutching the earth scroll, displays a hint of panic in her eyes as she slowly rises. Just then, a massive brown bear appears behind her, roaring menacingly and charging forth. Karen stumbles and falls to the ground. Wendy, sensing the opportunity, swiftly hurls his trident-shaped kunai, teleporting directly in front of Karen. The giant bear, enraged by the unexpected obstruction, swipes down with a massive paw. Unmoved, Wendy stands firm, his eyes widening as he gathers his strength. With iron-like resolve, he punches the bear squarely in the abdomen, the force of the blow causing its back to arch grotesquely. The bear emits a horrendous cry, propelled away to crash against a large tree, dislodging countless leaves. At that moment, Karen realizes someone has come to her rescue, though her vision is blurred. All she perceives is the warmth of the stranger's presence, dispelling her fear. Wendy approaches, gently picking up Karen's glasses and placing them back on her face, softly inquiring, "It's all right now. Are you injured?" Through her hazy vision, Karen begins to discern a man wrapped in bandages, momentarily startled, yet her heart swiftly settles, inexplicably comforted by his presence. Wendy glances at her and, with a hint of apology, unravels the bandages from his face. "I must have startled you with my appearance. I'm Torres. What is your name?" "Here." Wendy refrains from revealing his true name, recognizing that unlike Gaara, Karen lacks the strength to protect herself. Captivated by this man who not only brings her comfort, but also possesses striking good looks, Karen's cheeks flush crimson. Staring at his face feels almost like an affront to beauty itself, prompting her to lower her gaze. In a voice barely above a whisper, she replies, I'm fine, thank you." Thus, he does not rush to recruit Karen, as her current abilities are insufficient. He merely aims to plant a seed of trust in her heart. Wendy produces a kunai embedded with the Flying Thunder God technique and offers it to Karen. "If danger arises, use this to protect yourself." After speaking, he gently caressed Xianglin's crimson hair before departing with the Flying Thunder God technique. Xianglin remained rooted in place for a considerable time, lost in thought, before finally coming to her senses. She lowered her gaze, glanced at the kunai, and then tenderly pressed it closer to her bosom. Chapter 27. Who is the Genius? A gentle breeze stirred, occasionally accompanied by the roars of beasts and the calls of birds, accentuating the profound stillness of the surroundings. Feng Yao navigated through the forest. "Host, your methods of enticing Na'vi youths have certainly escalated," the system remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "I recall someone who was quite reluctant to accept my beauty-enhancing elixirs and the carefree wisdom they offer." Hearing the system's biting commentary, a flush of embarrassment crept across Feng Yao's face. Alas, he had truly succumbed to their allure. "Oh, dear system, must you hold this against me? Is it not enough that I have yielded? Each time I recruit one, you must remind me, and I can hardly bear it." Upon witnessing Feng Yao's capitulation, the system emitted a haughty hum and fell silent. Before long, an increasing number of teams fell prey to the relentless pursuit of Konoha Zumbu. At this moment, Feng Yao felt a twinge of concern for Saku and Jin, not out of genuine worry for their safety, but rather because this particular challenge required the collaboration of 3 individuals. Thus, he enlisted the assistance of the Slug Sage to help locate their whereabouts. "No problem at all. But it seems you have some Konoha ninjas ahead of you," the sage informed him. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao halted, taking refuge behind a large tree. ready to assess the situation. A calm voice broke the silence. "Stop hiding. Come out." Feng Yao's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated being detected so swiftly upon his arrival. Just as he was about to reveal himself, a youthful voice chimed in. "Huh. ISNT that the rookie of last year, Niji? Could I trouble you for an autograph?" It appeared that he was not alone in the vicinity, prompting Feng Yao to retreat once more. As he observed more closely, he realized it was indeed the encounter between Niji and Shikamaru's team. He had merely stumbled upon them by chance. Given the opportunity, Feng Yao would gladly recruit a few from Konoha into his own organization. Regrettably, the likelihood of success was slim, for having been nurtured in Konoha from a young age. They were unlikely to betray their village. Is there someone else? Niji mused, having previously overlooked the presence of another. His Byakugan activated, revealing Feng Yao perched upon the tree. Truly, the Byakugan was remarkable in its investigative prowess. Feng Yao found himself envious of Kakashi's eye. With a silent resolve, he descended from the tree. The members of Shikamaru's team were taken aback. They had not sensed anyone's presence moments prior. "This person is from the Sound Ninja, right? He seems to be their leader." Though his two companions appear to be absent, Ino whispered to her teammate. "You don't intend to confront him for the scroll, do you?" He asked the one who effortlessly dispatched a lower-ranking ninja in the first round. Shikamaru expressed, showing signs of reluctance. "What are we to do then? Where else can we find someone weaker than us? We have the numerical advantage," and he asked from the sound. As Shikamaru's team deliberated on how to seize the scroll, Niji remained solemnly focused on Feng Yao. Unlike Shikamaru and the others, he could discern the flow of chakra through his Byakugan. Realizing that Feng Yao's chakra flow and volume indicated he was no ordinary lower-ranking ninja, the long-awaited encounter with a formidable opponent stirred a sense of excitement within him. "Let us engage in a contest. The loser shall graciously surrender their team's scroll," he proposed. Feng Yao cast a curious glance at Niji. However, the suggestion held no allure for him. Having already secured the scroll, he was confident in his victory over his opponent. Yet, Niji harbored resentment towards the Hyuga clan, and perhaps this sentiment could be leveraged to draw him into his own ranks. "I am willing to battle you, but I must amend the terms. As I already possessed the scroll, winning would yield no benefit for me." Feng Yao's voice emerged in a low tone from beneath his bandages. In a fit of frustration, Ino exclaimed, "Why does that guy already have the scroll while we do not?" Niji furrowed his brows. "What do you desire from me? I require your assistance in the future. As for the specifics, I have yet to determine them, but I can assure you it will not contravene your wishes." Feng Yao replied. After a moment's contemplation, Niji assumed a battle-ready stance, indicating his acquiescence. He then launched a swift offensive, adept in the gentle fist technique, the most formidable form of taijutsu in Konoha. This martial art directly targets the chakra pathways. Even a mere graze could prove fatal. As Niji struck, Feng Yao opted not to confront the blow head-on. Given Niji's use of the gentle fist, which could inflict internal damage, it was wiser to engage in a tactical exchange. Observing Feng Yao's retreat, Niji's gaze sharpened, unwilling to grant him an opportunity, and he pursued hastily. The gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Suddenly, it was as if a vast Bagua diagram materialized before them, with Niji's hands moving with remarkable speed, targeting the chakra points of Feng Yao's body. Should he be struck, his chakra would be sealed away. Unfortunately for Niji, he faced Feng Yao, who quickly discerned the chakra points targeted by Niji's technique and adeptly deflected each of his strikes with precision. The more Niji attacked, the more he felt a chill of apprehension. Could it be that this opponent had trained with the experts of the Hyuga clan? He seemed so well-versed in my martial arts. Ino, astonished, turned to Shikamaru and exclaimed, "Can you believe it? Even Niji cannot defeat him." Niji was hailed as a genius last year. Shikamaru countered, pointing at Feng Yao, his expression tinged with a hint of fear. "That is not the case. Niji is no longer the true genius. The sound ninja he faces is the real prodigy." "Why do you say that?" Ino asked, puzzled. "You might not have noticed, but when that sound ninja first confronted Niji, it was evident he had never battled him before, meaning he was unfamiliar with the gentle fist technique. Even during Niji's 8 trigrams 64 palms, his initial responses were hasty and uncoordinated. However, that individual, upon witnessing Niji execute his first strike, immediately seized the initiative, thoroughly analyzing Niji's attack patterns. In mere seconds during the battle, he unraveled the secret techniques passed down through generations of the Hyuga clan. "This person is truly terrifying. We must depart swiftly," Shikamaru explained gravely, grasping Ino's arm as they prepared to leave. after completing all 64 palms of the 8 trigrams. Niji was also slightly gasping for breath, incredulous that the techniques he had painstakingly honed for so long could not even graze the hem of another's garment. Feng Yao delivered a powerful punch to Niji's abdomen and then stood a few meters away, letting out a soft sigh. "You cannot defeat me now. Surrender." Niji clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his flesh, and finally struck the ground with a fist, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Both in terms of destiny and strength. Everything is predetermined. A person's abilities and fate are fixed, much like the main and branch families. This man before me and I. He buried his head deeply in the ground, his body trembling in agony. Feng Yao approached and placed a hand on his shoulder. A person's life can be freely governed, not manipulated. Your future will never be confined to this, Hyuga Niji. Upon hearing these words, Niji's body ceased to tremble, and he looked up at the bandaged man. About to speak when suddenly the man's expression darkened, his aura turning ominously fearsome, and from his gaze, Niji perceived only boundless intent to kill. "I apologize, Niji, but I have matters to attend to. Let us consider this a draw." Without waiting for Niji's response, he vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving Niji standing in stunned silence. Meanwhile, outside the examination venue dumplings are best enjoyed with red bean soup. Once I finish this, the Umbu should have dealt with things adequately by now. I truly wonder what Lord Hokage is thinking. This has surely offended all the neighboring nations. While savoring his dumplings and sipping red bean soup, Akane expressed her concerns. "A grave situation has arisen, Chief Examiner Akane." A bespectacled leaf ninja suddenly approached with a report. "What has happened? 3 corpses have been discovered, and their deaths are peculiar. Please come and see." Following the leaf ninja, they arrived at a location adorned with Buddhist statues. The personal belongings of the 3 corpses and evidence of the examination had all been removed, and their faces were melted. A clear indication of Orochimaru's face-stealing technique, a cold-blooded ninjutsu that allows one to assume another's appearance. This technique, it's him. How could he be here? This is bad. The Umbu ninja sent to assassinate him has likely been dealt with. Realizing this, Akane wasted no time and turned to the nearby ninja. "Quickly report the situation here to Lord Hokage. This matter is of utmost importance." Chapter 28. A necessary killing. With a swift motion, a figure soared through the sky, slicing through the air with a sharp sound. It was Feng Yao, his chakra surging as he utilized the moon step to propel himself forward with unrestrained force. The speed was nothing short of terrifying. Just moments ago, the slug had revealed that it had located the mastermind behind the assassination of his benefactor, the elusive member of the Umbu, Jio. Ahead, Naruto and Sasuke lay battered and bruised on the ground, with Sasuke in a state of unconsciousness, his neck marked by Orochimaru's cursed seal. Nearby, Lee valiantly held his ground against Kin and Saku, while Sakura remained safely by Naruto and Sasuke's side. Without the true TOS present, it was apparent that Kin and Saku were no match for Lee, who soon gained the upper hand. Saku, despite suffering a severe blow from Lee's lotus technique, stubbornly rose to continue the fight. "Enough. You two are no match for me. If this continues, you may lose your lives," Lee panted, clearly fatigued from employing the lotus technique. Yet, Saku, though arrogant and overconfident, remained fiercely loyal to Orochimaru, determined to fulfill his mission at all costs. He charged recklessly towards Lee. Sakura, startled by Saku's fervor, was taken aback when a shadowy figure emerged and pinned Saku to the ground with a powerful elbow strike. Saku let out a pained cry, spitting blood as he struggled for breath beneath the weight of the assailant. "Humph, mere sound ninja. And yet 3 of you have managed to survive until now. But it is time for you to exit the stage." A cold voice emanated from beneath the animal mask of the Umbu member. Sakura and Lee visibly relaxed, uncertain of the Umbu's presence but hopeful for their salvation. Kin, witnessing the unfolding scene, instinctively sought to flee, only to be halted by another Umbu member who pressed a kunai against his throat. "You should leave at once. We will handle these sound ninja," one of the Umbu members declared, attempting to disperse Sakura and her companions while secretly dealing with the foreign ninjas. Though the intentions of the Umbu were unclear, they were indeed part of their own forces, prompting Sakura and her friends to obediently prepare for departure. Just then, a sharp sound sliced through the air as a figure appeared behind Kin, thrusting a kunai that pierced through the Umbu member restraining him. The Umbu, caught off guard by the speed of the attack, could not react in time as the weapon impaled his chest. One should never hesitate in taking a life. came the chilling sentiment, as Kin tossed the fallen Umbu aside like refuse, exuberantly shouting, "Lord Tos, you have arrived." We were executing Lord Orochimaru's orders when these Umbu suddenly attacked. However, Feng Yao raised a hand to silence him. He had not come here to rescue anyone. Sakura and the others looked on in shock, astonished at the swiftness with which the Umbu member had been dispatched, their astonishment matched only by that of Shikamaru's group, who had been hiding nearby. How infuriating. Why is it this man again? He dares to eliminate even those from the Umbu. What should I do? Ino was once again driven to madness. However, at that moment, a kunai shot forth, aimed directly at Kazuki, accompanied by an explosive tag. As Kin leaped to evade the blast, Kakashi, who had been lurking in the shadows, sprang forth behind Kazuki, wielding a ninja blade imbued with a sharp chakra. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would likely have been cleaved in two. Upon witnessing Kakashi, Kazuki too erupted with fury. "Kakashi, at last, I have found you. You are the first person I must eliminate in Konoha today," Kazuki exclaimed, casting Kin aside. With a technique known as Iron Block, he grasped Takashi's blade with one hand, while his other hand surged towards Takashi's head. A thunderous explosion echoed as, amidst the white smoke, Takashi transformed into a wooden substitute. Having evaded Kazuki's attack with the body replacement technique, Wind Release, Wind Cutter Technique, Takashi formed hand seals, unleashing his most proficient wind-based ninjutsu, capable of slicing through objects with razor-sharp winds. A blast of high-pressure wind surged towards Kazuki. Alas, as soon as Takashi's blade was seized by Kazuki, he had already been marked with the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Kazuki materialized beside Takashi, thrusting a trident kunai into Takashi's arm, blood splattering forth as the limb was rendered useless. Now incapacitated, Takashi could not form seals, and with his other hand, he hurled a shuriken at Kazuki, easily dodging. Kazuki then crushed Takashi's other arm with a single hand. Takashi stifled a groan, managing not to utter a sound. He staggered backward, questioning Kazuki, "Who on earth are you? What is your purpose in infiltrating Konoha? Why do you insist that I must die?" While buying time, he discreetly signaled to his remaining companion. Yet, Kazuki appeared unfazed, playfully twirling the kunai in his hand and taunting, "Do you not recognize me? No wonder, my transformation has indeed been significant. Surely, you remember the old physician you murdered not far from Konoha?" As he spoke the final words, Kazuki's gaze hardened with a chilling murderous intent. "You are Kazuki. How dare you come to Konoha?" Takashi finally comprehended the depth of their enmity. At that moment, his other teammate had completed their task. "Don't move, Kazuki. Your two companions are in my grasp. If you make any rash moves, I will kill them." The Umbu member who had subdued Saku took this opportunity to seize Kin, using them as leverage against Kazuki. Takashi felt a flicker of hope ignite within him as he swallowed hard, speaking with a hint of arrogance. "What now, Kazuki? Let us negotiate. Release us, and I assure you we will not harm you." Before he could finish, Kazuki swiftly severed his throat with a blade. Takashi, eyes wide with disbelief, could only watch as blood poured forth, his hands crippled and unable to stem the flow, witnessing the extinguishment of his life. "We could have discussed this." As he spoke, he took his last breath. Feng Yao coldly regarded his lifeless body, declaring, "I warned you. You are a person I must eliminate, and no one can stand in my way." The onlookers were horrified by the scene, and the member of the Umbu, aware of his impending doom, immediately detonated the explosive tags on his body, attempting to drag the two down with him. With a thunderous explosion, Sak and Jean were left unscathed, having been placed safely in the trees by Feng Yao after spending so long with them. Naturally, he had also inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique upon them. It was this very technique that had allowed him to save Jean the first time by teleporting directly to her side. Next, Feng Yao shifted his gaze towards the positions of Sakura and Shikamaru's team, both groups shivering under his intense scrutiny. However, it was important to note that his fierce glare was directed solely at his enemies, Danzo and his accomplice. The destruction of Konoha was merely a means to achieve his goal of eliminating Danzo. Chaos was his ally, and he had no desire to slay unnecessary individuals, especially since they were once his classmates. "Thank you, Lord Tatsu. What should we do with these people? Orochimaru has ordered us to kill Sasuke." After expressing his gratitude with great difficulty, Sak inquired about the fate of Sakura and the others, causing Sakura to visibly tense up upon hearing this. "You should head to the tower. You need not concern yourselves with what happens here," with Feng Yao willing to handle the aftermath. The two felt reassured and supported each other as they made their way towards the tower. Once they had distanced themselves, Feng Yao swiftly appeared before Sakura. Despite his unique constitution, he had just taken a life in front of her. Sakura, rather than appearing calm, trembled incessantly. "Do not be anxious. I will not harm them." After uttering these words, he squatted beside Sasuke. In this moment, Feng Yao sought vengeance for his parents, and Sasuke, too, was driven by a similar motive. At least he possessed the strength to seek retribution, while Sasuke had nothing. Ultimately, in his pursuit of power, he chose to descend into darkness. Placing a hand upon Sasuke's head, he channeled his mental energy to help soothe Sasuke's emotions, ensuring he would not pose a danger any longer. Then he turned his attention to Naruto. Having heard snippets about Naruto's predicament, his surveillance and imprisonment resulting from Danzo's rise to power, this could be considered an indirect consequence of his own actions. Therefore, he decided to transfer a portion of his chakra and mental energy into Naruto, which might aid him when he was eventually consumed by the Nine Tails. However, now that they were aware of his true identity, Feng Yao could not allow them to pass the examination without consequence. He hoisted both Naruto and Sasuke onto his back and addressed Sakura and Shikamaru, stating, "I am taking these two with me. If you speak carelessly about what has transpired here, I will not hesitate to eliminate them." He then inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique upon them, deceitfully claiming, "This technique allows me to sense your words. Every action you take will be under my control." With that, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart from the scene. The expressions of the crowd were exceptionally grim, and Sakura wept loudly. Sasuke. Chapter 29. The spiraling radiance of the super wheel dance. The roar of the third style as the clouds gracefully rolled across the sky. Danzo's mood was far from pleasant. He had received word that Orochimaru had infiltrated the village. If he were not the Hokage, he might have considered utilizing this rogue ninja. However, now he yearned for nothing more than to eradicate him. He ordered all ninjas to assemble and prepare for an ambush against Orochimaru. Yet, he was halted by Anko. "Hokage-sama, should you decide to launch an assault on Orochimaru now, he will stop at nothing to obliterate Konoha. Moreover, a portion of our ninjas has been dispatched to the Wind Country. The risks associated with this course of action are exceedingly high, considering he is one of the legendary three ninjas." Upon hearing this counsel, Danzo regained his composure. While Orochimaru's actions could not be overlooked, the safety of the village must come first. "Anko, please summon Hisashi as well. After all, Orochimaru is his former student." In this moment, Danzo recalled the third Hokage. With the village's strength currently depleted, and given that Orochimaru was a disciple of the third, it would be prudent to have the third confront him. He also needed to personally visit the high tower, both to discern Orochimaru's intentions and to impart wisdom to the new generation of Konoha. Initially, Danzo had envisioned that only Konoha's team would remain by the third round, thus allowing them to showcase the village's formidable power before the daimyos of various nations, thereby securing greater funding and missions. However, unforeseen complications had arisen. The scene shifts to the high tower, where after 5 grueling days of competition, the results finally emerged. The teams advancing to the next round were the Yakushi Kabuto team, the Gaara team, the Sound Ninja Trio, the Kiba team, the Niji team, and the Shikamaru team. As they regarded the advancing teams, each individual was lost in their own thoughts. Naruto did not advance. The Wind Ninja had defeated the third S renegade. How could he convey this news to others while under constant surveillance? Was Sasuke dealt with? Perhaps it is for the best. It indicates that boy is not as formidable as he seemed. Nearby, a comforting aura surrounded an individual. Observing the gathering, Kakashi and other Genin entered the hall alongside Danzo. "First, congratulations to all of you for successfully passing the second exam. Now, I invite Hokage-sama to announce the rules for the third exam." Danzo stepped forward, his gaze sweeping across the assembled crowd, finally resting upon a man clad in a Konoha forehead protector, with slitted pupils leaning against a wall, Orochimaru. After a brief moment, he averted his gaze. Feng Yao noted Danzo's expression remained unperturbed, as if they were meeting for the first time. He could not afford to reveal any weaknesses, surrounded by so many Genin. The likelihood of his own demise was high should a confrontation arise. The requirements for the third match were straightforward. It would be a series of individual battles. However, I must emphasize that I expect each of you to exert every effort for the glory of Konoha. This is not merely a contest of personal skill. It is a microcosm of the larger conflict between nations. You have emerged victorious, instilling formidable prestige upon the land of the leaf among neighboring nations, thereby wielding diplomatic intimidation against adversaries. "You must be prepared to sacrifice your lives for the triumph of Konoha," declared Danzo, his tone resolute as he addressed the leaf ninjas before him. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, until Tsukikage swiftly took control of the situation. Although he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Yoshiyuki, he had lost sight in one eye, slightly diminishing his combat prowess. "Now, allow me to take charge. Lord Hokage," he proclaimed. As anticipated, the ensuing battles were designed to reduce their numbers. However, it was suspicious that the three sand shinobi fortuitously matched against Windstorm's trio of sound shinobi, a scheme that could only be attributed to Danzo's machinations. Ishiki and Saku fell without much resistance to Kankuro and Temari, leading to the confrontation between Gaara and Windstorm. Upon recognizing Windstorm, Gaara momentarily froze, torn between his mission and their camaraderie. "Gaara, what are you waiting for? I have been eager to engage with you," Windstorm taunted. As Gaara hesitated, Windstorm took the initiative, leaping forward to signal that he need not waver. A faint smile graced Gaara's lips as he summoned Sand to elevate himself onto the arena, thus commencing their duel. "Heh, it seems we have a match featuring you, Yao-kun," remarked Orochimaru, observing with keen interest, captivated by Windstorm's form. Gaara launched the first attack, although unfamiliar with Windstorm's offensive capabilities. He did not underestimate the man before him. With a series of rapid sand projectiles, he unleashed a barrage of spherical sand bullets from behind his gourd. Summoning technique, Silver Moon Wolf. The majestic wolf, cloaked in white fur, reappeared beside Windstorm. He grasped its fur, evading Gaara's assault as the limited space in the arena was almost entirely occupied by the wolf. Observing this swift summoning beast, Gaara altered his strategy, forming seals before extending one hand towards Windstorm's position. Sand binding prison. A vast expanse of sand surged into the air, the technique's capture range exceedingly broad. Realizing evasion was futile, Windstorm summoned yet another beast to counteract. Summoning technique, Heartless Sea Lion. This high-level summoning creature from the ocean was procured through Windstorm's connections. The sea lion, upon witnessing the encroaching sand, instantly understood the situation and opened its mouth wide. Water release, Great Waterfall Technique. The Heartless Sea Lion, one of Windstorm's few advanced summoning beasts capable of utilizing ninjutsu and communicating with him, unleashed a colossal water sphere that crashed against the sand. Upon contact, the sand became significantly heavier, causing the sand-binding prison to collapse effortlessly. "How did I perform, Lord Windstorm?" the sea lion inquired proudly. But Gaara was determined to deny Windstorm any opportunity for conversation. He resolved to determine the outcome with his next move, knowing that if Windstorm continued summoning beasts, he might be gradually worn down. The spear of Shikaku sand continuously gathered and merged before me, ultimately forming a gigantic spear nearly 2 meters in length. The mightiest spear claimed to rival the shield of Shikaku. My goodness, Gaara truly means business. It seems I must adopt a more serious demeanor. As I observed Gaara preparing to unleash his ultimate move, Fuyo had no choice but to focus intently. With a flourish, he produced several shuriken from his arsenal, alongside a few flash grenades. As Gaara hurled the spear of Shikaku, Fuyo simultaneously released his shuriken imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance, third style. This technique was once the hallmark of the fourth Hokage. However, in Fuyo's recollection, the fourth had seldom employed it, save for when rescuing Kakashi. In essence, it merely harnessed the blinding yellow light emitted by the flash grenades to mislead the opponent into thinking it was a visual obstruction ninjutsu, thereby allowing Fuyo to seamlessly teleport and overwhelm his adversary. The dazzling brilliance did not hinder Fuyo. He darted across the battlefield with remarkable agility, effortlessly evading the sand that could not match his speed. Gaara found himself in a blinding state, rendering the spear of Shikaku unable to aim, while Fuyo's shuriken sliced through his garments, leaving numerous gashes. Once the radiance dissipated, Gaara conceded defeat, as Fuyo had shown him mercy, to everyone's astonishment. Even Fuyo had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. The earlier technique? Was it a form of visual obstruction ninjutsu? The crowd continued to speculate, for not everyone was privy to the secrets of the Flying Thunder God technique or the fourth S renowned signature move. What followed was a chaotic melee within the Leaf Village's team. Yakushi Kabuto had initially forfeited, and the addition of one more participant led to Niji's match being rendered void. Ultimately, the individuals advancing were Lee, Shino, Shikamaru, Kiba, Niji, Tintin, Kankuro, Temari, and Fuyo himself. The final match would occur 3 days hence, a schedule sooner than Fuyo had anticipated, hinting that Danzo must have some scheme in place. After the match, Sakura, what on earth is going on? Where are Naruto and Sasuke? Kakashi gazed at Sakura, his expression tinged with urgency. Upon returning to the village, he discovered that Naruto and Sasuke had not progressed. While this was concerning, the fact that only Sakura emerged was alarming. Naruto and Sasuke were nowhere to be found. And when questioned, Sakura merely stated they were not dead, unbeknownst to Danzo and the village's higher-ups. The revelation that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails had gone missing would undoubtedly incite chaos, particularly given the current circumstances. Kakashi-sensei, I cannot say. I will only be able to tell you after the match concludes. It's possible that Sasuke and the others are in danger. Observing the fear etched on Sakura's face softened Kakashi's heart, prompting a heavy sigh. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows nearby. I believe I can shed light on what transpired, Kakashi-sensei. The individual stepping forth was none other than Nara Shikamaru, the future intellectual cornerstone of the Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 30. Confrontation with Kakashi Shikamaru. Is that you? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Shikamaru, who seemed to be aware of Naruto and Sasuke's whereabouts. No. They will die? Upon witnessing Sakura's anxious demeanor, Shikamaru hastened to clarify, Do not fear, Sakura. The technique he implanted in me is not one that can be monitored. Although I am unaware of its nature, I can assure you that it does not possess any surveillance capabilities. Hearing this, Sakura began to calm down, and Kakashi, enlightened by Shikamaru's words, grasped the situation's intricacies. Kakashi immediately searched for the whereabouts of Fuyo and eventually recalled something, leading him to a narrow alley. This was Fuyo's residence. And indeed, he was present. The interior was shrouded in dust, with disordered furniture scattered about. Fuyo sat precariously on a chair that seemed on the verge of collapse. Upon noticing Kakashi's sudden entrance, Fuyo briefly paused before calmly stating, It appears Shikamaru has uncovered the technique I left behind. Kakashi regarded Fuyo with caution, fully aware of the perilous nature of his opponent, yet he was not without his own contingencies. What have you done with Naruto and Sasuke? Was Kakashi's foremost inquiry, focused on their safety. Recognizing his identity had been exposed, Fuyo answered, while subtly surveying his surroundings for any other presence. They are alive. Once I have completed what I intend to do, they will be unharmed. What is it that you wish to accomplish? Kakashi pressed. I desire the head of the 5th Hokage. For this, I am willing to obliterate Konoha. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression darkened with fury. As a man who inherited the will of fire, he could never allow anyone to harm his comrades. If that is the case, let us wager. If I win, you must abandon your plans to destroy Konoha. If you win, Fuyo abruptly interrupted. If I win, I demand your Sharingan. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as he touched his eye imbued with Obito's legacy, ultimately stealing his resolve. Very well, it shall be as you say. With that, Fuyo grasped Kakashi's arm and transported him away from the village. Engaging in battle within the village would create a disturbance of considerable magnitude. As the scenery around him rapidly transformed, Kakashi was once again astonished by Fuyo's mysterious abilities. Having been a disciple of the 4th Hokage, he recognized that Fuyo was employing the Flying Thunder God technique. Standing a mere few dozen steps away from Fuyo, Kakashi articulated the terms of their wager. 3 attacks will be exchanged. Evasion is not permitted. You must withstand my ninjutsu. If you endure 3 of my attacks, you shall be the victor, otherwise, I shall win. Kakashi's prowess indeed shone through. Feng Yao found himself in a challenging predicament, as this was tantamount to rendering his Flying Thunder God technique utterly useless. This strategic maneuver must have been conceived by Kakashi on the spur of the moment. If Feng Yao were to employ the Flying Thunder God, Kakashi would certainly fail to strike him, regardless of the circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yao acquiesced, expressing hope that Kakashi would uphold his promise. Upon hearing these words, Kakashi's expression turned grave. Even with the 3 opportunities for attack granted by Feng Yao, he could not guarantee victory over him. He could only strive to secure an advantage. His hands swiftly began to form seals. As a copy ninja of Konohagakure, his sealing speed surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. The sequence of seals completed, he placed his right hand upon the ground, gripping his wrist with his left, an S-rank ninjutsu, lightning cutter. Chakra concentrated in Kakashi's palm. Manifesting as a potent electric current, his hand became akin to a razor-sharp blade, powerful enough to pierce through flesh. This was one of Kakashi's signature techniques, characterized by a concentrated thrust targeting a single point. With his Sharingan activated, Kakashi propelled himself towards Feng Yao, his right hand leading the charge, the stones beneath him erupting under the force of the unleashed lightning. Feng Yao bit his finger and slammed it into the ground, summoning a creature. The summoning technique birthed a cloud of white smoke, revealing a black and white panda, its formidable form composed almost entirely of solid stone, a commendable meat shield. The collision between Kakashi's lightning cutter and the panda's abdomen was fierce. The technique penetrated deep into the panda's body before finally coming to a halt. Regrettably, this attack had not harmed Feng Yao. As Kakashi withdrew his arm, the panda dissipated into a plume of smoke. Recognizing that his technique might be obstructed by Kakashi's summoned beast, Feng Yao resolved to proceed with the same sequence of seals. However, this time Kakashi issued the thrust, tightening his grip on his right hand and executing a throwing motion. Lightning Cutter, Lightning Wolf Assault. This was a variant of the Lightning Cutter, transformed into a wolf, offering greater agility than its predecessor. Should Feng Yao continue to utilize his summoning beast, Kakashi would maneuver the Lightning Wolf to evade and directly target Feng Yao. Kakashi indeed proved to be a master of strategic cunning, a fact not lost on Feng Yao, who silently admired his opponent. Yet Feng Yao had no intention of dodging this strike. While the Lightning Wolf Assault boasted formidable power, its penetration was inferior to that of the traditional Lightning Cutter. Feng Yao gathered his strength, activating the sixth form, Iron Block. The Lightning Wolf's jaws clamped onto Feng Yao's shoulder, unleashing a torrent of electricity that coursed through his body for several seconds before subsiding. 2 bloodied punctures marred his shoulder, accompanied by various other wounds. However, the bleeding soon ceased, as the carefree intellect of his body heightened cellular vitality, allowing Feng Yao to recover at an astonishing rate, truly a resilient force. Kakashi began to breathe heavily, having depleted much of his chakra. After employing Lightning Cutter twice, he felt the strain, but it was evident that Feng Yao had not sustained significant damage. Nevertheless, Kakashi still had one final technique to unleash. He inhaled deeply, preparing for the next phase of battle. His Sharingan underwent a transformation, with 3 tomo intertwining to form the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Kamui. Kakashi's gaze widened as the Kaleidoscope Sharingan seemed to melt the very fabric of space around him. Facing such a formidable space-time ocular technique, Feng Yao dared not underestimate its power. Seizing the moment before the spatial distortion fully took shape, he hastily performed a series of hand seals. Summoning Technique, Triple Rashomon. Rashomon is a type of object summoning, which he can now command. 3 towering gates, nearly 100 meters high, rose from the ground, obscuring Kakashi's line of sight and preventing Kamui from striking directly at Feng Yao. Exhausted after destroying one of the gates, Kakashi found himself drained, having expended a significant amount of chakra on the 3 techniques. "You have lost, Kakashi," Feng Yao stated, retracting the Rashomon as he approached Kakashi, who was gasping for breath. Looking up, Kakashi met Feng Yao's calm gaze, which seemed to anticipate his defeat. Struggling to rise, Kakashi spoke once more. "Yes, I have lost, but I wish to discuss a condition with you." At this, Feng Yao furrowed his brow, taken aback by Kakashi's persistent requests before he had even spoken. "Speak quickly. Once you finish, I shall take your Sharingan," Feng Yao replied brusquely. "It is acceptable for you to take my Sharingan, but I request your assistance on behalf of Konoha. And you may kill Danzo without facing repercussions," Kakashi articulated, his voice weak. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao scoffed. "Why should I acquiesce to your request? I could simply obliterate Konoha and eliminate Danzo without anyone holding me accountable." As Kakashi proposed this condition, Feng Yao contemplated various implications. The 3rd Hokage was a proponent of stability, while Danzo represented the militant faction. The 3rd, being a figure of authority, was undoubtedly aware of Danzo's aggressive maneuvers against the Wind Country. However, he could not personally assassinate Danzo, which is why Kakashi represented the 3rd in this negotiation. Kakashi remained unperturbed by Feng Yao's initial refusal, calmly presenting his analysis. "If you destroy Konoha, other nations will undoubtedly regard you as a threat, complicating your existence. However, should you agree to our terms, we will offer you assistance when you confront Danzo, provided you do not harm others. Ultimately, your only true adversary is Danzo. We empathize with your parents' plight, but the 3rd has never wronged them during his tenure, nor would they wish for you to annihilate Konoha in pursuit of vengeance." At this point, Feng Yao's demeanor softened slightly, Yet he remained skeptical of the aid the third could provide. Kakashi, I acknowledge that you possess a modicum of reason. But even if I were to agree, what assistance could you offer? Is it based on your strength or the third's? Just then, a voice interjected, supplanting Kakashi's response. On my strength. Feng Yao turned to see a figure that caused his pupils to constrict. Subsequently, Feng Yao turned to Kakashi with a meaningful smile. As if to say, I should have anticipated this. I acquiesce to your request. Chapter 31. The destruction of root. Gentle raindrops danced in the air, cloaking the entire Hidden Leaf village in a verdant embrace. After discussing all the details with Kakashi, Feng Yao once again escorted him back to his home. Kakashi, it's time for you to fulfill your promise, Feng Yao stated as he settled into the old, worn chair. Without hesitation, Kakashi removed his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. He was prepared for what lay ahead. Feng Yao slowly extended his hand, and Kakashi felt a chilling touch upon his eyelid. I am truly sorry, Obito. Kakashi silently apologized to Obito as Feng Yao withdrew his hand. Just as he was puzzled by the unfolding events, Feng Yao announced, All right, it's done. Kakashi, bewildered, thought. Wasn't he supposed to take my Sharingan? Is it as simple as just a touch? Observing Kakashi's incredulous expression, Feng Yao explained. I merely require a few cells from your eye. I have no intention of plucking out someone else's eyeball for adornment. Relieved, Kakashi exhaled deeply. For this I represented not only a significant portion of his strength but also the last gift from his dear friend Obito. System, is this sufficient? Feng Yao pondered silently after acquiring the Sharingan cells. Yes, you may now attempt to absorb these cells, the system replied. Following the system's guidance, Feng Yao inhaled the Sharingan cells that had just touched his fingertips. A peculiar chakra surged from his fingers into his eyes, and after a moment of pain, he briefly glimpsed the kaleidoscopic patterns of the Manjiki Sharingan, though it was so fleeting that even Kakashi did not notice. He sensed that he possessed not only the space-time techniques of Kakashi's eye, but also those of Obito's, including intangibility and Kamui. As he contemplated this, the system informed him, eyes come in pairs. With the cells from Obito's eye, you naturally acquire the space-time abilities of both. Furthermore, the Sharingan has been assimilated into your physique, allowing you to utilize its powers without any visible change to your eyes. What a remarkable advantage, he mused. This way, during confrontations, others would perceive him as merely possessing ordinary eyes. Then, unexpectedly unleashing a Kamui would yield maximum effect. Feng Yao cast a deep glance at Kakashi. Forgive me, Obito, but your eyes are now in my possession. As for your experience card, it may await for several hundred days. As for the demands imposed by Konoha upon Feng Yao, there was but one, to obliterate Root and sever Danzo's right and left arms. All of Danzo's trusted aides were members of Root, and a significant number of those supporting the war against the Sand were also Root members. In truth, many J-Nin and even the pillars of Konoha did not endorse this operation, prompting the third Hokage to go to any lengths to halt Danzo's actions, even if it meant sacrificing Danzo and Root or allying with a rogue ninja like him. In a calculated move, Feng Yao sought to assassinate Danzo and dismantle the roots of his power, aiming to reinstate a new Hokage. In exchange, he would receive assistance and have the bounty on his head as a rogue ninja lifted. Additionally, Feng Yao proposed an extra condition, the removal of Niji Hyuga from the village. Niji, undeniably a prodigy in the early days of Hokage, unfortunately, found his potential stifled in the face of overwhelming external influences, and Feng Yao sought to bring him under his command. Ultimately, Kakashi, representing the third Hokage, acquiesced, recognizing that Niji was merely a branch family member. The world of ninjas often operates under the principle that there are no everlasting enemies, only perpetual interests. Mere months ago, the two sides were locked in a deadly struggle. Today, they stood as comrades united against a common foe. 2 days later, just before Konoha's impending assault, Feng Yao and Kakashi arrived at the stronghold of the Roots, the vanguard of Konoha's forces. This task is now entrusted to you, Kakashi said in a grave tone, handing Feng Yao a stack of documents. Memorize everyone's faces, he added with a chilling demeanor. From this day forth, the Roots shall cease to exist. As he spoke, he began to stride towards the base, while the Root members, having spotted Feng Yao from a distance, immediately assumed a defensive posture. Under Danzo's leadership, the Roots had expanded significantly, now boasting nearly 100 members. 3 Root ninjas stood guard at the entrance. Who goes there? Approach any closer, and we shall not hold back, one of them barked. However, Feng Yao showed no intention of halting his advance. Noticing his indifference to their warning, the root members discarded any pretense of civility. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp. The ground beneath Feng Yao's feet suddenly transformed into a viscous liquid, a technique designed specifically to ensnare foes. In a flash, as the earth technique took shape, Feng Yao vanished from sight, while the root members searched frantically for him. A series of shurikens flew through the air. As they turned to evade, they noticed strange markings upon the shurikens, but it was too late. Feng Yao had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to their location. With a swift execution of the Flying Thunder God slash, the three guards at the entrance were instantly slain, and Feng Yao, wielding a shuriken, entered the stronghold like a harbinger of death. As he crossed the threshold, the members of the Roots became acutely aware of the intruder. "We have an intruder," one shouted. Earth-style, cracking earth palm. Fire-style, flame release technique. Earth-style, earth spike gun. The ground trembled violently as countless stone pillars erupted, aiming to pierce Feng Yao, while flames engulfed his body. Yet, these jutsu effortlessly passed through him, leaving no trace of injury. He had employed the power of his right eye to shift his form into the Kimui space, rendering himself intangible. "What is happening? Is it an illusion?" one member exclaimed. "It is not an illusion. It is simply that you are too weak," Feng Yao retorted, beginning to weave hand signs. After biting his finger, he summoned forth his most formidable spirit through a summoning technique, summoning jutsu, 5 ghosts of the underworld. In a great cloud of smoke, the entire stronghold was overwhelmed by the colossal forms of the 5 ghosts. They roared in unison, and upon witnessing the dire situation, the root members rushed to dispatch someone to report to Danzo. However, just as they ventured a short distance, a silver-white wolf suddenly emerged, severing the man's throat. "This is not good. We are no match for it. Why hasn't any Jonin come to our aid?" A figure resembling a team leader from Root exclaimed anxiously. Feng Yao let out a derisive laugh. "Do you not comprehend the reason behind the absence of a single Jonin?" Upon hearing this, the opposing individual was momentarily stunned. After a brief contemplation, he bellowed in realization. He understood that this was a coordinated assault by the other Jonin of Konoha against Danzo. Everyone must flee with all their might. They needed to return to the side of Lord Hokage. It was already too late. The realm of the underworld had descended. A dark crimson barrier radiated outward from the 5 ghosts, enveloping the entire base of Root. This was a deadly technique that could only be executed through the combined efforts of the 5 ghosts, briefly sealing off the space while simultaneously doubling their combat strength within the barrier. "5 ghosts, annihilate them," they roared. The 5 colossal entities charged into the crowd, harvesting lives as easily as one would slice through vegetables. Their methods varied vastly. The malevolent spirits howled in place, causing the mentally weak to collapse to the ground, awaiting their demise. The Death Ghost and the Corpse Ghost rampaged through the throng without mercy. "What kind of monsters are these?" cursed one individual. "Damn it. The barrier is unbreakable." Another lamented, "My chakra has been drained by that demon." Within the barrier, a hellish scene unfolded. Many who had been slain rose once more, charging at their former comrades. This was the ability of the Corpse Ghost. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the entirety of Root had been decimated. At that moment, Feng Yao noticed someone persistently sketching various ferocious beasts. It was Sai, still affiliated with Root. He commanded the 5 ghosts to cease their assault upon him. In an instant, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Sai, who summoned several enormous ink tigers from his sketchbook to attack Feng Yao. After evading their assault, Feng Yao grasped his shoulder and drew him into the Kimui space. Sai's abilities were indeed remarkable, and his strength was considerable, making him a potential subordinate. As for the matter of education, it could be addressed once peace returned to Konoha. Gazing around, Feng Yao found that apart from himself, not a single living being remained in that desolate place. He commanded the 5 ghosts to dissolve the barrier and made a swift exit. Shortly after Feng Yao's departure, numerous Jonin appeared, including Kakashi and Asuma. They sighed deeply. They had not come to aid Root, but to prevent the impending war and ensure the survival of Konoha. Without names, emotions, pasts, or futures, their hearts were filled solely with duty. The roots that supported the great tree of Konoha would begin to vanish from this day forth. Chapter 32. The end of the Ch-Nin exams. What? The root has been completely annihilated. Danzo bellowed, slamming his hands on the table. The root was his loyal confidant, his invaluable asset, and with the impending war between Konoha and Sunagakure just days away, the route was to be the vanguard. Yet now, fury blazed in Danzo's chest as he pondered who could have committed such a brazen act. Was it Tsunegakure? Orochimaru? Or perhaps the third Hokage? He swiftly dismissed Tsunegakure. If the enemy were aware of his movements, the repercussions would extend beyond the route, and they would undoubtedly launch an offensive against Konoha as well. The remaining two, however, were suspicious. Orochimaru harbored a deep-seated hatred for Konoha, while the third Hokage had no desire to instigate war. I understand now. The third Hokage has colluded with Orochimaru to eliminate the route, that cowardly Hiruzen. He knows nothing but compromise in both domestic and foreign affairs, never daring to pursue reform. I shall not allow you to succeed. Konoha shall not revert to that feeble past. Danzo gritted his teeth, and it was no surprise he arrived at such a conclusion. After all, Orochimaru was a former student of the third. Perhaps they had struck some kind of deal. The third would never act directly. Just as the elite J-Nin might oppose him, yet would never overtly defy his orders. As for Fuyo, he seemed to have vanished completely, and no trace of him could be found, which was certain, as the photographs did not match. The gap in information led Danzo to erroneous conclusions. He glanced at his remaining two confidants, Yamanaka F. and Akimichi Choji, who had survived due to their roles as his personal guards. Humph, it matters not. As long as I eliminate the fourth Kazekage tomorrow, this war will commence, whether you choose to partake or not. He mused, touching Shirsue's eye, if necessary. He would employ this eye to control Orochimaru. Danzo's power had been severely diminished, and the elite J-Nin in the village harbored no faith in him. He had hoped to garner the village's trust through this war, but now the third had intervened. Meanwhile, having eradicated the route, Fuyo arrived at a remote house far from Konoha. Inside, Naruto and Sasuke were bound tightly. Just as Fuyo prepared to approach and free them, the two suddenly transformed into wooden figures. A substitution technique. Concealed beneath the eaves, Sasuke launched his attack. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, and the explosion resonated throughout the room, collapsing it entirely. Yet Fuyo remained unscathed, standing resolute. I did not anticipate you would free yourselves. Come down. Do not compel me to act. Who would heed the words of a bandaged weirdo like you? Naruto, unable to restrain himself, charged forward, utilizing the shadow clone technique to create thousands of duplicates in an attempt to overwhelm the opponent. Fuyo formed hand seals, summoning the spirit beast, the Frostheart Sea Lion. A sweeping water release technique obliterated Naruto's shadow clones, effortlessly capturing the two. Release me, you scoundrel. Why have you captured us? Where is Sakura? Naruto exclaimed, thrashing in desperation, while Sasuke wore a face of bitter reluctance. The future seventh Hokage, along with the formidable Sasuke who would one day instill fear in the shinobi world, found themselves easily subdued before their growth had fully manifested. The captors set them down, casting a glance at Sasuke as he pondered whether to attempt to sway him. However, given Sasuke's singular focus on vengeance, revealing the truth about Itachi would likely send him on a reckless quest for answers or incite him to seek retribution against Konoha. Such a volatile individual was hardly suitable for manipulation. As for Naruto, verbal persuasion would be futile. Having watched him grow in both his past life on Earth and in this world of shinobi, he had no intention of causing him harm. I harbor no malice towards you. My actions are merely a necessity. Do not act rashly. Once the situation stabilizes, I shall release you, he explained, binding them once more with a more resilient rope. Amidst Naruto's protests, they returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. The third round of the Ch-Nin exams was poised to commence. The circular arena was filled with dignitaries from various nations, as well as competitors. While Danzo occupied a high seat at the center, Feng Yao and the advancing contestants stood in the arena, awaiting the official start of the match. For them, it might merely be a competition, but for Danzo, Feng Yao, and Orochimaru, this was a battlefield. Relax, you must bow to the audience. The Ch-Nin overseeing the exams instructed. Shortly thereafter, the fourth Kazekage arrived at the competition venue, accompanied by two shinobi from Tsunegakure. Danzo feigned cordiality as he rose to greet him. Welcome, Kazekage-sama. Please enjoy the display of our Konoha ninjas. The fourth Kazekage offered no reply. Danzo's words implied that the matches from other nations were of little worth. Despite the overt insult, the Kazekage tolerated it, biding his time. Just wait, today, Konoha will meet its end, he thought, feeling somewhat reassured as his gaze flicked towards Orochimaru's direction. Disguised as a Konoha ninja, Orochimaru lounged at the periphery. Just wait. Feng Yao, after today, your flawless body shall be mine. Each individual harbored their own schemes, yet the competitors focused solely on one objective, to triumph in the match. With 9 participants remaining, Feng Yao was required to compete in an additional bout, all against opponents from Sunagakure. Danzo cared little for the integrity of the competition. His aim was to ensure Konoha's victory, demonstrating to the dignitaries present that Konoha was the preeminent shinobi village. The competition between Kanjuro and Temari requires no elaboration. Kanjuro chose to forfeit the match in light of his future plans, and Temari was scarcely a match for Fuyo. With a single strike of the Flying Thunder God, Fuyo effortlessly secured victory, effectively obliterating the entire Sunagakure team. As the matches progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly intense, and various factions became more solemn. Aware that the conclusion of the Chunin exams would signal the moment to engage in conflict. This time, without Gaara's interference, the tournament proceeded smoothly to its final bout. Unexpectedly for Fuyo, his opponent in the decisive match turned out to be Rock Lee, who had successfully defeated Niji Hyuga. It was evident to Fuyo that Lee was elated at this achievement. As the final match commenced, the Chunin began preparations. But Fuyo spoke first. You utilized the front lotus against Niji, and your muscles have sustained considerable strain. You cannot hope to defeat me. Even had you not employed the front lotus, the outcome would remain unchanged. Fuyo held deep admiration for this diligent prodigy and found himself contemplating ways to recruit Lee into his ranks. However, Lee merely smiled, gesturing with his right hand in a gracious manner behind his left. You are Tosu. I see you possess talent too. Regardless of whether I can prevail, I will stand here and fight you, for that is my ninja way. Fuyo regarded Lee intently. Could relentless effort surpass innate genius? The answer was no. Initially, Lee could easily defeat Sasuke. Yet as Sasuke ascended to the pinnacle of the ninja world, Lee had only just begun to unlock the 6th gate. Nevertheless, hard work yields its rewards. Perhaps it may not eclipse those chosen by fate, but it certainly cultivates excellence. Fuyo summoned the Sage of the Toads to briefly mend Lee's muscle strain, not only to ensure a fair fight, but also to bolster his rapport with the young ninja. Thank you, Tosu. I shall give it my all. With that, Lee activated the first gate, the opening gate, followed by the rest gate to enhance his stamina. Propelling himself toward Fuyo at remarkable speed. Konoha Whirlwind. Lee executed a spinning upper kick, a technique commonly employed by the Fist of the 8 Gates. Fuyo, in turn, resolved to confront Lee with his own physical prowess, determined to earn his respect. Lee's kick struck like iron against steel, yet he remained undeterred. Retreating to launch a rapid rotation around Fuyo before rushing in with a rising kick aimed at Fuyo's chin, propelling him skyward, a precursor to the front lotus sequence, which would lead to further aerial assault. Ordinarily, one would find it impossible to evade such an attack while airborne, relegated to a passive stance. However, Fuyo was different. With a slight pivot of his feet, he executed the 6th technique, moonwalk, altering his descent trajectory in midair, causing Lee to miss the subsequent strike. Witnessing Lee's martial prowess rivaling his own ignited a greater fervor within the tenacious ninja. The 8 gates of Duinjia, the life gate, the wound gate. Little Lee's body began to radiate a crimson hue, enveloped in a visible green aura, as his ferocious power erupted on the battlefield, stirring up gusts of wind. Prepare yourself. Little Lee moved, his steps seemingly ordinary, yet the ground fractured beneath him. However, no matter how swift his techniques, Feng Yao could fully discern his every movement. While deftly employing the moonwalk to evade, he countered with a direct clash of iron against Little Lee, sending shards of stone and dust scattering, blinding the onlookers. As the dust settled, Little Lee was ultimately defeated, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Who could have anticipated that the victor would be an inconspicuous sound ninja? After the referee announced the results, Feng Yao helped Little Lee to his feet. Your techniques are indeed formidable, but mark my words. One day the blossoms of Konoha will bloom once more. Observing Little Lee's somewhat melodramatic declaration, Feng Yao merely nodded calmly, pondering that by then he might even master the art of the Tsutsuki. It seemed that everything had concluded with the match. At that moment, on the high platform, the Wind Shadow, witnessing Konoha's elimination, mockingly addressed Danzo. It appears that Konoha's ninjas have failed to claim victory after all. Ha ha ha. Just as he laughed, Danzo struck. Wind release, vacuum wave. He unleashed a sharp gust resembling a scythe, seemingly intent on cleaving the Wind Shadow's form. Magnet release, sand gold. The Wind Shadow had not anticipated Danzo's immediate attack, hastily defending against the strike. Their plans had not yet been set in motion, but that no longer mattered. With the mask of civility torn away, he had no reason to conceal his intentions. He shouted towards Gaara and the others, "Act! Annihilate Konoha." Chapter 33. The Siege of Danzo. Upon hearing these words, Danzo was filled with fury. He had long suspected that the Sand Village harbored malicious intentions. Once this matter was resolved, he would ensure the complete eradication of Sunagakure. The eyes of the Wind Shadow, Raza, grew colder upon hearing such blatant declarations. This confrontation would result in either the annihilation of Konohagakure or the downfall of Sunagakure. In the spectator area, Orochimaru had conspired with the people of Sunagakure to unleash a widespread ninjutsu, plunging the majority of the audience into a trance. Gaara prepared to enter his tailed beast transformation, while formidable summoning beasts emerged to assist Sunagakure's forces in their assault. Faced with this dire situation, Danzo resolved to eliminate Raza swiftly. He formed hand seals and unleashed wind release, vacuum bullets, releasing an onslaught of chakra projectiles akin to a barrage of bullets. Raza, fully aware of the stakes, his victory against Danzo could determine the outcome of the entire war, responded with urgency. Utilizing magnet release, sand shuriken, he conjured countless shuriken made of sand to counter Danzo's attack, resulting in a fierce stalemate. However, Danzo's two subordinates, Yamanaka and Aburang Torian, joined the fray. Hailing from the most powerful clans of Konoha, they possessed formidable secret techniques. Torian initiated his secret technique, Poison Fog Technique, gathering poisonous insects between his hands and exhaling them with a single breath. Meanwhile, Fu sought an opportunity to employ the Mind Transfer Puppet Technique. Danzo struck again with Wind Release, vacuum bullets. Even the fourth Wind Shadow found it challenging to withstand the barrage. He shouted to the audience, "Orochimaru, will you not lend your assistance?" Orochimaru, smirking coldly from the stands, ascended to the platform. If the fourth Wind Shadow were to perish, the plan to obliterate Konoha might very well be thwarted. Despite his meticulous preparations, he knew he could not defeat Raza alone, so caution was the better part of valor. Orochimaru joined Raza on the high platform, standing defiantly against Danzo. Upon seeing Orochimaru, Danzo's expression darkened significantly. "How could it be you?" he exclaimed, realizing he had miscalculated. The third Hokage might indeed resort to drastic measures to prevent war, but he would never allow Orochimaru to conspire with the sand to destroy Konoha. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. Orochimaru commanded his Sound Four to set up the Four Purple Flames formation, ensnaring Danzo and his allies. Konomitsu also entered the formation. As they prepared the array, Mirio stole a glance at the formidable figure of Raza standing below. "Lord Raza, how impressive." Seeing the situation turn against him, Danzo turned to his two subordinates. "You two hold off Orochimaru. I will deal with the fourth Wind Shadow first." He then unwrapped the bandages from his arm, revealing a hand adorned with numerous Sharingan. Orochimaru, with a mocking tone, remarked, "Ah, so it is this arm. A true masterpiece." Tawanzo let out a cold snort as Yuyue Taineo and Yamashiro Kamikaze charged towards Orochimaru and Junmaru. Yuyue Taineo had deployed nano-sized venomous insects across her body upon contact. These insects would infiltrate the enemy's cells, wreaking havoc. Meanwhile, Yamashiro Kamikaze was preparing to execute the mind transfer technique. Observing Orochimaru being momentarily restrained, Tawanzo felt reassured enough to deal with Rasha. Below, Feng Yao coldly scrutinized the ongoing battle, for Tawanzo was the target of his vengeance. However, he needed to be cautious of Tawanzo's Kodo Amatsukami. Should he fail to avenge his grievances and instead become a puppet manipulated by his foe, it would be a grave error. Perhaps it would be wise to let Orochimaru and the fourth Kazekage deplete Tawanzo's Sharingan, allowing him to seize an opportunity to strike. Utilizing Kamui, he positioned himself closer to the battlefield, biding his time for the right moment. Meanwhile, numerous Jonin from Konoha had arrived to suppress the chaos. Yet Gaara had successfully transformed into his tailed beast form, rendering him uncontrollable. The battlefield beneath the platform had descended into a state of tension. To the east of the village's entrance, Sand Ninjas and Orochimaru appeared. A few Jonin were summoned to deal with this one-tailed monstrosity. Damn it! Orochimaru was colluding with Sunagakure against Konoha, this traitor. The crowd erupted in anger, yet Orochimaru remained unfazed, intently facing the two ninjas before him. The serpentine Orochimaru summoned a colossal, sinuous serpent that hurled Yue Teneo into the sky. He then unleashed the Kusanagi sword, extending his head towards Yamashiro Kamikaze. Knowing well that the Yamashiro clan excelled in mental manipulation and must be dealt with first. Without hesitation, Yamashiro Kamikaze seized the opportunity as Orochimaru charged at him. Employing the mind transfer puppet technique, he sought to gain the upper hand, but Orochimaru deftly evaded using the Orochimaru body replacement technique, allowing Junmaru to surge ahead. In a swift motion, he confronted Yamashiro Kamikaze directly, executing the corpse bone pulse, Tsubaki dance. In an instant, Yamashiro Kamikaze's head was severed from his body. Unable to withstand the might of two elite-level opponents, Yue Taineo, descending from above and witnessing the demise of her comrade, felt a surge of sorrow for the fallen. Defeat now seemed inevitable, yet she charged towards Orochimaru and Junmaru nonetheless. Meanwhile, the battle between Tuanzo and Rasha raged on. Tuanzo was no weakling. Not only did he possess 11 Sharingan, but he also had transplanted Hashirama's cells into his right arm and was proficient in taijutsu. His wind-release techniques could even slice through Susanoo, making him a versatile fighter with both skill and enhancements. However, it seemed he rarely engaged in combat, and his fighting techniques were somewhat lacking, leading him to be momentarily suppressed by Rasha. Seizing the opportunity, Rasha unleashed his magnet release, Sand Gold Funeral. This technique could be seen as a precursor to the Sandstorm Funeral, denser and heavier, as a massive volume of sand engulfed Tuanzo. As he formed hand seals once more, the grains of sand trembled, and the overwhelming pressure crushed Tuanzo into a puddle of flesh. Rasha was convinced of his victory, unaware of the capabilities of the Izanagi, a powerful ocular technique. After Izanagi rewrote the reality of his demise, Danzo reappeared before Raza, hands forming seals. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Danzo inhaled deeply, compressing the air before unleashing it, resembling an air rocket launcher capable of propelling an opponent's entire body away with astounding force. Although Raza was unaware of how his opponent had resurrected, he promptly enveloped himself in gold sand, shielding himself from the lethal blow. Seizing the opportunity, Danzo produced shuriken, infusing them with wind chakra. Wind release, shuriken. The enhanced sharpness of the shuriken easily sliced through rock, penetrating Raza's sand defense. However, just as Danzo was poised to eliminate the fourth Kazekage, a voice echoed, summoning Giant Snake. A massive black serpent intervened between the two, and despite the shuriken cutting through it, the force was insufficient to breach Raza's defenses. Danzo focused intently, observing that Oil Girl had been dealt with, her body pierced by Kimamaro's bone. Orochimaru approached slowly, mocking Danzo, yet he too was curious why Feng Yao had yet to act, as his target was Danzo. But soon, he would comprehend the situation. Danzo gradually unveiled his right eye, having no alternative but to manipulate Orochimaru to eliminate the Kazekage, stabilizing his plan to destroy Konoha. In doing so, he could emerge as the hero who saved the village, retaining his position as Hokage and even gaining the villagers' trust. With this thought, he revealed his right eye, the very eye of Shursui. He unleashed his most potent Jinjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, his will had been subtly altered by Danzo, and Raza remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Danzo let out a chilling laugh and renewed his assault on Raza. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. He released several gusts resembling sickles, capable of severing not only flesh but also chakra. As Raza prepared to defend, Orochimaru unexpectedly launched a surprise attack, catching Raza off guard. Evil snake arm explosion. Several massive serpents lunged forward, devouring Raza and the sand alike. After Danzo's vacuum serial wave struck the serpent, Orochimaru manipulated his chakra to detonate the snake once more. Kimamaro and the others stood astonished, bewildered by Orochimaru's sudden aggression towards Raza, which had not been part of their plan. As the explosion subsided, Raza emerged, coughing violently. Cough. Orochimaru, you. Raza had sustained grave injuries. His left arm severed at the shoulder, one eye blinded, and his body marred with wounds of varying severity. The sand shinobi outside grew anxious, uncertain of the unfolding chaos. Haha, this eye has indeed not disappointed me. I am the sole entity capable of transforming this ninja world. Just as Danzo reveled in his apparent triumph, he felt a surge of exhilaration. The space behind him began to warp, and a shadowy figure materialized, resting a hand upon his shoulder. A chilling voice echoed. You are mistaken, Danzo. You are not the one capable of altering this world of ninjas. For today, you shall meet your demise here. Chapter 34. The duel with Danzo. Upon hearing the sound, Danzo was taken aback, ready to turn his head, yet Feng Yao's movements were swifter. With the flying thunder god slash, Feng Yao's figure transformed into a series of phantoms, penetrating through Danzo's body, causing blood to spurt from Danzo's mouth. Lord Feng Yao has made his move. Has he succeeded? No one was more concerned about Feng Yao's actions than the enigmatic Orochimaru, aside from the other combatants. However, this strike did not achieve its intended effect, as Danzo activated his Anaji, rewriting reality itself. Revived to full health, Danzo appeared unscathed, leaving those nearby in awe of his ninjutsu once more. Yet, the continuous jinjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, that he had just cast upon Orochimaru was abruptly lifted, awakening from the illusion. Orochimaru staggered back, placing a hand on his forehead, while Kinshiki hurried to support him. Such a terrifying jinjutsu. There exists only one technique in this world capable of such feats. A lingering fear flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. It was not the fear of death that gripped him, but rather the dread of never acquiring mastery over all ninjutsu and unraveling the truths of this world. Fortunately, the technique had been lifted. However, he now coveted not only Feng Yao's body, but also Shirsue's eye, the eye capable of casting Kodo Amatsukami. With that eye, his future path would be unobstructed. The mere thought sent tremors of excitement coursing through him. In contrast, Raza found himself in the most unfortunate position. Each individual here harbored their own motives. Yet he alone was left in the lurch. His combat prowess had significantly diminished, rendering him unable to pose any effective threat, thereby greatly reducing his value to Orochimaru. Yet, he remained oblivious to this reality. Orochimaru, what on earth is going on with you? Raza's inquiry prompted Orochimaru to slowly turn his head. Witnessing the wind shadow he had just severely injured, with not a twinge of guilt evident on his face. Merely under the influence of jinjutsu. It is of no consequence now. I owe you my gratitude, Yaokuin. Upon hearing Orochimaru's thanks, Feng Yao chose to disregard him, acutely sensing the malice emanating from Orochimaru. He realized that not only did he need to eliminate Danzo today, but also guard against Orochimaru. Orochimaru, cough cough, why not assist in eliminating the Hokage first? For Raza, the removal of the fifth Hokage took precedence over slaying Feng Yao, yet Orochimaru held a different perspective, casually brushing off the suggestion. Do not rush, Lord Windshadow. Let the two of them fight for a while. It could be advantageous. Orochimaru clearly harbored intentions of letting them both suffer mutual destruction so that he could reap the benefits. He sought to provoke Danzo into forcing Feng Yao to enter Sage Mode. Having previously battled Feng Yao, he was aware that the weakness of Sage Mode lay in its brief duration. Alas, erroneous intelligence led him to make a flawed decision. The current Feng Yao was employing space-time ninjutsu. Danzo regarded the bandaged figure before him with confusion. Judging by the forehead protector, he was clearly affiliated with Orochimaru. Yet the killing intent emanating from him seemed far more intense than that of anyone else present. He let out a cold snort. With the defeat of the heavenly deity, he found himself once again at a disadvantage, his heart fluttering with unease. He had not anticipated the presence of such a person under Orochimaru's command. How did you discern the heavenly deity's presence? Observing that Danzo had not recognized him, Feng Yao was not surprised, for technically, it was their first encounter. I am not one of Orochimaru's followers. As for how I saw through the heavenly deity, you shall descend to the depths of hell with that question lingering in your mind. As Feng Yao sneered, he began to unravel the bandages from his face, causing Danzo to experience a moment of shock upon seeing his visage. Yet, he remained convinced that they had never crossed paths before. Such a person, had he met once, would be impossible to forget. Who exactly are you? I am the one you have been relentlessly pursuing to apprehend during this period. The one who has obliterated the very organization you painstakingly established, the Root. Do you recall Feng Yao and Feng Yao? At this point, if Danzo still did not recognize Feng Yao, he was unworthy of being labeled a dark-hearted, ambitious figure within the world of Hokage. He came to realize that he had been mistaken from the outset. The third Hokage had conspired with Feng Yao to annihilate the Root. You are Feng Yao. To think it is you, the traitor of Konoha. Humph, driven by your ambition for vengeance. You have ignited the flames of war upon Konoha. I truly wonder how your parents could have given birth to such a wretched child. They hold no value for the village. Danzo's repeated missteps ignited Feng Yao's fury. Indeed, listening to your drivel only fuels my anger. Feng Yao had no intention of further conversing with Danzo. He bit his finger and summoned forth his most formidable combat force. Summoning technique, 5 ghosts of the underworld. The great specters from the underworld descended once more into this realm. Although Danzo referred to Feng Yao as a mere child, he did not dare to underestimate him. Feng Yao's accomplishments were widely known. At this moment, Danzo still had 8 eyes remaining, equating to 480 seconds of invulnerability. Underworld Domain. Feng Yao initiated the attack, expanding the domain until it met the barrier. With the domain activated, the 5 ghosts grew increasingly agitated. The fierce ghost was the first to charge forward, its massive axe accompanied by a sharp, explosive sound aimed directly at Danzo. In response to Feng Yao's initial assault, Danzo refrained from hastily employing his Izanagi, intending to eliminate one of Feng Yao's summoned beasts first. Would release, exploding gun tree. This technique, made possible by Danzo's transplantation of Hashirama cells, offered both offense and defense, instantly countering an opponent's attack while consuming them. Enormous trees sprouted from his right arm, blocking the giant axe and lunging toward the fierce ghost. However, Danzo did not succeed in slaying the ghost. Feng Yao commanded the malevolent spirit to unleash a mental assault. Its piercing shrieks halting Danzo's would release ninjutsu, allowing the corpse ghost to stab through him with a spear. Izanagi could only be activated again. The moment of invincibility arrived. At this juncture, Danzo paid no heed to the injury and infused wind release into his kunai as he charged forward to engage Feng Yao in battle. However, how could Kazekage, well-versed in the intricacies of Izanagi's temporal constraints, dare to confront it? During those fleeting 60 seconds, any ninjutsu unleashed would merely squander his chakra. Thus, he employed the moonwalk technique to activate the Qin King's pillar mode, leaving Danzo merely gaping in disbelief. As the time for Izanagi elapsed, Kazekage orchestrated another assault with his summoned Shiki and Shakik. Nearby, Orochimaru observed the scene with a furrowed brow, taken aback by Danzo's apparent inadequacy. Although the resurrection technique was formidable, it seemed unlikely to exhaust Kazekage's sage mode. Breathing heavily, Danzo grappled with the enigmatic nature of his adversary's spirit beasts. Having summoned merely 3, he found himself struggling. It became evident that he needed to eliminate 2 of them first. With this thought, Danzo bit his finger and summoned his own spirit beast. The Dream Eater Baku, a peculiar creature with an elephantine trunk, rhinoceros-like eyes, a bovine tail, and tiger-like paws, landed on the elevated platform. It roared, opening its maw wide, seemingly intent on using wind techniques to draw in and devour objects before it. The formidable suction compelled Kazekage to dig his feet into the ground to maintain his stance, while Danzo leaped behind the 5 spirits. With a clever application of wind release, vacuum wave, Danzo enhanced his attack, not targeting the spirits directly, but severing the feet of the Shaki and the malevolent spirit, resulting in both being consumed by the Dream Eater Baku. Having eliminated the malevolent spirit capable of mental attacks, Danzo felt a significant relief. You are too close, Danzo. Kazekage seized the opportunity, propelling himself forward with a moonwalk, grasping Danzo's throat, while the spirit's tendrils ensnared him. In that instant, Danzo felt his chakra rapidly depleting. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals. Wind release. Vacuum waves severed the tendrils of the spirit, yet Kazekage deftly evaded the attack using phasing. As Danzo retreated hastily, he realized that in a fleeting moment, he had lost half of his chakra. At this juncture, he could no longer employ Izanagi without trepidation. Meanwhile, Kazekage replenished his chakra through the spirit. Observing the unfolding scene, Arsha felt an ecstatic thrill, casting aside any prior agreements with Orochimaru. Recognizing the unfavorable turn of events, Danzo commanded the Dream Eater Baku to charge forward and utilize wind release to buy him time. He himself initiated wind release, vacuum wave once more, but this time targeting not Kazekage, but the realm and barriers that ensnared him. Danzo had resolved to cease fighting. He understood that continuing would lead to his demise. Rationality birthed a fear of death, which ultimately morphed into cowardice. As he struck at the barriers, his heart screamed in desperation. For the sake of Konoha, I must survive. I am the only one who can transform the ninja world. Yet, Kazekage swiftly utilized Flying Thunder God to appear before him, having inscribed the technique's formula when he had previously seized Danzo. A kunai sliced through Danzo's body and heart, sealing his fate. Chapter 35. The Requiem of the Three Good Paths. With a sudden gasp, Danzo's body trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. You cannot kill me. His complexion was as pale as parchment as he activated his Izanagi once more, yet this time, A tinge of despair marred his features. The depletion of his chakra left him dizzy and weighed down, allowing him only one more fleeting opportunity. A wave of sorrow washed over him. Could it be that I am destined to perish here today? No. I am the Hokage. I cannot die. He quickly formed hand seals, recalling that he had not been entirely passive when captured by Fy. The curse of self-infliction had been planted upon Fy during the assault, and now, eerie black stripes began to creep up Fy's body, constraining his movements. Danzo would not squander such a golden opportunity. He swiftly retrieved a shuriken, imbued with the cutting power of wind, and hurled it towards Fy. As the shuriken hurtled through the air, a vengeful spirit materialized before Fy, intercepting the lethal blow. This spirit could teleport to its master's side whenever he was under threat. Witnessing his strike fail, Danzo's spirits plummeted once more, helplessly observing as Fy gradually dispelled the sealing curse upon him. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "You traitors of Konoha! You have no comprehension of your actions, driven solely by vengeance, ensnared by your emotions. You are unworthy of being ninjas." Fy chuckled derisively at Danzo's words. Fixating on Danzo, he began, "And what of you? Danzo? You often preach the necessity of self-sacrifice among ninjas, yet when the moment arrives, you falter in fear. The second Hokage has already proven your unworthiness to lead. Your deeds will forever betray your ideals. This is your original sin." Danzo's breath became erratic upon hearing these accusations, perplexed by how his adversary could uncover such long-buried truths. Even Orochimaru and his companions perked up at this revelation, as it was a secret unknown to them. Gritting his teeth and furrowing his brow, Danzo glared intently at all present. He understood that his demise was inevitable, and Fy's words struck him deeply, reminding him of the second Hokage's past admonitions. Echoing in his ears with a voice of authority, "The moment that calls for your sacrifice will come. Until then, preserve your life." Instead of retreating, Fy's words ignited within Danzo a fierce resolve to face death with honor. He ripped open his garments, revealing the seal of the four symbols inscribed upon his body. Yet Fy, well-versed in Danzo's arsenal of jutsu, knew he must act swiftly. In a flash, he teleported, plunging a kunai into Danzo's heart. However, Danzo activated Izanagi one final time, momentarily rendering himself invincible for the next 60 seconds. He laughed heartily as he resurrected beside them, at that moment casting aside all concerns of life and death. For the sake of Konoha, they must not be allowed to survive. At this moment, Danzo felt that his demise held significance. He would take 3 formidable enemies of Konoha with him. Yet, he was unaware that the sealing technique could not vanquish Fy, who lamented only that he could not personally eliminate Danzo. Regardless of whether he utilized intangibility or the Flying Thunder God technique, he could effortlessly evade Danzo's sealing jutsu. It was merely a pity for Shirsue's eyes. Just as everyone was preparing to save their own lives, a melodious flute melody resonated through the air, transforming into 3 dark dragons that ensnared Danzo, halting his self-destructive sealing technique. Danzo gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. Turning to see the flutist was but an inconspicuous young girl. The Requiem of the 3 Saints possessed a formidable single-target control effect, capable of binding the opponent's movements and rendering their current technique ineffective. This was the secret art that Moi had diligently practiced in recent days. "Lord Fy, I promised I would assist you in realizing your desires," Moi silently conveyed to Fy in her heart, blood spilling from her lips, indicating the difficulty of wielding this ninjutsu. Witnessing this, Fy seized the golden opportunity, teleporting directly beside Danzo. With a swift thrust, a kunai pierced Danzo's heart, and he would no longer be able to employ Izanagi. His consciousness began to fade, his body growing unbearably heavy, ultimately collapsing to the ground like a feeble old man. In his final moments, he weakly murmured, "Daybreak, this time, it is I who precedes you." Today, Danzo, the leader of Konoha, the 5th acting Hokage, a figure who dedicated his life to the prosperity of the village, sacrificed himself as an anti-hero. Not far away, the 3rd Hokage's eyes were clouded, seemingly brimming with tears. "Danzo, the Hokage has been slain. What shall we do now? We must stabilize the situation." Quickly summon the 3rd Hokage. The Konoha ninjas observing below were thrown into chaos. The Kazekage, witnessing this turn of events, felt elated. His emotions oscillated from elation to despair, having been ambushed. Forsaken by Orochimaru, nearly perishing alongside Danzo, yet now Danzo was dead. He mustered the strength to rise, and spoke with difficulty to the ninjas below. "The 5th Hokage is dead. Will you not surrender? This war has been lost by Konoha. The Sand Ninjas, inspired by his words, felt a surge of encouragement, while the Konoha forces were plunged into despair. Just as Moi had made her move, the barrier weakened with one less combatant. And Fy prepared to seize Danzo's right arm and Sharingan. Suddenly, a giant serpent lunged towards him. Fy swiftly lifted Danzo's body and used the Flying Thunder God technique to evade, the colossal serpent crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Feng Yao was already acutely aware of Orochimaru's ill intentions, and it was evident that he was fully prepared to strike at this moment. With a soft sigh, he swiftly retracted the severed arm of Danzo and Shirsui's eye from his grasp. Orochimaru, have you truly reached the point of impatience? Do you truly believe you can triumph over my sage mode? Feng Yao initiated a verbal intimidation. For his chakra had not been significantly depleted during the recent battle with Danzo, and he was more than capable of dealing with Orochimaru. However, at this moment, Junmaru and the 4 members of the group were present, and it was likely that Orochimaru still had the Edo Tensei of the 1st and 2nd Hokage at his disposal, with the 4th Kazekage's stance remaining ambiguous. This situation was far from ideal for him, yet with his abilities in H-Zuki, Kamui, and Flying Thunder God, the number of individuals capable of restraining him across the entire ninja world was exceedingly limited. Even if he were unable to defeat Orochimaru, retreating was certainly within reach. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru first frowned. Feng Yao's sage mode was terrifying, not only possessing astonishing speed and strength, but also exhibiting a level of sage art that was rarely seen. However, after observing Feng Yao battle for some time, he had developed a bold hypothesis. Despite having the capability to swiftly resolve the fight using sage mode, Feng Yao had consistently relied on summoning beasts and the Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru sensed that Feng Yao's reluctance was not due to desire, but rather an inability to utilize it. At this point, the various ninjutsu Feng Yao employed bore little resemblance to what he had exhibited during their previous confrontation, further piquing Orochimaru's curiosity regarding the secrets of Feng Yao's body. Yaokuin, in our past encounter, I was indeed no match for you. Why not allow me to witness your sage mode once more today? With that, Orochimaru bit his finger and pressed it to the ground, summoning 2 heavy brown coffins from beneath the earth, inscribed with the characters for 1st and 2nd. Upon seeing this, Feng Yao understood that the individuals within were none other than the 1st and 2nd Hokage of Konoha. He had once contemplated using the Edo Tensei technique himself, but at that time, he was in the forest of wet bones, with no formidable remains available for utilization. Otherwise, the individuals he would have summoned would surpass those of Orochimaru, as Orochimaru had yet to fully master the Edo Tensei technique. A 3rd coffin slowly emerged as well. This coffin had nearly been summoned previously, but had been thwarted by the 3rd Hokage. It bore no inscriptions, though the anime depicted it, the manga did not. Feng Yao surmised that it was unlikely to contain Minato, as it was evident that the coffin was filled with ninjas who had already undergone Edo Tensei. For instance, the 1st and 2nd Hokage were sealed within their coffins before being summoned, while the 4th was currently sealed and could not possibly be successfully summoned into a coffin. Furthermore, since this was intended to confront the 3rd Hokage, the individual should be someone familiar to him. After all, the 1st and 2nd Hokage were his mentors, suggesting that this entity should also be known to the 3rd Hokage. As the coffin lid slowly creaked open, the 1st and 2nd Hokage were unmistakably revealed. The 3rd individual appeared somewhat unfamiliar to Feng Yao at first glance. Yet, the 3 Tomo in the eyes confirmed that this was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. This serves as a reminder for Feng Yao, as he realizes who the final individual resurrected by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei is. Author's note, ahem. Regarding the identity of the 3rd coffin summoned by Orochimaru, fans of Naruto have long debated this topic, noting the discrepancies between the anime and manga. I believe that readers would not desire to encounter content identical to the plot, such as Feng Yao's intervention with the 3rd coffin. Thus, this remains a conjecture from the author. If anyone finds it disagreeable, feel free to express your thoughts. Chapter 36. The 3rd coffin. The members of the 2nd Hokage's elite guard possess a profound will of fire, dedicating their lives to the village of Konoha. Among them is a rare Uchiha who has earned the trust of the 2nd Hokage, Uchiha Kagami. Kagami makes infrequent appearances in the narrative, and in that moment, Fy failed to recognize him. The 2 Hokages and Uchiha Kagami, still not entirely stripped of their consciousness, glanced around, and, upon seeing Danzo's lifeless body, The second Hokage's pupils instinctively contracted. Had Danzo been slain? The one who summoned us is merely this young man. The current generation is indeed remarkable. So, is this appealing lad our adversary? If so, we must engage in battle. Which clan do you hail from, young man? Lord First Hokage, Lord Second Hokage. We never anticipated that our meeting would unfold under such circumstances. It appears that Konoha is in dire straits. The trio lamented as they beheld the fallen corpses in the assault from Sunagakure, their hearts heavy with sorrow. To be summoned as the deceased, assisting outsiders in the destruction of one's own village. It is indeed the legacy of the Hokages and Uchiha Kagami. Beside them, Rasha was naturally taken aback upon witnessing these figures, especially the two Hokages, renowned throughout history as the god of shinobi, Hashirama, and the master of ninjutsu, Tobirama. Orochimaru was quite pleased with the astonished expressions on Rasha and the others. However, FY maintained an air of tranquility, having already known who was present. This calm demeanor incited a sense of indignation in Orochimaru. Very well, let us commence. Enjoy the spectacle, Kuin, he declared. Thrusting 3 kunai imbued with seals into the napes of the 3 individuals. The dust enveloping them began to dissipate, and they appeared more like the living, their consciousness erased, transforming them into mere tools of slaughter. No, Lord Orochimaru coughing. The nearby Mayu attempted to intervene, but stumbled and fell, blood spilling from her lips. FY witnessing this, intended to call out to her, yet feared that if Orochimaru overheard, he would use her as leverage against him. Thus, he focused on the imminent threat before him. The first Hokage joined his hands together, not even forming seals. Would release, birth of the trees. The jutsu, fueled by chakra as the source of life, caused numerous trees to sprout rapidly from the ground, uprooting and creating a vast forest in an instant. Under Hashirama's guidance, the trees surged towards FY, intent on engulfing him. FY marveled inwardly. Indeed, the first Hokage's would release is the most formidable. My own abilities likely pale in comparison. He then bit his finger, summoning the triple Rashomon to defend himself. Summoning Jutsu, triple Rashomon. 3 colossal gates, towering hundreds of meters, erupted from the ground, colliding fiercely with Hashirama's would release. The first gate quickly showed signs of collapse, barely holding until the second gate managed to withstand the assault. At that moment, Uchiha Kagami, being a member of the Uchiha clan, initiated his own attack, naturally adept in fire release. Mirroring the gestures with swift precision, he inhaled deeply, his abdomen slightly expanding, before exhaling forcefully. Fire release. Dragon Flame Song technique unleashed 4 fiery dragons from his mouth, each launching an assault from above, below, left, and right. The power and temperature of the flames were formidable, augmented further by the collaboration of wood release. The remaining 2 gates subsequently crumbled, and the swirling dust rendered the ninja downwind unable to keep their eyes open, their throats irritated with coughs. Yet, scanning the surroundings, there was no sign of Kazekage. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, poised to search, when Kazekage, utilizing intangibility, emerged from beneath his feet, having employed the resurrection gate to obscure Orochimaru's line of sight. Orochimaru-sama, beware of what lies behind you, Kinmaru quickly observed, drawing forth his own spinal bone to counterattack. However, Kazekage had no intention of granting him that opportunity and directly grasped Orochimaru's shoulder. With a swift motion, the right eye of the Sharingan manifested, its power inclined towards defense and close-range assaults, capable of drawing both self and external entities into a separate space. This ability passively allowed for evasion of all damage through intangibility. The surrounding scenery and Orochimaru's form began to distort as Kazekage aimed to pull him into the realm of the Sharingan. Damn it, is this a space-time ninjutsu? Attack him quickly. At that moment, Orochimaru found himself within the grasp of the technique, unable to flee, while Kinmaru remained several dozen steps away. The second Hokage intervened, his speed outpacing Kinmaru's. Water release, water severing wave. The second Hokage unleashed a fierce jet of ultra-high-pressure water, transforming it into a sharp blade that surged towards Kazekage. If he insisted on absorbing Orochimaru, he risked being cleaved in two by the second Hokage. This technique, distinct from typical water release, had previously severed the roots of the god tree in the original narrative. Forced to cease the absorption, Kazekage activated intangibility to evade this strike, as the earth and boulders behind him were sliced with a smooth horizontal line. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru distanced himself from Kazekage, believing he had exercised sufficient caution, unaware of how close he had come to falling victim to Kazekage's prowess. Observing the considerable distance between himself and Orochimaru, alongside Kinmaru and the former Hokage, Kazekage realized he had missed the best chance to defeat Orochimaru. Proceed with caution. He should be capable of using ninjutsu to turn intangible and evade attacks. However, when he employed that space-time ocular technique, he was in a tangible state. Otherwise, I would have perished just now. It appears your eyes harbor many secrets, Kazekage, Orochimaru remarked, wary of his recent discovery, acknowledging the critical nature of intelligence in ninja combat. As Orochimaru comprehended Kazekage's abilities in detail, Kazekage resolved against prolonging the confrontation. Aware that his chakra reserves were limited, the focus shifted to the battlefield, where the Sand Ninjas and Leaf Ninjas occupied opposing sides. However, the morale of the Sand Ninjas surged following the demise of the Hokage, subtly overpowering the Leaf Ninjas. Wind release, void bullet. In the air, Shoha unleashed a colossal chakra sphere, targeting the ninjas of Konoha. As the ninjas prepared to scatter, a diminutive figure positioned itself before them, its frail form appearing as though it could snap at the slightest gust. Earth style, earth flow wall. The terrifying orb collided with the barrier, though the wall was shattered. It shielded the people from harm. As the onlookers recognized the newcomer, joy illuminated their expressions. Lord, Third Hokage, you have finally come to oversee the situation. How splendid. With the Third Hokage present, victory is assured. Please, lead us once more. The Third Hokage waved his hand, signaling for silence, while simultaneously issuing the forthcoming battle orders. The primary objective was to expel intruders like the Sand Ninjas and traitors such as Orochimaru from the village of Konoha. Seal the One-Tail's movements. Kakashi guy, join me in subduing it. Upon finishing his command, the Third Hokage performed a summoning technique, calling forth Enma. Adamantine prison. Enma transformed into a golden staff, ensnaring Shoha firmly. Yet Shoha, fierce and relentless, clawed at the confines, causing the staff to tremble slightly. Wind style, sand scattering bomb. Enhanced by the wind. The sand projectiles possessed the might to pierce through the flesh of opponents and facilitate control. Kakashi promptly summoned multiple earth flow walls to counter the assault. With a resounding crash, the one-tail strike was once again thwarted. At that moment, the four purple flames formation set by the Konoha ninjas was complete, and the three within subdued the one-tail. The Third Hokage, while engaged in battle, cast a discreet glance towards the high platform, reassuring himself. In his heart, he silently urged, "It's all up to you now. You must defeat Orochimaru." Following a brief skirmish, Orochimaru discerned that Feng Yao possessed a technique capable of absorbing others' abilities, likely a dojutsu. Consequently, the second Hokage employed a jinjutsu he had created in his time, darkness walking technique. This illusion could strip its target of vision, originally designed to counter the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Observing Feng Yao's bewildered expression, Orochimaru realized he had succeeded, promptly commanding Kimimaro and others to attack. Convinced that Feng Yao could not maintain his intangibility indefinitely. Indeed, the intangibility lasted only 5 minutes. Wood style, world descending. Water style, water dragon bullet. Fire style, fireball. Corpse bone pulse, eightfold dance of the willows. However, although Feng Yao was being targeted, Orochimaru felt an unsettling sense of danger, despite Feng Yao's dazed demeanor. His gaze remained fixed upon him. Reacting instinctively, he employed the snake substitution technique. Opening his mouth wide, he peeled away his own body, slick with mucus, as his lower half morphed into a serpent's tail, escaping from his original form. In the next moment, the space where Orochimaru had just stood distorted. Crack! The entire substitute was twisted and drawn into an alternate dimension. Feng Yao's mental prowess had reached extraordinary heights, especially after his physical transformation, granting him immunity against the vast majority of jinjutsu. However, he remained wary of the most formidable illusions, such as the Kodo Amatsukami. Thus, he feigned being ensnared by an illusion, intending to deceive Orochimaru into lowering his guard. He then sought to utilize the power of his left eye, Kimyui, to execute a direct and remote assault. Intending to obliterate Orochimaru, yet his intentions were still detected. The left eye's Kamui possesses the formidable ability to warp space in the direction of its gaze, transporting objects into an alternate dimension, rendering it exceptionally potent. This technique is also employed by Kakashi, although he has not yet fully mastered it in his current state. Following the failure of Kim Yui, Fy evaded to a secure location using the Flying Thunder God technique and boldly declared, as one of the legendary Sannin, "You would not be so dishonorable as to break your word, would you? If you do not reveal yourself, I may very well join forces with Sunagakure to launch an assault on Konohagakure." No sooner had he spoken than a massive plume of white smoke erupted in the center. From within emerged a large orange toad, crouching upon the ground. The great sage of Mount Mayaboku, Jiraiya, is here. It has been quite some time, Orochimaru. Chapter 37. Jiraiya, a tall figure adorned with a forehead protector emblazoned with the character for oil, emerged between Feng Yao and Orochimaru. This man, with long white hair cascading down to his waist and a distinctive red mark beneath his eyes, donned a scarlet robe over a brown garment, and wooden sandals upon his feet. He was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin alongside Orochimaru. The morale of the Leaf Village shinobi surged upon his arrival. With the presence of Jiraiya, victory against the Sand Village seemed assured. However, the assembled spectators on the high platform fell unexpectedly silent. For Jiraiya had struck a pose he deemed impressive, accompanied by the toad beneath him. Yet, faced with the lack of acknowledgement from those nearby, he reluctantly retracted his stance. Rosa frowned at the sight of Jiraiya, silently aligning himself with Orochimaru. The latter widened his golden eyes in surprise. "It has been so long since I last saw you. Yet you remain as frivolous as ever, Jiraiya." Upon hearing the words of his former comrade, Jiraiya's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he regarded Orochimaru with a grave expression. He had initially come to the Leaf Village at the behest of the third Hokage to prevent the onset of war. However, upon his arrival, he learned of a young boy named Feng Yao who sought vengeance against Danzo, intending to annihilate Konoha. Jiraiya had planned to have Kakashi negotiate with the boy, intending to capture Feng Yao directly. Yet, after observing their battle, he realized he lacked the certainty to do so. Thus, he resorted to a previously discussed contingency plan to have Feng Yao assassinate Danzo and thwart the impending conflict. To his astonishment, the situation had drastically changed. The Sand Village had launched an attack, Orochimaru had appeared, and the first and second Hokages had been resurrected. What astonished him further was that the young Feng Yao managed to hold his own against such formidable foes. Jiraiya had promised assistance during their earlier exchange, and he could not allow Orochimaru to act recklessly this time. He resolved to restrain him. "Orochimaru, cease your current actions, or I shall be compelled to eliminate you," Jiraiya declared. At this, Orochimaru laughed in exasperation. "We possess nearly 6 Kage-level combatants on our side. What power do you, Jiraiya, possess to threaten me? Have you ever bested me in any encounter throughout our lives?" Indeed, aside from himself, Orochimaru had formidable allies: Kimimaro, Rosa, the first and second Hokages, and Uchiha Kagami, all of whom were elite warriors. The Sound Four outside the arena were not even considered, as their entry would result in swift annihilation. With a scoff, Jiraiya bit his finger, drawing blood to apply a crimson semicircle beneath his eyes, and clasped his hands together. Entering Sage Mode. "Feng Yao, buy me some time. I must summon the 2 great sages to assist in battle," Jiraiya instructed the young boy beside him. Feng Yao, inwardly cursing Jiraiya for his foolishness, thought, did he not observe the battle? Why did he not summon the sages beforehand? Jiraiya's approach to combat was far too conventional. "I refuse." Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment at Feng Yao's icy response. His eyes twitched, and he retorted, "Hey, I came out to save you, and you aren't even willing to lend me a hand. Support? How could one speak of support when my chakra is already more than half depleted? My ninjutsu offers robust defense, but lacks offensive capability. My objective has been achieved, and there is no need to continue battling Orochimaru." Had Jiraiya emerged in Sage Mode, Feng Yao would not have hesitated to cooperate to eliminate Orochimaru. However, in this situation, asking him to risk his life? "I am afraid you have mistaken the person." Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Orochimaru did not grant them the opportunity. He immediately commanded his subordinates to attack the two, unwilling to let Feng Yao escape. "You lot, go capture Feng Yao. I shall handle Jiraiya." The group divided into 2. As Orochimaru and Jiraiya were well acquainted with each other's strengths and weaknesses, ensuring that the majority of their combat power was directed toward Feng Yao. The second Hokage's body flicker technique was evidently swifter than the others, and he swiftly arrived at Feng Yao's side. Senju Tobirama, famed as the fastest ninja in the ninja world, deserved every bit of that title. In combat, He often triumphed through sheer speed. Standing behind Feng Yao, the second Hokage's lips moved slightly. Water release, heavenly cry. This attack-type water release technique, developed by the second Hokage, unleashes unexpected water needles upon the enemy. The water needles, expelled at high velocity from his mouth, would strike at the enemy's vital points. This was Tobirama's technique, specializing in water release, and it required no hand seals to activate. Its might was so formidable that even Madara needed to employ Susanu's arms for defense. However, phasing out does not imply that speed alone can counter such attacks. The second's assault naturally returned without success. Yet, with so many present, Feng Yao would not be foolish enough to engage in a drawn-out battle. He detested fights with low odds of victory. After utilizing his phasing technique, he promptly activated the Flying Thunder God to vacate the battlefield before the remaining foes could converge. Everyone else was left grasping at air. This scene left both Orochimaru and Jiraiya dumbfounded. Orochimaru did not anticipate such a decisive retreat, devoid of any hesitation. While Jiraiya felt that someone as audacious as Feng Yao, willing to confront Konoha and oppose the Hokage, could not easily escape. Orochimaru's expression darkened. His calculations had fallen through, and future opportunities would be even harder to come by. You all go assist, utterly destroy Konoha. His golden pupils were filled with an ever-growing rage. Upon hearing this, the others immediately joined the fray below, and with the aid of so many elite shinobi, Konoha once again found itself at a disadvantage. Jiraiya, witnessing this, was also engulfed in fury. He could only summon Fukasaku to buy him some time, as Orochimaru launched a fierce assault. Neji had been resting on the sidelines after his defeat to Lee, observing Lee transform his own fate through sheer effort. He reflected on his own destiny as a branch family member and recalled Feng Yao's earlier words. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Upon venturing out, he was met with the grim spectacle of battle, as Sand Shinobi clashed with Konoha. As a member of Konoha, he was undoubtedly compelled to join the fray. However, Kai soon informed them that there was an invasion by the Sand Shinobi outside the village, urging him to rush to their aid while the Jonin managed the situation here. Neji found himself in a fierce battle against the Sand Shinobi, experiencing for the first time the brutal reality of war. Utilizing his heavenly spin and gentle fist techniques, he managed to defeat 6 invading Sand Shinobi, but his chakra was nearly depleted, leaving him utterly exhausted and slumped on the ground. At that moment, a Sand Shinobi, concealed among the pile of corpses, seized the opportunity as Neji's guard was lowered and lunged at his heart with a kunai. Neji's Byakugan immediately detected the hidden assailant, and he exerted his last ounce of strength to shift his position. The kunai struck his chest but failed to pierce a vital organ. Neji gripped the assailant's wrist tightly, preventing any further advancement. It was a contest of endurance. Would the Konoha reinforcements arrive first, or would the Sand Shinobi succeed in delivering a fatal blow to Neji? Just then, Fy, who had previously set a Flying Thunder God technique during his skirmish with Neji, appeared at his side and witnessed the unfolding scene. Neji was someone he intended to recruit. How could he allow him to perish at the hands of this lowly foe? With that thought in mind, he swiftly kicked the assailant away and executed a swift kick, ending the opponent's life. Neji, breathing a sigh of relief, tilted his head to look at Fy. Although Fy was not wearing a bandage at that moment, Neji recognized him instantly by his aura. Cough, cough, thank you saved me, Neji managed to say, his voice faltering, likely due to injuries to his lungs. Fy bit his finger to summon a slug for summoning, placing it upon Neji's chest. A green light flickered over Neji's wound, and soon the bleeding ceased. Fy gently wiped away the clotted blood from Neji's face. No need to thank me. I am here to take you with me. My true name is Fy, and I trust you have heard of me. Neji, I can help you alter your fate. Will you follow me? Upon hearing Fy's intentions, Neji lowered his gaze, his heart stirred. He had always believed that one's destiny was predetermined. Yet he had witnessed how Lee transformed his own fate through sheer determination. Perhaps following this man could indeed lead to change. Noticing Neji's hesitation, Fy stoked the flames of motivation within him. Just months ago, I was merely a failure who couldn't even perform E-rank jutsu. Yet now, I possess the strength to defeat even shadow-level ninja. I have altered my own destiny, and so can you. Upon hearing this, Neji's expression hardened with resolve. Without hesitation, he declared, I wish to follow you. I want to change my fate. I refuse to accept the destiny of the branch family. A smile crept onto Fy's lips as he drew Neji into his Kemui space. Turning back, he cast a glance at the war-torn Konoha, deciding to seize the opportunity for further gain before departing. Chapter 38. The plunder of Konoha. Feng Yao meticulously recalled the various edifices of Konoha. The instantaneous teleportation ability of his right eye's Kamui was realized through the scenes etched in his memory. Now endowed with the Kamui space, he possessed the means to directly transfer items therein. It would be a grave disservice to his ability not to seize the opportunity during this tumultuous moment for Konoha. The most vital locations were undoubtedly those housing an array of ninjutsu and forbidden texts. He utilized the Kamui space to displace himself to the office of the Hokage. At that moment, few ninjas remained to guard the premises, as most had departed to join the battle, leaving only 2 techniques behind. Upon witnessing the approach of an adversary, they immediately inquired about Feng Yao's identity. Who dares to trespass into the Hokage's hall? The 2 ninjas promptly drew their weapons to confront the threat. With the Sand Shinobi mounting a significant invasion, their presence was crucial to prevent anyone from stealing confidential information and forbidden techniques. Disregarding their inquiries, Feng Yao scanned his surroundings and mused aloud. The repository of the various forbidden texts must be in the attic. Naruto had visited there once. Upon hearing this, the 2 ninjas were convinced that he was an invading Sand Shinobi and without hesitation began to weave hand signs to subdue him. Fire release, fire walk. Wind release, divine gale. Flames, propelled by the wind, surged forth, intensifying as they rushed toward Feng Yao. Their ninjutsu coordination was commendable, yet regrettably ineffective against him. Feng Yao stepped forth unscathed from the inferno, his intangibility rendering him impervious to harm. The 2 techniques, astonished by this phenomenon, prepared to flee and call for reinforcements. With a movement akin to instantaneous travel, Feng Yao dashed before them, his right eye's Kamui vortex materializing. Their bodies began to contort, and in an instant, they were drawn into the Kamui space. Indeed, the Kamui space bore no lethal intent. Rather, it served to ensnare enemies, rendering them unable to escape. Within the confines of this realm, numerous individuals were already present, yet under Feng Yao's deliberate control, they remained separated, thus avoiding any encounters. Having dealt with the 2 interlopers, Feng Yao set about searching for Konoha's treasured scrolls and forbidden techniques. At last, he discovered a sealed door within an attic. Employing his intangibility, he passed through effortlessly. It was hardly the fault of Konoha's upper echelons for their oversight. Who could have anticipated the existence of such a formidable ocular technique? Inside, a faint candle flickered, illuminating a room filled with high shelves, laden with scrolls, sealing books, and a plethora of ninjutsu collections. Feng Yao stepped into the center, a spark of excitement flickering in his gaze. Though he could not wield these techniques himself, they promised to significantly enhance the combat prowess of sages. Each village in the ninja world harbored its unique strengths in ninjutsu. For instance, Konoha ninjas excelled in fire release, Sunigakure in wind release, and Kumogakure in lightning release. This did not imply that they were limited to a single nature transformation of chakra. Rather, each village maintained a stringent secrecy regarding their ninjutsu to prevent any leakage. Had it not been for the invasion of Sunigakure, even Feng Yao would have found success elusive. As he activated the vortex of his right eye, the surrounding shelves of scrolls began to tremble. All the scrolls on the shelf, the ninjutsu painstakingly developed by the Hidden Leaf village over decades, now belonged to Feng Yao. Once he had gathered everything, Feng Yao once again employed his Kamui to arrive at the hall where he recalled he could accept missions and receive rewards. To his dismay, the hall was now deserted. He forcefully smashed open cabinets and safes, absconding with the entire liquid assets of the Hidden Leaf village, along with the rewards bestowed by clients. The funds he had seized from Kato were nearly depleted, and he was unsure how deep the financial void was that needed filling. This windfall momentarily alleviated his urgent predicament. However, it must be noted that the Hidden Leaf village, being a ninja village, could not compare to the substantial funds taken from Kato, amounting only to around 30 million ryo. This was hardly surprising. It was virtually impossible for the ninjas to sustain themselves and the village solely through mission rewards, as the primary financial support came from the land of Fire's daimyo. With this in mind, Feng Yao resolved to one day raid the land of fire. Aside from the Hidden Leaf village, the only notable treasures would be Yamato, who inherited the cells of Hashirama and gained the wood release, and Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. When one thinks of Hashirama's cells, the immediate association is the ability to utilize wood release. However, even with a system at his disposal, Feng Yao would not be able to harness such powers. Nonetheless, Hashirama's cells possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, which Feng Yao greatly valued. His current cellular vitality and recovery rate were commendable, yet they did not reach Hashirama's extraordinary level, after all. Hashirama's healing prowess was comparable to Tsunade when utilizing the 100 healings technique. Nonetheless, he still needed to confirm this matter. System. What would happen if I injected Hashirama's cells into my body? Hashirama's cells were not universally transplantable. To put it plainly, they represented the pinnacle of yang release. The cellular vitality of an average individual pales in comparison to that of Hashirama's cells. This means that even if only a small quantity of Hashirama's cells were transplanted, the potential for them to dominate was significant due to their relentless cell division. One could not escape the possibility of being consumed by these cells, necessitating a balance of power. Take Danzo, for instance. The Sharingan symbolized a form of yin release power, and as the saying goes, solitary yin does not thrive, which is why he transplanted Hashirama's arm to achieve equilibrium. Ironically, this enabled him to wield both powers. Yet, in the original narrative, Danzo ultimately succumbed to the imbalance caused by excessive chakra usage of the Sharingan, leading to a loss of control over Hashirama's cells. The host's current mental prowess and physique were indeed suitable for the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, and upon reaching the pinnacle of development, his body could rival that of a sage. With this revelation, Feng Yao felt reassured. After receiving this precise answer, he did not consider seeking out Yamato. For Yamato was not a complete replica. His wood release was far inferior to that of the first Hokage. The inheritance of cells was imperfect. The epitome of perfection remained with White Zetsu. This matter could be contemplated later. He decided to first retrieve Karen. Thus he sensed the flying thunder god Kanai he had left with her. Whoosh! On a mountain path, a young girl trailed behind an older, middle-aged ninja. It is evident that the middle-aged man at the forefront is the leader of the Grass Village expedition. Prepare yourself for punishment upon our return. Our recent ch-nin exam resulted in significant losses. While you cowardly cowered in hiding truly, outsiders cannot be trusted. The ch-nin from Grass Village incessantly mocked K-Rin with biting sarcasm, while she merely lowered her head and followed behind, gripping a kunai tightly in her hand. Once a member of the Uzumaki clan, K-Rin had fled to Grass Village, only to find herself ensnared in another nightmare. Possessing the unique healing abilities of her clan, she could restore chakra and mend wounds merely by having an injured individual bite her skin, which regrettably rendered her a living medical resource for the inhabitants of Grass Village. As they traversed the path, the ch-nin paused to rest against a boulder, seizing K-Rin's arm with the intent to bite her and regain some strength and chakra. However, before he could act, a hand unexpectedly clutched his head, applying relentless pressure, and his skull emitted a disturbing sound as it was ground. The ch-nin from Grass Village cried out, What is happening? Feng Yao lifted him by the head and casually discarded him like refuse to the side. He then turned to K-Rin with a smile, saying, Did I not instruct you to protect yourself in times of danger? Why not eliminate those who seek to harm you? Seeing the benefactor who had once saved her appear once more, K-Rin instinctively overlooked the question of his presence. Yet, his arrival instilled a sense of security within her, a feeling she had not experienced since the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan and the death of her mother. Feng Yao knelt down, speaking gently, Come with me. From this day forth, you shall no longer be alone, nor will you endure the disrespect of others. As he uttered those final words, he cast a glance at the fallen ch-nin nearby. K-Rin's heart stirred. Just as she was about to step forward to accept his offer, the ch-nin suddenly struggled to rise, growling menacingly, How dare you? You belong to Grass Village. I will drain your chakra dry when I capture you. At this, K-Rin trembled uncontrollably, instinctively gripped by fear after enduring prolonged oppression. The ch-nin, witnessing her reaction, grinned maliciously, but in the next instant, Feng Yao seized him by the throat. With an impassive expression, Feng Yao unleashed his strength, crushing the ch-nin's limbs before unceremoniously tossing him at K-Rin's feet. Although the scene was gruesome, Feng Yao aimed to expedite K-Rin's escape from the horrors of Grass Village. He grasped her hand, saying, This man before you has likely caused you much harm, but you need not fear him any longer. You are now under my protection, and it is time for him to pay for his misdeeds. K-Rin, feeling the warmth of Feng Yao's grip, flushed with emotion, yet the thought of taking a life weighed heavily upon her. Feng Yao rolled up her sleeve, revealing her slender arms marked with bite scars. As memories flooded back, Kei-Rin ceased trembling and, with her eyes shut, lunged towards the fallen Sichnin. And no, please. After the incident, Xianglin appeared somewhat disoriented. Feng Yao took her aside to offer some words of comfort. Once her emotions settled, he drew her into the realm of Shenwei. A considerable amount of time has passed, and one wonders how the battle in the Hidden Leaf Village is faring. Chapter 39: The Conclusion of the Great Battle Boom. The resounding echoes of immense explosions filled the air. Across the skies and the ground, the figures of ninjas engaged in fierce combat were visible. Under the leadership of the third Hokage, Shikaku was successfully subdued, and Gaara reverted to his human form. However, the subsequent appearance of the reincarnated warriors caused significant distress. Yet fortunately, the village of Konoha had refrained from deploying their ninja forces, with the majority remaining within the village. Every 3 jonin formed a group to contain an enemy of shadow-level prowess. Among the most troublesome were the reincarnated foes, fearless and immensely powerful, with several encounters nearly costing the lives of the jonin involved. Damn it, is the sealing scroll not ready yet? Prolonging this will be detrimental to us, cursed Asuma Sarutobi as he fought valiantly. Although they could still endure, the longer the battle dragged on, the more devastation they inflicted upon Konoha, leaving them feeling quite helpless. Patience, Red reassured from the sidelines. We must wait for Lord Jiraiya to yield results. All we can do is buy time and hold these forces at bay. Just as they spoke, a vast torrent of water jutsu surged toward them, forcing them to leap into action. Meanwhile, Raza was commanding the Sand Ninja army. His combat effectiveness severely diminished, preventing him from engaging directly in battle. Lord Wind Shadow, is it not disadvantageous for us to prolong this? Konoha possesses far too many jonin, and our ninja are nearing total depletion. Moreover, reinforcements from outside have yet to arrive. If Orochimaru were to lose, Maki expressed his concerns as he observed Orochimaru's increasingly precarious situation. This offensive was proving far more challenging than anticipated. The Wind Shadow was gravely injured, Jiraiya had made his appearance, and Shikaku was being restrained by the third Hokage. They found themselves relying solely on Orochimaru's capabilities. The Sand Village had transformed into a mere pawn, once capable of standing among the great 5 villages, now facing the prospect of being relegated to the bottom. Raza snorted disdainfully, his expression growing more solemn. We have no choice now. If we retreat, do you believe Konoha would allow us to escape unscathed? What of Gaara? Can he transform into his tailed beast again? Raza inquired, shifting the topic to Gaara's situation. In Raza's eyes, Gaara, as a weapon of the sand, was deemed inadequate. He had initially envisioned Gaara rampaging in Konoha, wreaking havoc, only to be unexpectedly suppressed by the third Hokage's 5 elements sealing technique. This sealing technique required the user to master the 5 fundamental chakra nature transformations, and it could only be undone through the 5 elements release. No, our abilities are insufficient to unlock that seal. Gaara is unlikely to transform into the tailed beast, Maki candidly informed Raza. At that moment, Raza's expression darkened further. Gaara had become akin to a sumptuous feast hidden away, attracting others while remaining inaccessible to them. He even entertained the thought of disposing of Gaara on the spot. He could not allow the village to fall into such peril. If the Jinchuriki were to perish, the tailed beast would inevitably resurrect elsewhere in the world after a period of time. The tailed beasts are sentient amalgamations of chakra, vanquishing one merely disperses its chakra. Observe Gaara closely. Once the battle concludes, it will be your responsibility to manage the aftermath. Rashi ultimately issued this command for the safety of the village. And Maki pondered briefly. Having spent considerable time with Gaara as his mentor, he naturally harbored some affection. As depicted in the original narrative where he advocated for Gaara's ascension to Kazekage despite opposition. Yet, in this moment, he could only acquiesce to the order. Simultaneously, the confrontation between Orochimaru and Jiraiya had intensified. In sage mode, Jiraiya possessed an immense chakra reservoir, aided by 2 sages who assisted him in refining sage chakra, making him exceptionally adept at enduring prolonged combat. Orochimaru and Jiraiya stood at opposing ends, with visible burn marks on Orochimaru's body. Clearly, he was struggling against Jiraiya and the 2 sages, while Jiraiya appeared relatively unscathed. Young Jiraiya, this is the Orochimaru you speak of, indeed. Defeating him in battle is quite a formidable challenge, remarked Sage Shima, who stood beside Jiraiya. Orochimaru smirked coldly. I must express my gratitude for the sage's praise. It seems I must hasten my search for power that can rival that of Miyaboka Mountain. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Should Orochimaru acquire the powers of other sacred lands, his ambitions would render him even more perilous. You will have no chance, Orochimaru. This time, I shall not allow your escape. With a deep breath, Jiraiya inflated his cheeks, transforming chakra into oil. As he expelled the oil from his mouth, he ignited it with fire-release ninjutsu, amplifying its potency beyond that of ordinary fire techniques. This sage mode of Jiraiya is indeed remarkable. I suppose I have no choice but to employ that technique, Orochimaru mused, biting his finger and swiftly forming hand seals, his body undergoing a transformation as he swelled in size, ultimately unleashing 8 colossal white-scaled serpents. The secret technique, 8-headed serpent technique, is a fearsome manifestation known as the strongest python, boasting a magnificent physique that eclipses even Manda's, with formidable fangs bared. In the original story, Orochimaru unleashed it when Uchiha Sasuke's chakra suppression was depleted, but unfortunately, Itachi swiftly dispatched him with the sword of Totsuka. This does not imply the technique's weakness. Its status as one of Orochimaru's trump cards indicates its exceptional nature. It embodies Orochimaru's enduring obsession. Be cautious, young Jiraiya. This technique is not to be underestimated. Caution Sage Fukasaku. I understand. Both sages, please prepare yourselves. With that, Jiraiya propelled himself forward, the ground trembling beneath his feet as he leapt into the air. Hands clasped together. Ninjutsu, tangle of lioness mane, he declared, elongating his hair to ensnare his opponent in a lion-like form. Though it is merely hair, its strength is sufficient to slice through adversaries, having once instantaneously defeated Pain's animal path. Countless strands of hair divided into dozens, ensnaring the formidable Yamada no Orochi before them. Hiss. Roar. The 8 colossal heads collided with one another, yet soon one of the heads exhaled flames, the intense heat incinerating its own hair. Jiraiya observed this without haste. With a deft motion, he unleashed a ninjutsu to confine the enemy. Earth release, yellow spring marsh. Suddenly, a vast swamp emerged beneath the serpent's body, ensnaring it and rendering it unable to escape. Orochimaru, concealed within the serpent's belly, smirked disdainfully, as another head of the Yamada no Orochi expelled a chilling gale. The entire swamp froze instantaneously, ice crystals forming even on Jiraiya's body, while the Yamada no Orochi emerged unscathed from within. It appeared that its 8 heads were capable of wielding various ninjutsu techniques. After a brief skirmish, Jiraiya discerned the offensive patterns of the Yamada no Orochi, and the two sages exchanged knowing glances. In that case, let us proceed, young Jiraiya. Sage art, frog song. Among illusions, sound-based techniques reign supreme. This was the frog song performed by the Toad couple, capable of ensnaring opponents in a potent genjutsu, rendering them immobile. Even the Yamada no Orochi found itself rooted to the spot. A prime opportunity presented itself. Sage technique, Supergiant Rasengan. This technique was a gargantuan version of the Rasengan, far exceeding its predecessor in size and power, sufficient to obliterate a massive mountain. Jiraiya leaped high once more, delivering the entire Rasengan upon the head of the Yamada no Orochi. The serpent awoke from its stupor, unleashing a furious roar. 2 of its heads exploded under the force of the Rasengan. The 2 sages did not remain idle. In perfect synchrony, they executed their next moves. Binding tongue water slash. Jiraiya's sage, using his tongue, ensnared the Yamada no Orochi, while the other sage unleashed a high-intensity water release technique. Its penetrating force rivaling that of the second Hokage's water-cutting wave, severing yet another head, with Orochimaru still hidden within. Younger Jiraiya, seizing the moment, realized Orochimaru's presence and instantly reacted, his hair lengthening to firmly bind Orochimaru, attempting to draw him out. They were locked in a stalemate. Orochimaru, surrender. Your actions have inflicted too much suffering upon this ninja world. Jiraiya continued to plead with Orochimaru, yearning to reclaim his former friend. This was why he had hesitated to unleash the 2 sages' full power at the outset. He had no desire to kill Orochimaru. Jiraiya. How could you possibly comprehend my intentions? Life is so fragile, and humanity is a delicate construct. I desire to render life more resilient, to achieve eternity. Orochimaru roared at Jiraiya, having witnessed the brutality of war and the loss of loved ones throughout his life. Unlike ordinary individuals who expressed emotions through tears, he attributed everything to the frailty of life, and his fear of losing comrades led him to distrust their strength. Just as Jiraiya prepared to retort, A figure suddenly appeared behind Orochimaru. Flying Thunder God technique. Feng Yao, having awaited this moment, now seized the opportunity. Previously, during his confrontation with Orochimaru, he had inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique. At this juncture, Orochimaru was utterly powerless to resist. Feng Yao grasped Orochimaru's right eye and activated the Kimui vortex. Orochimaru, it seems your eternal life shall be spent within my realm. Orochimaru's body was grotesquely drawn into the Kimui space. Chapter 40. A Bountiful Harvest. Orochimaru's voice reverberated through the sky, delivering the news of his defeat. With Orochimaru's demise, the formidable power of the eight-headed serpent gradually succumbed to the ground. Jiraiya gazed at Feng Yao, uncertain of what to say. Logically, Orochimaru, a rogue ninja, had posed no threat to Konoha. Yet his emotional ties compelled him to question Feng Yao. What have you done to Orochimaru? For Jiraiya, Orochimaru was a former comrade he had never managed to reclaim. One of the reasons he had not inherited the title of Hokage in the original narrative was his desire to rescue Orochimaru. Their bond mirrored that of Naruto and Sasuke. Feng Yao slowly rose to his feet, disregarding Jiraiya's inquiry, his gaze shifting towards the battling ninjas below. Orochimaru had yet to release his Edo Tensei, thus the first Hokage. Uchiha Kagami and others remained engaged in combat. As for my dealings with Orochimaru, Lord Jiraiya need not concern himself. I still have use for him, and shall not dispose of him so easily. Setting aside Orochimaru's devious schemes, his intellect and vision ranked among the highest of Hokage. As the only Hokage who believed in science, Feng Yao intended to utilize even the forbidden techniques to turn the tide in his favor. Aside from Jiraiya's probing, the most fervent among them was Kimimaro, who, disregarding everything, repelled the J-nin before him and charged towards Feng Yao. His bones protruded, coalescing into a massive bone spear. He roared, "What have you done to Lord Orochimaru? Return him to me." Observing the reckless advance of Kimimaro, Feng Yao initially contemplated summoning a spirit beast. However, at that moment, a masked giant, wielding a gray bone staff, collided with Kimimaro, sending him sprawling several meters away. It was Doya, one of the three ghosts. When Feng Yao dealt with Orochimaru, she had hesitated for a fleeting moment, but ultimately chose to side with the one she cherished, Feng Yao. Doya, now in the second state of her cursed seal, brandished her flute. Although Kimimaro's concern was palpable, it was evident that her strength had significantly improved. Her eyes fixated on Kimimaro. She had once feared him, but no longer, for she now had someone to protect. I shall not allow you to harm Lord Feng Yao, unless you can slay me. Observing the girl who stood valiantly for him, Feng Yao felt a stir within his heart. Previously, he had not given much thought to Doyu, whose portrayal in the original work was rather unremarkable. Yet today, she had astonished him, managing to control the self-sealing Danzo and thwarting one of Kimimaro's assaults. Slowly, Feng Yao approached, placing his hand on Doyu's shoulder. There is no need for you to intervene. I shall handle the matters here. Doyu trembled slightly at Feng Yao's touch. Lowering her gaze, she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Yes, Lord Feng Yao. She then covered her face and stood behind him, peering through her fingers to catch a glimpse of Feng Yao's profile. In my heart, I silently mused. The aura of Lord Feng Yao remains irresistibly captivating. However, my cursed seal state of level 2 appears quite unseemly. I must resolutely avoid displaying it before Lord Feng Yao in the future. Naturally, Feng Yao would never suspect that the reason for the other's face covering was this. His expression was as still as water. Junmaru, at this moment, Orochimaru is in my grasp. You have two choices. Either watch as I take him away and go wherever you please, or from this moment forth, follow me, and I assure you, you will have the opportunity to see him again. You have 10 seconds to decide. Junmaru's bones felt as though they were moving and growing at a visible speed. He longed to kill the person before him at once and reclaim Orochimaru. Yet, reason prevailed, causing the cursed seal on his body to slowly dissipate, ultimately retracting into a small 3-tomo circle. Junmaru's choice elicited a faint smile from Feng Yao, whose first command was for Junmaru to gather Orochimaru's troops and prepare for retreat. Continuing the fight would be futile and only lead to needless deaths. With Jiraiya stationed in Konoha, numerous weaklings would be of no concern. It would be wiser to conserve strength for future use. The Sand Ninja group below could not help but reveal a hint of despair, since Orochimaru had already been defeated and I was gravely injured. It seemed unlikely that they could break through. They could not allow the One Tail to fall into Konoha's hands, so Maki took action. However, Raza's eyes shone with renewed determination. If the One Tail fell into Konoha's possession, it would surely be turned into a weapon, inflicting immeasurable damage upon the Land of Wind. Upon hearing the command, Maki's body trembled. But he understood the dire consequences of the One Tail falling into enemy hands. In the next moment, he spread his arms wide, like a great bird unfurling its wings. With a resounding crack, the wind blade surged forth, unleashing a powerful gust. Instantly, it whipped up a tempest, creating an invisible storm of wind blades. It then coalesced into a single strike, rapidly hurtling toward the exhausted Gaara not far away. Maki, what are you doing? Temari, witnessing this scene, immediately raised her voice in inquiry, racing towards Gaara. After all, she was Gaara's sister. Setting aside their positions, she cared deeply for him. Yet, the wind blade was still swifter. Just as success seemed imminent, Feng Yao utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport in front of Gaara, bracing himself against the oncoming attack. Mr. Feng Yao, Gaara exclaimed upon witnessing this, his eyes filled with rage as he desperately attempted to rise. A massive gash, stretching from Feng Yao's collarbone to his waist, oozed blood incessantly. Jiraiya, who was assisting the ninjas in sealing the reanimated corpses, furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering, how peculiar. He should not have been struck by such an attack. Feigning a cough, Feng Yao spat out blood. Gaara, growing increasingly worried, hurriedly tore a piece from his own clothing to staunch the bleeding. This was a ploy devised by Feng Yao himself, originally hoping to find a way to take Gaara away. Now, the Sand Ninjas had unwittingly provided him with an opportunity. Weakly, he uttered, Gaara, the people of this village do not deserve your devotion. Will you come away with me? Gaara's crimson eyes glimmered with determination as he declared his intent to follow. Mr. Effia, please refrain from speaking. You have sustained grave injuries. Upon hearing this, Temari and the others contemplated intervening, yet upon reflection, they questioned whether it was indeed prudent for Gaara to remain in Sunagakure. Ultimately, they chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, RGA furrowed his brow, pondering why his son, typically so reclusive, exhibited such concern for Effia. After Gaara helped Effia rise, Kinmaru had nearly assembled Orochimaru's forces. Even Kabuto, having just distanced himself from the battlefield, struggled to comprehend the news of Orochimaru's capture. At that moment, three ominous entities surged forth, ruthlessly attacking Maki. Simultaneously, a haunting melody enveloped the air, attempting to ensnare the adversary in an illusion. You have harmed Lord Effia. I shall see you dead. MY also entered a cursed seal state, his skin undergoing a transformation, horns sprouting from his head. His gaze filled with murderous intent and wrath, each strike aimed to kill. Even Maki found herself forced to retreat, unwilling to confront him head-on. Effia, with a bittersweet smile, spoke once more, I am unscathed. MY, this conflict is over. Let us withdraw together. MY hesitated but ultimately gritted her teeth and returned to Effia's side, gently supporting his other shoulder, her eyes brimming with concern for his wounds. With the support of his companions, Effia stood tall, gazing at the five individuals beside him, Kabuto, Gaara, and others, his eyes sparkling with a newfound brilliance. He realized the substantial gains from this endeavor. The mission would soon reach its conclusion. He then turned to Jiraiya and said, Sasuke and Naruto are at an inn 3 kilometers from here. To my comrades in Konoha, we shall meet again. With that, the swirling vortex of his right eye unfolded, enveloping himself and those around him into the realm of Kamui. After 3 arduous hours of battle, peace finally settled over Konoha. The reanimated first Hokage, Uchiha Kagami, and others had been sealed away, while RGA led the remaining Sand Shinobi to surrender to the third Hokage. Jiraiya was appointed as the temporary acting Hokage, with the third assisting in managing the myriad affairs of Konoha. Alas, war brings only suffering. As the dust of this incident settled, how many families in Konoha and Sunagakure would find themselves shattered? The neighboring nations would surely not remain tranquil either. The third Hokage stood solemnly beside Danzo's lifeless body, his eyes betraying feelings of guilt, sorrow, and helplessness, while Jiraiya, arms crossed, spoke calmly, I will remain in Konoha for a while. Once stability returns, I shall seek a successor for the Hokage position. The third Hokage paused, lost in thought, before realizing, you mean Tsunade. She is indeed suitable, both in character and status. This period will demand much from you, and do be wary of Effia. His identity is shrouded in mystery. Jiraiya laughed heartily, rest assured. I have come to grasp his capabilities. Dealing with him poses no challenge. Moreover, our collaboration this time has yielded no detriment. At that moment, a nin rushed over in a state of great urgency. This is dire. Third Hokage, Lord Jiraiya. We have a grave situation. Observing the newcomer's frantic demeanor, Jiraiya furrowed his brow. After all, with Sunagakure already defeated, what could possibly be worse? Calm down and speak slowly, he urged. The nin took a deep breath. Trembling as he spoke, the forbidden jutsu scrolls from the Konoha library, along with all the funds acquired through our village's commissions, have been completely stolen. What? Before he could even pose the question, a stunning visage appeared in Jiraiya's mind. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, Feng Yao, you scoundrel. I swear, if I encounter you again. Chapter 41. The Great Hand Seal of Myriad Awakenings in the Village of the Sound Ninjas, a colossal vortex of space materialized, releasing Gaara and his companions. Upon landing, they marveled at the extraordinary nature of space ninjutsu. However, one among them, Kimimaro, was devoid of such wonder. He immediately pressed on, inquiring about the whereabouts of Lord Orochimaru. Have you confined him within that earlier space? When will you release him? They had just entered the Kamui space, which, while not as vast as the world-like dimension governed by Kagaya Otsutsuki, was nonetheless comparable in size to the Land of Fire. Kazekage intentionally separated the individuals within, with Orochimaru receiving special attention. He is not dead. When circumstances permit, I shall allow you to meet him, Kazekage replied. Kimimaro paused momentarily before continuing. I hope you keep your word. I will be watching you closely. Should anything happen to Lord Orochimaru, I will not hesitate to kill you. He glared at Kazekage with fierce intensity. That would require you to possess the capability, Kazekage retorted. Rest assured, I have no intention of taking his life. Kazekage couldn't help but scrutinize Kimimaro. Such loyalty and exceptional strength were indeed rare. Orochimaru was indeed a friend to orphans. Kimimaro, along with the other three, departed to rest, leaving Gaara and Temari behind. Simultaneously, they both spoke. Lord Kazekage, you should tend to your wounds. Temari's cheeks flushed slightly as she considered this an opportune moment to approach Kazekage under the pretense of bandaging his injuries. Unfortunately, Kazekage revealed his wounds, which had nearly scabbed over, showcasing his remarkable regenerative abilities. Seeing the injury, Gaara sighed in relief, while Temari reluctantly abandoned her intentions. Temari, take these individuals and rest for a while. I have matters to attend to. With that, he activated Kamui once more, releasing Niji and Karen. Upon their emergence, the two felt slightly disoriented. Niji spoke first. Lord Kazekage, where are we? With a gentle smile, Kazekage replied, for the time being, this will be your sanctuary. Train diligently here, and should any questions arise, feel free to consult Temari. Niji had no inquiries, but Karen furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Temari, who was of similar stature. Temari, witnessing Kazekage summon another woman from the space, felt an overwhelming surge of emotions. The two exchanged defiant glances, an unspoken tension brewing between them. Karen stepped forward, tugging at Kazekage's sleeve. Kazekage, I am unfamiliar with this woman. What if she intends to harm me? Perhaps you could stay by my side? This insufferable woman dares to feign vulnerability before Lord Kazekage. Keep your filthy hands off Lord Kazekage. Temari fought the urge to strike Karen and stepped forward, pulling her away from Kazekage's side. With gritted teeth, he assured, rest assured, I shall take good care of you. So please, do not trouble Lord Feng Yao. Duo you, accompanied by a few others, departed amidst the clamor. Observing the two engage in cheerful conversation at their first meeting, Feng Yao nodded with satisfaction. It seemed their relationship was quite amicable, which put his mind at ease. If the system possessed eyes, it would undoubtedly regard Feng Yao as if he were a fool. The host's thoughts are indeed unconventional. However, congratulations are in order for successfully completing the task, securing victory in the Chunin exams, granting a single opportunity for a reward lottery. Yes, I shall use it now. Feng Yao was currently lacking in offensive capabilities. Summoning techniques merely called upon other beings to fight. And with only a few summoning beasts at his disposal, his most effective methods remained the Flying Thunder God, or Kamui. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Vanishing Palm technique, which will be automatically learned. Vanishing Palm technique. I haven't heard of it, but it sounds like an offensive maneuver. Feng Yao examined the lethal technique closely. It resembled an attack method utilizing chakra to condense into a palm strike. It creates countless phantoms, and then, using the right hand as a stamp. It manifests into a colossal hand for assault, exhibiting seemingly extraordinary power. Seeing that the system had not failed him this time, Feng Yao smiled in satisfaction and remarked, "It seems your lottery mechanism is quite reliable after all. I previously misjudged you." Upon hearing such praise from Feng Yao, the system lightly responded, "The host is overly courteous, however. From my perspective, your chakra appears insufficient to unleash the vanishing palm technique." Insufficient? Indeed, insufficient. Stunned, Feng Yao repeated in disbelief, "I knew this wretched lottery mechanism was useless. How can I trust you to complete tasks in the future if you provide me with items I cannot utilize?" The system felt slightly awkward upon hearing this. Ahem. This is merely a matter of bad luck. I assure you, next time will be different. Once you complete the task of forming a faction, the host will be rewarded with access to a more advanced lottery pool. Frustrated, Feng Yao found himself with no outlet for his anger. His chakra was already quite substantial, yet he could not even utilize the vanishing palm technique. However, upon reflection, this only underscored the technique's formidable nature. Well, you said it. If you deceive me, I shall end my life and take you with me. If the host were to perish, this system would remain unharmed. After the rewards were claimed, Feng Yao needed to address the remaining individuals in his Kemui space, Sasuke and Orochimaru, who were left behind. The vortex of his right eye opened, drawing Feng Yao within. Above him, the sky resembled a starry night, with uneven stone pillars surrounding him, and the vast space seemed to stretch endlessly into the distance. A youth with ebony hair was deeply engrossed in his sketchbook, fervently wielding his brush. This individual was Sai, who had undergone emotional suppression training under Danzo. Even in this unfamiliar space, Sai remained remarkably composed. "You seem quite at ease. Are you prepared to converse with me?" Feng Yao approached him and spoke gently. Upon hearing this, Sai waved his right hand. Ninjutsu, Super Beast Imitation Drawing. A vividly lifelike ink dragon lunged at Feng Yao, yet it passed directly through his form. Sai furrowed his brow, ready to strike again. In an instant, the Flying Thunder God technique materialized, a kunai poised at Sai's throat. Feng Yao was exceedingly cautious. Everyone who had ever come into contact with him bore the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique. Sai closed his eyes, adopting a demeanor of resignation. "Why bother? I am not here to interrogate you. Moreover, it was thanks to me that the curse mark of tongue destruction was lifted from you." The curse mark of tongue destruction was a sealing technique exclusive to Konoha's Umbu root, placed upon the tongues of its members by Danzo. If the afflicted spoke of any matters pertaining to themselves, they would be rendered paralyzed and mute. However, this became ineffective upon Danzo's demise. Observing Sai's continued silence, Feng Yao frowned slightly. "I understand that Danzo brainwashed you and that you underwent special training to suppress your emotions. But your current state is a consequence of your brother's words, is it not?" At the mention of this name, Sai froze, his eyes widening as he gazed at the man before him. Shin was Sai's elder brother. To ensure Sai's survival, Shin had urged him to forget his emotions. It could be said that Sai's transformation into a mere tool for executing missions was directly linked to his brother's death and Shin's final words. "How do you know that name?" With Sai finally speaking, Feng Yao leaned closer. "The manner in which I know is of little consequence. Your brother wished for you to survive in this cruel world, and if you were to end your life here, would you truly honor your brother's last words?" At this, Sai was engulfed in turmoil. His brother was the most significant person in his life. "Follow me and survive in this world of ninjas. Perhaps one day, you may reunite with your brother." Feng Yao's final words ignited a spark in Sai's eyes. He rose, gazing intently at the man who had eradicated the root. He had made his decision. "I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you." Sai knelt on one knee, bowing his head before Feng Yao. "Excellent, rise. We have another individual to meet, and he will not be easy to deal with." Feng Yao smiled as he assisted Sai to his feet, then cast his gaze toward the horizon. Suddenly, his expression turned grave. He sensed two distinct chakra signatures. Aside from Sai, only Orochimaru and a few insignificant figures remained. It was unlikely they would engage with Orochimaru. Moreover, the intensity of that chakra rivaled even Orochimaru's. Chapter 42: The Kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Within the Kamui space, Feng Yao. This individual's mastery of space-time ninjutsu is truly formidable. What kind of place is this? After being drawn into the space, Orochimaru felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. Not only was there nothing here, but the scenery appeared to stretch endlessly, all identical and monotonous. He attempted to find a way out, but alas, the jutsu he possessed could not return him to the ninja world. He pondered how Feng Yao would choose to deal with him, even if he were to be slain. Orochimaru felt no fear, for his cursed seals would allow him to resurrect. Each cursed seal contained a fragment of Orochimaru's chakra, akin to a game save. However, it was a rather tedious process, and if Feng Yao were to keep him trapped in this place, he would be utterly helpless. As he continued to contemplate his predicament, the space ahead suddenly began to rotate, reminiscent of the moment he was drawn in. Assuming Feng Yao had arrived, he prepared to engage in dialogue, only to find a man in a tight black outfit, wearing a mask that revealed only one eye. And that eye? It was a Sharingan. Orochimaru was perplexed as to why this individual had come here. The man's aura was distinctly different from Feng Yao's. Yet, given the presence of the Sharingan, Orochimaru licked his lips, extending his neck as he unleashed the Kusanagi sword towards the masked man. The masked figure seemed taken aback by Orochimaru's sudden attack in this space, yet remained unfazed as the attack passed through him. This is Feng Yao's elusive ninjutsu. How could this individual also possess it? Surely, there must be some connection between them. Orochimaru's golden pupils narrowed in intrigue. However, he was unaware of the masked man's identity. While the masked man had a clear understanding of Orochimaru, he was even more curious about how Orochimaru had entered. How did you manage to enter my space? The masked man inquired. Your space? Orochimaru echoed, perplexed. Wasn't he this Feng Yao's domain? Were they not allies? Indeed. But enough of that. I shall capture you and interrogate you properly. Upon hearing the man's arrogant tone, Orochimaru let out a cold chuckle. Boy, though I do not know who you are, it seems you have the ability to leave this place. How about I incapacitate you and you guide me out? The masked man snorted dismissively. You are overestimating yourself. Come and try. Within his own space, the masked man was confident in his ability to defeat Orochimaru. He formed a series of hand seals: snake, horse, monkey, boar, rat, tiger. Taking a deep breath, he converted his chakra into flames. Fire style, great fireball technique. The masked man exhaled a colossal fireball, its attack range augmented by his chakra, clearly surpassing that of an average user. Seeing the vast scope of the technique, Orochimaru transformed into a serpentine form, swiftly coiling around a nearby stone pillar, spiraling upwards to evade the fireball. This is the fire style most adeptly wielded by the Uchiha clan. Who exactly are you? Upon witnessing the formidable Orochimaru, I became increasingly convinced of his lineage as a member of the Uchiha clan. Yet, the Uchiha had been annihilated, and this man before me was neither Sasuke nor Itachi. Thus, his identity remained shrouded in mystery. You need not concern yourself with my identity, the masked man declared, as he leapt into the air, propelling himself towards Orochimaru, his right hand producing a branch. Wood release. Insertion technique. A jutsu attainable only through the possession of Hashirama's cells, allows the user to penetrate the opponent's body with a wooden branch, causing sharp roots to erupt from within, an exceedingly cruel technique whose potency is determined by the user's chakra. With a hiss, Orochimaru expelled a serpent from his mouth, attempting to ensnare his adversary's neck. However, upon contact with the branch, he realized the terror of this technique. Astonishingly, he was capable of using wood release. Utilizing the Great Serpent Substitution technique, he expelled a new, damp body to the side, while countless sharp roots erupted from his original form. The power of the insertion technique elicited a moment of astonishment from Orochimaru, yet he had encountered so many shocking events recently that he had become somewhat numb to them. He swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to subdue his opponent. Shadow of the Snake. Multiple serpent hands. Orochimaru's arms transformed into dozens of black pythons, lunging toward the masked man. Yet they merely passed through him. Damn it, what technique is this? As he witnessed the attack fail again, a headache began to throb in Orochimaru's mind. Nevertheless, he realized that his opponent must materialize to launch an attack, and if he could exploit this, he would remain in an advantageous position. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Feng Yao utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly appear beside Orochimaru. He had been observing the skirmish for some time, and prolonging the battle was futile. Upon seeing Feng Yao, Orochimaru prepared to retaliate, but Feng Yao's kunai was already poised against his throat. The speed of the Flying Thunder God was indeed legendary. Although Orochimaru could escape using the Great Serpent Substitution technique, he opted to hear what Feng Yao had to say first. Feng Yao slowly turned his head toward Toby. My apologies for the disturbance caused by my captive. It was unavoidable, given that I possess eyes akin to yours. As he spoke, Feng Yao revealed his Manjiki Sharingan, a feature he usually concealed. The blood-red iris bore black patterns resembling shuriken, causing the masked man to widen his eyes in astonishment. This masked individual was none other than Uchiha Tobi, a figure steeped in tragic lore. After acquiring the Kamui space, Feng Yao instinctively assumed his domain was separate, only to discover that he shared it with Tobi, an aspect of Tobi's original abilities. How did you obtain that eye? No, even if you possessed that eye, you could not have mine. How did you achieve this? Tobi questioned the striking figure before him, his initial reaction being the assumption that this man had taken Kakashi's eye. Yet that right eye was unmistakably his own. How could this individual possess an eye identical to his? This matter, though troublesome to articulate, is of utmost importance. Your space, nay, my space, shall be frequented by me henceforth. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to refrain from frequent intrusions and to avoid disturbing my companions. With a countenance devoid of emotion, Feng Yao articulated his demands, as he harbored no desire for an unwelcome guest to be led away by Obito or meet an untimely demise. Upon hearing such audacity, Obito erupted with rage, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. Huh, a jest. Regardless of how you acquired those eyes, they are fortuitously mine to claim. With those words, Obito's right eye once more activated, conjuring a vortex of distorted space that unleashed a formidable whirlwind, subsequently complemented by a fire release technique. Fire release, explosive wind dance. The colossal flames manifested in the shape of a serpent of fire, capable of devouring and incinerating foes with unparalleled speed, range, and power. It was an exceedingly terrifying fire technique, rivaling even Madara's great fire annihilation. Feng Yao hurled several trident-shaped kunai, employing the flying thunder god technique for rapid movement while simultaneously casting a flash bomb mid-flight. Spiral flash super wheel dance, roar of the third style. The blinding yellow electric light obstructed Obito's vision, prompting him to recognize the technique as the renowned skill of his mentor, Minato Namikaze. Continuing with the explosive wind dance could very well result in his immediate demise during the physical manifestation phase. Indeed, as soon as he ceased the ninjutsu, a kunai grazed his neck, forcing Obito to maintain his intangibility for survival amidst the blinding light. Yet, this state could not be sustained indefinitely, as Feng Yao was undoubtedly aware of the secret that intangibility could last no longer than 5 minutes. Obito found himself in a precarious predicament. To relinquish intangibility would invite an attack, while utilizing Kamui to escape would still leave him vulnerable upon materialization, thrusting him into a dilemma. Observing Obito's hesitation, Feng Yao paused his ninjutsu. Do you comprehend now? I am privy to all your secrets. While I may not possess the means to end your life, consider the ramifications of me divulging your secrets and intentions to the 5 great nations, such as the Eye of the Moon plan. Feng Yao teased, a glint of mischief in his eyes. What? How much do you truly know? Obito's voice trembled for the first time, a hint of panic creeping in. If the revelation of their shared ocular prowess had merely caused shock, now a chill of fear gripped him. Only 3 individuals in the entire ninja world are aware of this matter. I have acquiesced to your terms. I shall not intrude upon this space nor act against those within. Obito's tone softened. That suffices. In return, I shall keep your secrets safe, Feng Yao replied, taking his leave alongside Orochimaru. He harbored no absolute certainty of defeating Obito, who possessed similar intangibility abilities and had yet to exhibit techniques such as Izanagi or the Flame Fan. Orochimaru, however, found Feng Yao even more intriguing. Sensing that this individual might hold the key to immortality and truth, entwined with the mysteries of the Sharingan and tailed beasts, Uchiha Obito stood motionless, perplexed by the sudden appearance of this enigmatic figure. The individual seemed to possess an omniscient and omnipotent aura, and should they become an adversary, it would undeniably be a nightmarish reality. Obito murmured to himself, it appears the plan must be expedited. Rin, await my return. Chapter 43. Subduing Orochimaru. Upon arriving at a secluded clearing, Feng Yao released Orochimaru, who immediately maintained a cautious distance. With a grin, Feng Yao inquired, what troubles you, Orochimaru? Is such wariness truly necessary? Or do you fear demise in this place? At that moment, Feng Yao's eyes had returned to their ethereal blue hue, a sight that only heightened Orochimaru's apprehension. He was well aware that even without activating his Manjiki Sharingan, Feng Yao could still wield his ocular techniques. Orochimaru replied promptly, you underestimate yourself, dear Yao. Exercising caution in your presence is far from excessive. However, I must correct you on one point. I do not fear death. Even if I were to perish, I possess the means to resurrect myself. His confidence stemmed from his profound understanding of cursed seals. In the original narrative, even when sealed by the legendary Totsuka blade, he was capable of returning to life. Is that so? After I eliminate your disciples who bear the cursed seals of heaven and earth, you too will be able to resurrect, correct? Wenyo proclaimed, unabashedly taking a seat on the ground. Orochimaru felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. At that moment, his mind was devoid of coherent thought. How could Feng Yao be privy to such information? Although he was aware of cursed seals, the knowledge of resurrection was a secret he had never divulged to anyone. Could it be that Feng Yao possessed the ability to foresee the past and future? As these thoughts raced through Orochimaru's mind, he felt as though his very essence was being laid bare, exposed to the air. Feng Yao, of course, had no notion that Orochimaru was spiraling into paranoia. He merely sought to convey his capability to bring about the latter's demise. Observing the change in Orochimaru's countenance, Feng Yao felt a sense of satisfaction. He continued, this time addressing Orochimaru's ambitions and aspirations. Orochimaru, I recognize your insatiable thirst for knowledge. Everything you do is driven by a desire to uncover the world's truths. But this pursuit requires time. Thus, you devised the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, enabling the transference of one's spirit into another's body for the sake of immortality. You yearn to explore the secrets of my being. This is the impetus behind your desire to seize my body, is it not? With these words, Feng Yao laid bare Orochimaru's innermost thoughts, leaving the latter shaken to his core. A tumultuous roar echoed in his mind. No wonder all my schemes and intentions are laid bare before him. He possesses the foresight of a seer. Orochimaru felt defeated in spirit, convinced that Feng Yao understood him entirely, as though his eyes had glimpsed into his very future. For the first time, trembling, he uttered, Yao, you speak the truth. You have captured me yet spared my life. What, then, is your purpose? In that moment, he yearned to comprehend Feng Yao's intentions, for his very existence rested precariously in the balance. Quite simply, Orochimaru, become my right hand. I shall guide you in exploring the essence of the world and mastering the mysteries of the ninja realm. Together, we shall create extraordinary beings. Feng Yao's words were imbued with a boldness that even Orochimaru found infectious, prompting him to bow his head in contemplation. The man before me, possessing the ability to foresee both past and future, may already possess the answer to whether I should follow him. If that is indeed the case, perhaps my allegiance to him could genuinely lead to the fulfillment of my aspirations. Contemplating this, Orochimaru found himself breathless with excitement. He had long traversed the path of science in solitary pursuit, akin to a pioneer of revolution. Yet now, he had a guide, a leader to illuminate his journey. As he gazed upon Feng Yao, his eyes reflected not greed or cunning, but a deep-seated respect. You must already know whether I shall agree, right? Feng Yao pondered, perplexed. I am willing to be your right hand, Lord Yao. I wish to discover how far we can venture together. I ask for your forgiveness for my past transgressions. With that, he bowed deeply. Witnessing this scene, Feng Yao let out a hearty laugh and helped Orochimaru to his feet. Rise, Orochimaru. You shall find joy in your choice today. With these words, he produced a ring inscribed with the character for Earth and placed it upon Orochimaru's finger, symbolizing his role as the second-in-command of the sage. Feng Yao's first course of action was to show Orochimaru the spoils he had acquired in Konoha, a collection of forbidden scrolls that resembled a small mountain. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had only glimpsed these forbidden techniques before and had not fully mastered them. Moreover, Konoha had undoubtedly incorporated many new jutsu in recent years. A significant portion of Orochimaru's motivation for assaulting Konoha stemmed from a desire to obtain these scrolls, and he was taken aback to discover that Feng Yao had been well prepared. Lord Yao, these techniques are truly magnificent. I believe it will take me a considerable amount of time to master them all. Observing Orochimaru's enthusiasm, Feng Yao smiled slightly and replied, You have ample time. I hope to see these techniques enhance our organization's combat prowess within 2 years. Is that feasible? Rest assured, Lord Yao. Among these scrolls lie many secret techniques for strengthening power. Within 2 years, you shall have a formidable team at your disposal. Upon hearing Orochimaru's assurance, Feng Yao nodded in satisfaction. However, remaining in the Kamui space was not a viable option. Thus, he accompanied Orochimaru back to the village of Sound. Upon entering the familiar underground, they encountered Kimimaro, who appeared somewhat dazed, standing guard at the entrance to Orochimaru's laboratory. He too seemed to yearn for Orochimaru in this manner. Yet, as he turned his head, his expression brightened suddenly. The long-haired man with golden eyes had reappeared. Orochimaru-sama, have you emerged from there? Kimimaro exclaimed joyfully, but upon seeing Feng Yao, he immediately grew wary, even rushing to Orochimaru's side to separate the two. He was unwilling to endure the taste of loss once more. Orochimaru-sama, with my presence, I shall not permit him to wield that space-time ninjutsu. As he spoke, he activated his cursed seal, gazing at the figure of Kimimaro standing before him. Orochimaru affectionately ruffled his hair. It is all right, Kimimaro. From this moment forth, I shall be a subordinate of Lord Yao. Henceforth, I expect you to treat him with the same respect you afford me. Do you understand? Perceiving the unusual tone of Orochimaru, which diverged significantly from his customary demeanor, Kimimaro felt a flicker of confusion, momentarily suspecting that he was the target of a transformation technique. In Lord Yao, I see my future, and I hope you will honor him with the same reverence you show me. Noticing the doubt in Kimimaro's gaze, Orochimaru's soft voice resonated once more. Kimimaro looked at Feng Yao with incredulity. Although he could not comprehend the reason for Orochimaru's drastic change, he resolved to adhere to whatever directives Orochimaru issued. Kneeling on one knee, Kimimaro pledged his loyalty to Feng Yao. My Lord Feng Yao, I previously acted with great disrespect towards you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Thank you for returning Lord Orochimaru to me. Observing Kimimaro's unwavering devotion to Orochimaru, Feng Yao sighed inwardly. He genuinely appreciated Kimimaro's loyalty. However, the latter's health remained a pressing concern. In this lifetime, due to the absence of a concerted assault on the Kazekage, his condition had not deteriorated as severely. Yet it was feared that his time was still limited. After assisting Kimimaro to his feet, Feng Yao followed Orochimaru into his laboratory, where he retrieved all ninjutsu and forbidden texts from the Kemui space and handed them over to Orochimaru. This included Shirsui's eyes and a severed arm of Danzo. Orochimaru's excitement was palpable, particularly at the sight of Shirsui's eyes, for he had personally experienced the terror of this jinjutsu. A flicker of gratitude stirred within Orochimaru for the trust bestowed upon him by Feng Yao. It was crucial to note that if Orochimaru were to implant the eyes and use the Kodo Amatsukami on Feng Yao, it would spell disaster. Yet, the fact that Feng Yao displayed no apprehension towards him led Orochimaru to wonder if he had discerned from the future that he would not betray him. Lord Yao, you are indeed a formidable and enigmatic man. In truth, Feng Yao had merely applied the Flying Thunder God technique to the eyes, ensuring their safety before entrusting them to Orochimaru. However, this would only become apparent to Orochimaru after a considerable passage of time. Chapter 44. The condition of Kimimaro. With the recruitment of Orochimaru, a preeminent scientist, the strength of the Sage organization has significantly increased. Moreover, Orochimaru brings with him the entirety of the Sound Village, almost complete in every aspect, along with his own Sound Ninjas. However, to Feng Yao, they remain mere subordinates of Orochimaru. He has no intention of integrating these individuals into the Sage organization, as he seeks only the elite. Upon his return, he distributed the rings Xian, Huang, Yu, Zhou, and Hong to Nietzsche, Karen, Sai, Kabuto, and Matoi, respectively. These are the true combatants he requires. As for Kimimaro, he feels a deep sense of regret. The latter's abilities are indeed formidable, prompting Feng Yao to visit Kabuto's medical chamber. Kabuto's infiltration efforts have concluded, and he is now engaged in research within the Sound Village. The foundational personnel of the Sage organization now consist of 1. Individuals adept in intelligence gathering and assassination, such as Sai and Zabuza. 2. Those capable of ensuring logistical support, responsible for medical care and financial organization, namely Karen, Kabuto, and Orochimaru. 3. Individuals tasked with direct assaults, requiring immense strength, which currently falls to Feng Yao, Hideyoshi, and Orochimaru. As for the funds acquired from Konoha, Feng Yao has entrusted their management entirely to Orochimaru. One should not underestimate Orochimaru. The establishment of a ninja village necessitates substantial financial resources to maintain numerous strongholds. Furthermore, Orochimaru's scientific endeavors demand astronomical sums. Without adept financial management, he would likely have faced bankruptcy long ago. Upon entering, Feng Yao found Kabuto engrossed in the examination of cells within a test tube. Noticing Feng Yao's presence, Kabuto paused his work, smiling as he adjusted his glasses. Lord Feng Yao, what brings you here today? Kabuto is likely the most knowledgeable about Kimimaro's illness, and thus Feng Yao inquired about his condition. Kabuto, I am aware of your remarkable talent in medical ninjutsu. I wish to inquire about Kimamaro's situation. How much longer can he endure? Oh, so you came specifically to ask this question? You truly care for him. I estimate he has less than 2 months left. This is a hereditary condition within his family, essentially a drawback of their bloodline limit. Kimamaro possesses the Shikatsumiyaku, which allows him to manipulate his own bones. You're aware of this, I presume. Indeed, I have witnessed his capabilities firsthand. It is precisely because of his strength that I feel such sorrow at the thought of losing him. The primary component of bones is calcium. The fact that he can extract so many bones from his body indicates the vast quantity of calcium within him, leading to muscle atrophy. Since the heart is fundamentally muscle, his family's affliction manifests as chronic heart failure, which I suspect is a contributing factor to the frequent deaths within his lineage. I see. Is there truly no other alternative? Despite Kabuto's explanation, Feng Yao remained somewhat unconvinced. In today's world, few surpass Kabuto in medical ninjutsu. However, he suddenly recalled another individual. That would be Tsunade, renowned among the legendary Sannin for her unparalleled medical ninjutsu, whose healing prowess is said to surpass even that of the Sage of Slugs. Observe the summoned beasts from Miyaboku Mountain and the Dragon's Cave. Each one demands 100 offerings, behaving as if they were lords themselves. The Sage of Slugs refers to Tsunade as my lady out of admiration for her medical techniques. This sparked a renewed desire in Fy to seek out Tsunade. Fy. Dano, it appears you have found a candidate, remarked D, who, with his keen observational skills honed as a spy, noted Fy's contemplative demeanor. Could it be that you have someone in mind to rescue Kimamaro? This is something even I cannot accomplish. Perhaps I do. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin alongside Orochimaru. D was momentarily taken aback. As a medical ninja, he had long heard of her illustrious reputation, yet had never had the opportunity to meet her. In terms of medical ninjutsu, D still fell short of Tsunade. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not have humbled himself to seek her assistance in the original narrative. May I accompany you? I have long wished to witness the renowned Tsunade in action. D adjusted his glasses, perhaps harboring thoughts of competing with her. Fy replied with a hint of amusement, then come along. We shall seek out Orochimaru as well. I have some tasks for him to undertake. The two departed the medical room. Fy recounted the sequence of events to Orochimaru. So, can you find her? After hearing Fy's request, Orochimaru paused his research, surprised by Fy's earnest concern for Kimamaro. He had contemplated showing Tsunade Kimamaro's condition, but found it challenging to reach out to an old friend on someone else's behalf. Yet, he was taken aback by how quickly Fy had focused on this issue. Of course, after all, one among us was once my pupil. It is merely a matter of time. Nodding in acknowledgement of Orochimaru's response, Fy understood that to persuade Tsunade to assist him, he would need to present her with an irresistible proposition before she was swayed by Naruto's persuasive words. Within the Hidden Leaf Village, Jiraiya temporarily assumed the role of acting Hokage, attending to the myriad affairs of the village. The strength of Konoha had been severely diminished. The fifth Hokage lay deceased. The root organization had been eradicated. The Umbus suffered the loss of 42 members, and the casualties included 7 J-nin, 104 Ch-nin, 564 Jinin, and approximately 3,000 ordinary citizens. One of the 2 chief advisors, Mito Gate-Keion, had also perished. All forbidden ninja scrolls of Konoha had vanished, a fact tightly sealed by the higher-ups. Although funding was scarce, support from the Land of Fire ensured the village's recovery. Fortunately, with Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin at the helm, the villagers found some solace. After mourning the losses incurred during the war, Konoha began the arduous process of rebuilding. During the course of the discussion, the most contentious issue revolved around the handling of Tsunade and the crimes of the rogue ninja, Fy. Tsunade needs no introduction. It instigated the war against Konohagakure. And now the 4th Kazekage, Raza, has been captured, with countless elite ninja and troops suffering casualties. All the survivors have been imprisoned in the depths of Konoha's dungeons. Some advocate for a tit-for-tat response, seizing the opportunity to obliterate Tsunade entirely. Even Jiraiya harbored a fleeting inclination towards such thoughts, yet the pro-peace faction, led by the 3rd Hokage, hoped to release the Kazekage. They envisioned an alliance with Tsunade to counter potential invasions from other nations. 3rd Hokage, we cannot afford to be so lenient. Tsunade has inflicted immense losses upon us. How will the villagers perceive an alliance with our enemies? Are we to consort with those who have wronged us? An elite ninja exclaimed, clenching his fists in anger. His disciple, a mere 13-year-old boy, had met a tragic fate at the hands of Sunagekyu's forces, brutally stabbed and discarded in a street corner, only to be discovered after a day of searching. I empathize with everyone's pain, but what of Sunagekyu's plight? War only begets new enmity, and if we were to launch an attack under Konoha's current circumstances, we risk being exploited by Kumogakure, whose shadows have already begun to loom over this conflict. Observing the tearful men before him, the third Hokage quietly inhaled from his pipe, his murky eyes concealing his thoughts. One of the remaining advisors, Nara Shikamaru, spoke up. The Land of Fire has convened emergency meetings twice this year, and the consensus is to cease all hostilities and promptly restore our national strength. We need a leader. Jiraiya, it has been decided that you shall become the 6th Hokage. The room buzzed with excitement at this announcement, yet Jiraiya raised his hand in refusal. I am truly sorry, but I am not suited for this role. I have already identified a candidate who is far more fitting, the Princess of Konoha, Tsunade. I will bring her back. The mention of her name sent a ripple of astonishment through the hall. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu and her reputation as one of the legendary 3 were well known in Konoha. Had she been present during the recent turmoil, the village would not have suffered so grievously. That girl indeed possesses the qualifications and qualities for the position. I entrust you with her return, Shikamaru sighed, relieved that Jiraiya was not the type to evade responsibility. Konoha could no longer endure further upheaval. But what of FY? He is a rogue ninja, having committed numerous acts against Konoha, including the assassination of the 5th Hokage, the extermination of the Umbu's root, and the embezzlement of Konoha's funds. If he remains unpunished, he may become another Orochimaru in the future, one elite ninja interjected. The higher echelons of Konoha were aware of the collaboration with FY and the theft of ninjutsu, a matter known only to a select few. This matter need not be discussed further. For now, we shall suspend his bounty. If he feels cornered and retaliates against Konoha, it would result in irreparable losses. In this matter, all senior officials maintained a unified stance. Even Kakashi and other elite jonin remained silent. The assassination of the 5th Hokage by the allied rogue ninjas is a monumental scandal, destined to be buried in the annals of history and concealed within the depths of one's conscience. Chapter 45. Tsunade on a morning a few days later. A familiar vortex materialized in the laboratory, and FY and Orochimaru emerged. To think you would master the Edo Tensei technique, and even surpass my own usage, Orochimaru remarked, his eyes still reflecting astonishment. This forbidden technique requires extensive practice to master, and he himself had only scratched the surface. You're being too kind, Orochimaru, FY replied, glancing at Orochimaru's profile. Do you believe Tsunade will acquiesce to our request? She certainly will. To her, these two individuals are her everything. Whatever demands we make, she is bound to comply. FY nodded in agreement. Indeed, Orochimaru's assertion held truth. If not for Naruto's exceptional verbal prowess, Tsunade would likely respond just as he suggested. FY had already dispatched Sai and Kabuto to gather intelligence, but his arrival had caused a time discrepancy within the Hokage's realm. Presently, Tsunade was not in the short book street, yet with her legendary reputation, locating her should not pose much difficulty. FY had even inquired with the Sage of Slugs. But alas, it had been quite some time since the sage had been summoned, thus no useful information was gleaned. At that moment, a knock was heard, and Sai entered. Bowing slightly, "Forgive the intrusion, Lord FY. I have located the individual you were searching for. She is in Asakusa." "Well done. Thank you for your efforts. Orochimaru, summon Kabuto. Let us proceed together." Due to FY's lack of memories regarding Asakusa, they had no choice but to walk there. The mobility of his right eye, Kami, and the Flying Thunder God technique each had their own merits. The former required no marks, allowing for direct movement to any location previously visited, while the latter necessitated seals. However, when it came to speed, Kamui could not match the Flying Thunder God. Its absorption speed was relatively slow. But there existed a spatial ninjutsu that was the exception. It required no seals whatsoever, allowing one to traverse freely within the same space, even from places never before visited. This was the pinnacle of space-time ninjutsu within the Naruto universe, known as H-Rin Baraisaka. This technique necessitates the power of the 3 great ocular jutsu, which is why FY had brought Niji along. He was now merely lacking Nagato's Rinnegan. Asakusa lay in the northwestern region of the Land of Fire, and with everyone's speed, they would not take half a day to arrive. At noon, Within a casino, a voice filled with irritation pierced through. Hey, sister. Are you still in? If you keep losing, you won't have any money left. Of course I'm in. Why wouldn't I be? I want it all back. The voice belonged to Tsunade, unmistakably in a losing streak. Lady Tsunade, we are nearly out of money. We still haven't repaid the last loan. Just look at how jubilant those gamblers are. In the room, Shizen held a small pig close, imploring her earnestly. Tsunade rolled up the sleeves of her robe and waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry, Shizen. You must trust me. This time, not only will we recover our losses, but we shall also make a substantial profit. At this moment, Tsunade was in a state of frenzy, completely unable to absorb any words of reason. Some nearby gamblers chimed in, exclaiming, exactly. How can one leave without winning back their money? These individuals had already discerned that their opponent was the fabled cash cow, destined to lose at every wager. In the final round, Tsunade once again lost her stake, infuriated. She struck the table with such force that it split in two. My luck is simply abysmal. The coins scattered about, startling even Shizen and the little pig. The other gamblers quickly took a few steps back, then with a smirk directed at Tsunade, said, Sister, don't be angry. Isn't it normal for gambling to have its ups and downs? You still owe us a bit, you know? Hearing this, Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly. She had been carried away in the moment and lost track of her original stake. Oh dear, next time I'll pay you back, Tsunade said dismissively, pulling Shizun along as she attempted to flee. Several gamblers, displeased, quickly blocked her path. Not so fast, sister. You must settle up today. Your reputation, depends on it. You cannot leave without paying. Oh, is that so? We shall see if you can indeed stop me, Tsunade retorted sharply, her gaze fierce. Just as she was about to take action, a gentle voice interjected, Allow me to cover her debts. I kindly ask that you do not make things difficult for her. Feng Yao entered, commanding the attention of the entire room. At that moment, he was unmasked, no longer needing to conceal his identity. His features, as if sculpted by divine hands, with porcelain skin and deep azure eyes, evoked a shared thought among those present. How could someone be so extraordinarily beautiful? Shizun and Tsunade were momentarily entranced, but quickly regained their composure. Do, standing nearby, glanced at Feng Yao. They had grown accustomed to his appearance in the Sound Village, nearly forgetting how striking he truly was. May I inquire how much she owes in total? Feng Yao asked with poised elegance. The gamblers, regaining their senses, hurriedly responded, She owes a total of 2 million Rio. Oh, merely 2 million ahem. Do, you shall cover this expense. Realizing this amount was far beyond his means, Feng Yao quickly deflected the burden. Having given all his money to Orochimaru, he was left with only a few tens of thousands. Do cast a disdainful glance at his leader, but ultimately relented, reluctantly producing 2 million Rio. This should be reimbursable, right, Lord Feng Yao? Of course. Feng Yao reassured him, sensing the underlying irritation in Do's tone. It's been a while since I last saw you, Tsunade. I am here for a matter concerning my leader. Rather, it is my leader who seeks your assistance. A silky voice emanated from behind Feng Yao, belonging to Orochimaru. Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly, intrigued. Subsequently, she followed Feng Yao to a secluded area. With a flick of her hair, she turned to Feng Yao and said, Speak. What is it that you wish to discuss with me? I must say, Tsunade's figure is truly remarkable. The most astonishing I have encountered since arriving in the world of Naruto, particularly the graceful arc that accompanies her every turn. I hastily shook my head, striving to dispel the tumultuous thoughts swirling within. Lady Tsunade, I seek your assistance in treating a child who is deeply troubled by a bloodline limit. Additionally, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my faction. Upon hearing the reason for my visit, Tsunade was quick to refuse, saying, I'm sorry, but I have no intention of joining any faction. Moreover, from the way they refer to you, it seems you are the rogue ninja who has thrown Konoha into disarray. Aren't you afraid that I might kill you? With that, she leaned down and struck the ground with her fist. The sheer force of her strength shattered the concrete beneath, creating fissures that spread for a diameter of 50 meters, causing my companions and me to sink several centimeters into the earth. The use of such incredible strength requires the practitioner to exert precise control over their chakra, enveloping their entire being in it before unleashing a powerful gust. As a medical ninja, Tsunade excels in the meticulous control of chakra, which explains her remarkable proficiency in harnessing such formidable power. Steadying herself, I could see the murderous intent radiating from Tsunade. Indeed, There was no need for her to extend any courtesy towards a rogue like me or Orochimaru. I bit my finger, forming hand seals, tiger, serpent, dog, and dragon, culminating in a gesture of summoning. Edo Tensei. 2 coffins emerged from the fractured earth. My familiarity with the Edo Tensei technique rivaled that of Orochimaru. Considering my mastery over all space-time ninjutsu. Lady Tsunade, there is no need to rush. Let us first see if these two will acquiesce to my requests. As the coffin lids fell, the murderous glint in Tsunade's eyes momentarily softened, replaced by tears brimming with love and nostalgia. Chapter 46. The lover and the younger brother. A few days prior, within the confines of the Konoha village prison, a desolate man, his arms severed, sat forlornly in the corner of his cell. This man was Raza, the 4th Kazekage, and the sole traitor in this recent conflict. With his village suffering tremendous losses, and his own beloved Gaara swayed by the machinations of the wind, Raza found himself captured by Konoha. Contemplating the finality of death, he was dissuaded by his subordinates from taking that path. An elderly figure approached the cell, gazing at Raza's disheveled state with a heavy sigh. Kazekage, our 2 nations were once allies. Why must we now rend our treaty asunder? Raza, meeting the eyes of the 3rd Hokage, scoffed coldly. An alliance is but a piece of parchment. Your Konoha possesses strength far superior to our Sunagakure. Danzo harbors ravenous ambitions. If I do not strike first, I fear I would have already been extinguished by your hands. The 3rd Hokage fell silent, acutely aware that Danzo had indeed harbored intentions of invading Sunagakure. Once the seeds of suspicion take root, they are challenging to eradicate. Lord Kazekage, Danzo is no longer among us. Konoha will have new leadership. I yearn for our nations to set aside grievances and forge our alliance anew. Upon hearing this, Raza comprehended the true intention behind the 3rd Hokage's words. To be candid, he had no alternatives from his vantage point. Sunagakure had now sunk to the lowest tier among the 5 villages. Without seeking alliances or ceasing hostilities, extinction loomed inevitable. Raza raised his head, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Lord 3rd, you are the victors of this war. Thus, it is you who dictate the terms. What leeway does a defeated general such as myself possess? You are mistaken, the 3rd Hokage countered sharply. There are no victors in war, only the vanquished. The 3rd Hokage's words bore a dual meaning, and Raza fell silent, bowing his head in contemplation. After exiting the prison, the 3rd Hokage encountered Naruto, who was embroiled in a heated exchange with Jiraiya by the roadside. Following the conclusion of the war, Naruto and Sasuke had been personally rescued by Jiraiya, who, as a mentor, felt compelled to attend to the well-being of his disciples' offspring, especially one who served as the village's Jinchuriki. Naruto struggled futilely as Jiraiya held him aloft. You lecherous sage. Let me go? I need to find Grandpa 3rd. Spotting the 3rd Hokage approaching, Naruto hastily called for assistance. Grandpa 3rd, come quickly. This lecherous sage is such a nuisance. He even claims to be the acting Hokage. What a joke. Dreadfully incompetent. With that, he kicked Jiraiya. Ouch. You little rascal. Do I not appear to be Hokage enough for you? Jiraiya retorted, puffing his cheeks in mock indignation. Ha ha ha, enough, Naruto. Indeed, Jiraiya has been acting Hokage during this time. So cease your antics. The 3rd Hokage chuckled, his spirits lifted by Naruto's vibrant energy, as if the weight of his earlier troubles had been momentarily dispelled. Grandpa 3rd. There is something else I wish to inquire about. At this, Naruto's expression dimmed, his thoughts turning to the matter of Feng Yao. Is it true that he killed the 5th Hokage and participated in this assault on Konoha? Naruto felt that he had never truly seen his childhood friend, having failed to recognize him during several encounters. The 3rd Hokage remained silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. Naruto clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his flesh, as he seemed to finally grasp the meaning behind Feng Yao's words from long ago. If that is indeed the case, I will certainly seize him. I will teach him a lesson and bring him back to the village to apologize to those he has harmed. Observing the seething Naruto, Jiraiya sighed. The disparity in their strengths was currently insurmountable for Naruto. In that case, Naruto, would you like to train with me? That friend of yours ran away as soon as he saw me. Really? Naruto appeared invigorated, exclaiming, You must teach me the most powerful ninjutsu, perverted sage. Alas, how many times must I say it? I am not a perverted sage. In any case, gather your belongings and come with me. We still need to find someone. Find someone? Who are we looking for? The 6th Hokage,